するステージ、視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語、ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。どこまでも広がる空、勇気を持って進もう。君が主役のストーリー、さあ始めよう。この瞬間が宝物だよ、キュンとするでしょ。
江东去，浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000唱，几曾着眼看后望。
这就是你的二倍小面具，可以。
An ominous aura still pervades this place, even though Omnius is no more. If you happen across Sai, you must remember that she is no longer the little sister you inside.
Don't worry, Father. I'm going to bring her home. No matter what. Sai, this area is perilous. You can't stay here long. This... Sai! This is too dangerous! Put down your blade!
Enough of your talk, hypocrite!
Your brother, your kin, come home!
She's already in hell and we'll meet again soon! Hey, Sai! Sai! Check out what your big bro just made for you. It's a horse. There's a good girl. With me here, you don't need to worry about a thing.
I'm sorry, I didn't keep my promise. Protect you.
No!
Sai, I won't make the same mistake twice. This time, I'll keep you safe!
Brother.
It's to hell I must descend. To save you. Then so be it! I'll bring you home no matter what! Sai!
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000伤，几曾着眼看后望。真度真度，旌旗叹欧陆。
身。
无尘师兄，若是你的不朽面具可以。
欢迎来到 Nbpl， 你现在正在收看的是2025永劫无间职业联赛春季赛最后一个双周的单排的对决。开场呢，我们的2位解说为大家送上晋级选手的高光集锦。接下来，让我们有请选手登场。 伴随着欢声笑语，所有的晋级选手也已经来到了我们的台前。在最后一个双周的常规赛，现在排名也非常靠前的吴峰，有什么对自己在最后这个双周的期许和目标呢？
今天还是会再次拿下冠军。
再次拿下冠军。说起冠军啊 ，Better， 这个赛季目前周决是开个好头，但是始终没能收个好稳。对方说要拿下冠军了，你有什么话送给在座的所有的对手？
都加油，都加油，
都加油就完事儿了是吗？麦克有什么话送给大家？
我拿前6战成功，我要保护你。
哎，每个人都有自己的目标，究竟在最后一个双周谁可以拿下最终的这个双周的单排的冠军呢？让我们拭目以待。无间进无限，2025 Nbpl 第4双周单排周决为您送上。
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are here on a momentous occasion, the bi-weekly solo bi-weekly finals. I am very excited. I am Dunkin' Donuts alongside creators. We are going to be your casters today, and it is going to be a awesome day. I'm very excited to see it. What is in store for us? How are you feeling today, creators?
I'm excited, Duncan. It's another bi-weekly done pretty much after tonight. Bi-weekly 4 already. It's so fast how fast these bi-weeklies are coming to end. You know, our first bi-weekly going to Edward, our second bi-weekly go to Wufong, and then our third, our latest winner to be TT25. You know, Spider and Mike haven't been able to find success this year for the spring split yet to take a chip home, but you know, tonight could possibly the night with Spider being our runner-upper. But as always, we do have our daily drops here for the Naraka BLADEPOINT Pro League. The daily drops, that Tay, that Spectral Silk, and the 10 times XP bonus. But today, we do have the Eternal Radiance calling card for everybody at home that's been waiting for that. You just have to sit and watch for 60 minutes in order to get that drop here for the bi-weekly finals. And that will be going on tomorrow as well. But yeah, Duncan, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how these players compete today. And, you know, I've been seeing how Tarka's been poking in and out of the meta. And, you know, you being one of those Tarka enthusiasts, talk to me. How do you feel about Tarka now being played out here for the Pro League?
Well, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? It's a dream come true, but at the same time, I'm a little bit peeved that F2 for V1 in solos. I get it. Okay, I understand why, but at the same time, there's so much value to be had with F1 V2. Now, of course, I'm assuming that they would all be playing F1, if not for the fact that F1 just does not work with V1. You know, if for those of you at home who are unfamiliar with the changes made to Tarka, the new V1 is basically the old V2 in some ways, where you use your ultimate's charge once you've activated it to use your F ability. So that works very well with something like Fireball, because the Fireball only costs 8% of your ult's charge. However, with F1, that's 20% chunk gone in an instant. So that's not good. It's not ideal. But with V1, you get that combo breaker in the new overburn state that you get during your ultimate, which is the big value that these players seem to go after. They'd much rather have that than anything else. And then another interaction, which I think it definitely means that F1 cannot be played with V1, is that if you're ever below 20% on your ult charge, you can't use your F at all until your ult is over. Anyway, I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later on, but for now, let's take a look at these standings, which is going to be including the pre-post points and the players that are going to be taking part in today's bi-weekly finals. Take it away, C8. Who we got here?
We got Spider, Wufong, Mike Verse, T225, XY, AS, Edward, PXT, Star, Frostivus, and Choose. And what I'm looking at right here, Duncan, yeah, the man himself, Chuzong, OG, but we don't have no Arano today in our bi-weekly final, which is crazy to see how dominant Arano has been since he came into the league and how strong of a player he's been. He has not been able to secure a chip, but he's always been in that top of the pyramid player for this for the pro league. But today he fell short last day 3 for the qualifiers. But you know, that's something you gotta count your blessings on and continue moving forward to improve as a player. But our schedule for today, as always, running at Pretoria midnight for our first game, into the Holoroth Morris sunny day with no Fireflies, as well as the Pretoria game for game 4. And then we have our last set of Firefly maps there, and that's where it is. And I think that's where we're gonna be seeing a lot of Tarkus being played out, especially being able to refresh that rage back with those Fireflies. I know, Duncan, you're excited about the Tarka. I mean, the Tarka always been that character that people have that love-hate relationship with Tarka. You know, a lot of people love Tarka and a lot of people hate Tarka. I've been seeing a lot of I've been seeing a lot of chatter about how Tarka is right now. I know right now for, you know, pubbing slash just a regular Hero Shard rank play in game, if you guys log in, a lot of people are having a little bit of difficulty right now trying to play against the new Tarka because yes, the buff on, or the rework I should say, on Tarka slash buff has made his kit a lot more smoother for, you know, the OG Tarkas that have been doing it for a long time, which, you know, a lot of people haven't really been sticking through to that character with just how heavy the hero picks has been in the game. So now that the OGs have a little bit of sauce on them, a lot of people, you know, they find it a little bit difficult to try to play against him. But, you know, I'm very excited to see how he does in solos. I haven't even seen Tarka being played on Pro League, just watching it firsthand casting, so I'm very excited for that for sure. And what other better day than seeing it here for the bi-weekly 4 final here, Duncan?
Absolutely, couldn't have said it better myself. And we'll talk more about Tarka later on, ladies and gentlemen. I might even help. I will disclose how to beat him in solos if you are interested. But here we are taking a look at this this sort of graphic here that is going to be explaining something to do with the qualifiers for the grand finals. It's the last chance qualifiers, like who's already in, who needs more points, etc., etc. So those people at the top, those are going to be players that have already essentially made it through. And then today's finals for this bi-weekly are going to impact those points. So the people at the top, they're kind of chilling. You know, I think they're fine. But you know, in the bottom 6, that bottom quarter, they're gonna need to step it up a little bit. They're gonna need to try and do as best they can to make sure that they just go straight to the grand finals instead of having to go through that last chance qualifier. But here we've got the bi-weekly finals honor list, so to speak. SR, being Spider, has made it into all of those finals, and then we've got TE, who has I think the gold means that they won, the red means they qualified for the finals, and then the grayed out means that they didn't make it through. So TE, of course, won second bi-weekly and has made it to every single one. WBG, OUG, same thing. OA having won the first one, Edward, and then made it into every single bi-weekly after that. YZG, T225 unfortunately didn't make it into the first one, but got in the second, third, and fourth, and also won that third one there. And as you can see, it continues on until the very bottom, unfortunately. But thankfully for Wolves, hey Wolves, we got in. Hey, the fourth one's the charm. Let's get it. We're in to that bi-weekly final. Let's see it paced. I'm excited. But look at our boy Frosty, ready to go on BBE. I was watch partying it with him. I was watch partying the last day of solos group stage with him, and we were just sort of sweating. You know, like, oh, they're gonna overtake him. Nah, he's good. He's good. He's good. Okay.
Yeah, he makes it to the bi-weekly 4. I think he was 11th place, right? He was very close to getting knocked out, but thankfully for Frostovus, he qualifies again. And I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if Frostovus takes a chip home as well, because every bi-weekly, the first to 3 players are not the ones winning the bi-weekly. I remember Wufang came into bi-weekly 2 in like 8th to 9th place, and he ended up being the winner. In bi-weekly 3, we had a point where we had 7 people on match point. With this system now for the Naraka BLADEPOINT Pro League on the finals, it's just, you know, it's anybody's game. It's whoever comes to play in the bi-weekly final, and anybody can be coming on top and victorious for the bi-weekly. And, you know, we've seen players like Mike and Spider being on that top going into the bi-weekly finals, but not being able to secure that MVP is what's really putting them down, and not being able to find success in that department. But, I mean, it's anybody's game, man. And what's crazy too is that we have last chance qualifiers next week, as well as pre-finals into the grand finals of the bi-weekly spring split the following week after that. So everything is coming to a crunch very quickly for these players. As Duncan was mentioning, what we've seen on the overall bi-weekly qualifiers and the points that we watched, that bottom 7 through like 14, I believe, was very close. So right now, if you're in the bi-weekly, you really need to, or the bi-weekly final, you really want to make sure you secure enough points to be in that top 12, so you're not really struggling in that last chance qualifier that you have to play in next week.
Yeah, you do not want to be down there. You know, you might as well. Hey, you can skip an entire tournament. You can skip the entire last chance quals. You're just grooving. You're chilling.
Yeah.
Much nicer, much more relaxing. You get a little bit more time to scout out your opponents, perhaps, or to practice those characters, those whatever it might be, the hunting parts, the loot parts, etc. So we shall see what happens at the end of the day. And as you said, of course, it is the bi-weekly final, so we have those pre-posed points carried forwards from the group stage, and those, you know, there's a little cushion to start with, a little, you know, a little handicap. It's just a nice little starting thing, you know. But of course, it's not always the player that has the highest number of pre-pros points at the start of the day that comes away with the win. So we shall see. I'm very excited. I want to get in and see what these players are going to be picking for us. Of course, we are going to that midnight Perdoria, the nighttime, the Fireflies. So it could be an interesting game, depending on, you know, like Fireflies. They do tend to give rise to certain characters, such as Taka, of course, but I'm not sure if Taka Game 1 is the best thing to open on, I have to say, considering it is Perdoria. Perdoria, although it is a decent map for Taka, it's not bad necessarily, but Morris Isle is just that much better. So if you are looking to play Taka, I think you might want to save it until later on, unless, of course, you're forced to play it due to those phasings. As we can see here, first round selection is going to be the Chuz and Frostovus. Then we have a second round, Star Paste, Edward and AS in third, Juan Yuan and T25 in fourth, Verse and Mike in fifth, and then Wufang and Spider in that last round selection. So they're going to have they're going to be, you know, getting all the scraps, the last second choices of characters, and then we've got the Chuz and Frostovus picking first. And I actually asked Frost this the other day. Is Lani just first pick now? And is everyone picking Lani first pick? And he said, yeah, kind of. But then again, if I was first pick, I'd pick Liam.
I mean, yeah, that'd be Liam, just possibly the most unique, if not the most unique F in the game, right? You get parried and you keep your weapon. That alone, with no Jade involved, just being part of the kit of the character. And I mean, we don't even have to talk about his ult, just being able to go get those resets in and getting that pressure off of you, get caught up. Just Liam overall being a very strong character. And for our first game, we're getting a 3-for-3 on the Liam Zalani. So this is going to be a very, very interesting game to see both of those characters with a 3-pair. XY T225, XY on the Shayo and the Syra, they're for T225. Mike as well on Syra for his game. And Verse looking to lock in, could possibly get another 3 characters in the field. He goes with Syra. So this, I don't think I've really seen more than 2 sets of characters being played out with a 3 set.
Oh my
there
God.
it is.
Oh my goodness.
That's one interesting thing as well. From what I've seen I think does Syra full counter Tarka, just being able to keep him dazzled and in place and not be able to, you know, get height on her?
Well, yes and no. If you've got initial tempo, you can, and the terrain is good. It's definitely very possible to counter Syra, but in flat terrain situations and in Yang, it can be very difficult to really do anything to her, as long as she's got the presence of mind to immediately, once she's popped ult, go up into the sky and sort of float above the Tarka. Because yes, it's very hard to get a grab or like a punch off in the sky. It can be done, but it's very difficult. You have to be above the target to be able to do it. And Syra, since she can fly after all, is gonna be an easier time for her to stay above you.
We didn't have no targets for this game, but hopefully we do see an encounter like that throughout the night. I was just looking at that. We also have a triple Shayo for this game as well. So
what is going on? Triple Liam, triple Syra, triple Lani, triple Chaeol.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Yeah. Great start to the day, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be a spicy one. This is just all the top tier characters. You know, there's nothing else other than this. I mean, fair enough. I can respect it. This makes sense, and it all started because Frost picked Liam at the beginning of the game.
It really did. It really did start because of the 1-2 split in the first round selection. And like I said, I've never seen, I mean, obviously, you know, in the early days of the Pro League, we had, it was 16 players, right? It was 14 or 16 players in the lobby, and it was pretty much all Temis at the time, or whatever characters were in the field that were meta. Just, you know, with no round selection, we had the same character, but I've never seen a 3-for-3 split for our matches. So this is gonna be very interesting. It's gonna be 3 pairs of the same characters. We have a crazy drop in here for our first game as well. Starting off, just a little bit of congestion there in the right-hand side of the map, but we also have a big find of players right next to Imperium Village as well. And started off here for our first game of the bi-weekly final 4. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with Duncan. Started off, we have Spider close to T225 here. This could be a very, very aggressive 5-hour drop.
I know, I'm excited. Let's kick it off. C8, let's get in there. And Paste and AS are already scrapping it out. We have that double armor swaps coming through already. Paste going in for that grapple LMB. The block comes through from those nunchucks. LMB sends that focus out. He does have that combo break, so he's willing to take that risk. The leverage of this combo breaker gives you so much pressure in neutral, and he's able to keep up that pressure. But unfortunately, he's down to 1 grapple, and he's getting he's a little bit of terrain, a little bit of movement error coming. He's going to delay his chase out, but moving over to Mike up against Juan Yuan. Juan Yuan with that armor swap is going to flip this on its head. Mike dodges back, gets another armor swap, and another after eating a longsword focus attack. Stops that scale rush. Gambit trying to get the uppercut, not able to find it. The jump LMB is going to deny, and then another armor swap. I think I know why Mike landed here, C8, because there's a billion armor swaps.
Yeah, the man, the mastermind. Oh my god, big juggle. Jump 1-2 into the 1-2-3 as well. Big damage onto XY, but XY not responding with the prio. F called in here for Mike. Now the neutral restarts for both players. Mike's still trying to get hyper aggressive onto XY. We do see him trying to scatter, trying to look for another armor swap. He is going to open up that trope. If he's lucky, he can potentially get one. Doesn't look like he did. Still trying to run for the hills. No, catches one around. The overholds the RB focus off the longsword. Sends it to 1.0 right back to back. And now Mike's going to be forced to pop this ultimate. XY has the ult if he gets caught up as well. Needs to be careful with the dazzles. Being able to kite around this building. He does have the ability to cut that line of sight to make sure he does not get caught up. And wow, being able to have that common armor off drop. You see the resets here, and I don't think we have, yes we do, we have 1 elimination, and by this time, usually before this patch, a lot of people fall in the early game, but right now, people are still up fighting and scrapping it out right now.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's somewhat contributed by the fact that now everybody, when they spawn, start with a common armor. This definitely changed up the game quite a bit more than a lot of people realize, because you know, if everyone's starting with common armor, that means that they're going to drop that common armor to pick up blue armors. So there's just going to be a lot more armor swaps on the field early game. So it gives rise to this like very reset heavy potential with this extended neutral fighting with armor swaps. And we're moving on over to SR Spider, and oh no, we're heading right on back. Look at this, C8. We've got those firefly knowledge from Mike. Very nice to see. Oh, and a beautiful parry on top of. With that R&B focus, the combo break comes out, catches him on that entry with that light attack. Not able to follow up the combo, though, unfortunately. Goes for that sort of weapon swap into the flying knives to try and juggle down the hill, but not able to find it. Mike, he's still going to give chase, though, but no grapples is going to cut him down, stop him in his tracks, unfortunately. Heading back over to T25, Spider, and Wu Fong in this lava area.
I mean, just long fight to see the three-way scrap off here between T225, Wu Fong, and Spider still going at it. Spider, though, being able to get that grapple eliminate onto T225, applying tons of pressure in the back end. Wu Fong as well, trying to see if he can get more damage onto the opposing Syra there. T225 gets caught up off the going up on the wall, and the 1-2 different Spider as well. Now Spider being able to catch the elimination, but Wu Fong still gonna active. Blue staff in hand for Wu Fong. Spider with blue nunchuck. Shy ultimate invested as well. Tries to catch him through the wall, nearly clips him there off the shield throw. Still getting hyper aggressive. Now we are gonna have to see how he responds once this ultimate goes offline. He has 2 more shield throws, catches that first one off to Wu Fong. Wu Fong with no ult online, trying to scatter out of this situation, to use the lunges there off the staff to try to create this distance. But Spider with tons of pressure there with that aim assist from those nunchucks is just too massive there to the aerial R&B finisher, and Spider securing his second elimination here for game number 1.
Very nice to see. Very nice for Spider. He's skyrocketing. He's creating that lead, making it bigger than it was already, considering he was in the lead with those pre-post points. But oh my goodness, we head back over to Mike. A player goes down, and a beautiful parry as well there. We got another focus attack coming through. Zhuan Yuan trying his best to keep up the pace, and there it is with that ultimate. Syra, no ult under a belt. Mike, nowhere to go. Unfortunately, no buildings, no armor swaps to utilize, unfortunately, and he does go down. Zhuan Yuan also going to be matching Spider's kill threshold up to 2. Now heading over to Imperium, we have Edward defending against both of these players, and he goes down to Verse off of that parry. He's not going to fall for that follow-up off of that focus attack. Now Frostivus trying to jump in and try and take advantage of this fight, the weakened player here, but unfortunately that combo break's going to come through, knocking him back, denying that push, denying that pressure, and Frost is going to be forced to go for the reset. Now heading back over to Spider, he's doing his looting, he's prepared to go into that realm of Yang. He's managed to get his hands on a purple armor as well. Very, very good spot to be in for Spider this early on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. I mean, we still seeing players with gray armor into that first round. That's how you know how long these fights are taking now, being able to get those resets. And I mean, our top 3 do have that 2 for 2 for 2 on the elimination department, and still not trying to post up. Star also with purple armor, being able to secure that Yang pass, ready to take that first round with Yang for his game, trying to see he can find some success, and you know, being able to scale off that gold weapon off that realm. It's a very nice treat for a lot of these players if they're able to get that that win inside the Yang, but also with that negative of that Yang depletion to be able to stir up the aggression from the lobby as well. And I mean, with the pool of characters in this game, it's just anybody's game right now. It's just top 4 characters in the pool right now, being able to contest for this first game. We're gonna have to wait and see how our first realm goes. T225 though, taking a different approach, as well as AS playing the Spirit well for the first take care of the Spirit well for this game. We do see them, they are going to get a little bit aggressive against each other there to try to secure the buff, but I mean, the loot drops, both players can pick it up. It's a little bit of a, you know, smash F game there for both of those players in the beginning, but we do have Mike as well winning this out. Does get knocked out, but comes back with a purple armor this time around. The Syra, not sure if he's close to a realm. We're gonna have to wait and see the overview. Spider though, first one in, waiting for his opponent, trying to seek and find success, and you know, it's going to come down to who his opponent is going to be in the hero department and see who's gonna be able to go out. But T2 Defy getting active against AS. We do see the massive parry from AS, forcing out T2 Defy to pop this Syra ultimate. He's gonna go ahead and try to find some value off of this, trying to catch the dazzle. Doesn't connect off the second one. AS being able to roll this out. Does connect off that 2 charge off the beam, though. Big damage now. No armor for AS. T2 Defy trying to get a little bit of health back as well at the same time. Now forcing out that Lonnie ultimate. Gonna go ahead and try to retreat from the situation, but a third party moving on in. Edward in the back end as well for the fourth party, but Wufong with perfect timing there against T2 Defy with elimination. And now we have Spider against PXT in the first round with Yang.
That's so sad. The 1, 2, 3 to finish it off. That's a rough way to go. He'd stolen that purple armor from the Spirit Well, and he was being chased down for it. But we're in that realm of Yang with Spider and Pace. And hey, Pace, he's not in the best spot right now. He's lost a lot of his armor, and Spider is going to be able to get that parry. Oh, the beautiful... Oh my god, the dodge after the parry. Love to see it. It's one of those lines that Liams go for when they use this ball, the V2. They send out that focus attack and then try and catch you on your parry, denying all options. But if you mistime it even slightly, this sort of thing can happen. Spider getting that parry and then able to dodge the ball afterwards as well, denying so much of that value from the ultimate. But now we do see Pace having kited out the remainder of that ultimate, sending out that focus attack. The combo break comes through. He's getting... Ooh, wait a minute. Okay. Oh, ooh, spicy. Spider, he's going for that full play, just a full aggression, going in for that jump LMB into RMB. Pace was not ready for it. He was expecting some light attack gambit, trying to go for the half charge, and sends out the parry. I don't know. He was a little lost at that point. That's that panic moment. It becomes very difficult to really do all that much. And if you're up against Spider, it is all but lost at that point in the fight, unfortunately, but still a valiant effort regardless from Pace. Now, he's going to have that Yang depletion, and he's going to have to try and find a Soul Bloom to recover his game. Speaking of, we do have 2 other players with Yang depletion. I believe it's Zhuan Yuan and Star. As we are going to take a look at the replay here, see how Zhuan Yuan ended up losing this Realm of Yang.
This is Flying Eyes versus Flying Eyes, right? Now, how strong this weapon is. Just the overhaul there from Choose. XY loses all that armor still in the pocket, trying to play around the pillars. We do see Choose overholding with a massive ship pair there, and that was just disgusting there from Choose. Being able to read that blue focus there to be able to get that illumination is just beautiful there. Massive R&Bs. We have a 3-way scrap off. Verse, XY, and Spider. Spider being on that back lane. Fourth party moving on in there for Choose as well. Verse could potentially get picked out here out of the bunch, trying to force out this Syra ultimate. Dazzle out here for the Syra in the back end. Spider now changes his attention on over to XY. XY drops very low on the backside. We do see him trying to scatter out from the Syra ultimate. Gets caught up there in the corner. Who's going to pick up the elimination? And it's Spider there with a bow shot. And he snags up the Bloom as well. Versus not cleanse that Yang depletion timer. And now tons of pressure is flying in. Frosted is there with a cannon shot with the elimination onto Verse. Still being able to get more value. Spider in the middle of both of these players is going to be forced to pop this Shy ultimate. And now Frosted looks like he's going to get some of the aggression here from Spider.
Frostivus coming in, yoink, I'll take that, thank you very much. And he's now being aggressed on by Spider, as he has about a minute and a bit left on that Vermilion Bird's Might and wants to make use of it, popping that ultimate very, very early and immediately aggressing onto Frostivus. But Frostivus with the Liam F and with the dodge is able to deny that pressure, but Spider, he's still pushing. Frostivus does not have Vermilion Bird's Might, so if he goes down here, he will be down permanently and be going back to the lobby. But he's fending him off quite well. Denies the heal. Spider. The 1, 2, 3. The aggression out from Spider. He does not care. Just send it. And he's still going to try and chase him down. Frostivus may end up getting taken down in the mix here. Chuz is going to come in with that Lani ultimate, sending out the ball. It is going to connect, but the second one is not. Unfortunately, now he's going to try and overhaul the situation, and there it is. Spider is going to be eliminated, but he does have that Vermilion Bird's Might, as I said, so he will be coming back. But Frostivus, if he dies, he cannot do the same thing, so he is immediately grappling to Nani, getting out of there straight away. He does not want to risk any potential, death potential here. You don't want to go down at this point in the game, and this early on in the day.
Yeah, I mean, and we've seen this time and time again from Frostivus as well. being able to stay alive and playing consistent, getting those points on the board really has been playing out very well for him in these bi-weekly finals. But PXT and AS gets caught up here off the V2. R&B focused for the follow-up, pistol shot as well. Star now showing up to the mix, trying to get the elimination onto AS. Drops very low. Lonnie now is going to use the TP. Now, the V2 misses for the second time there for PXT. We do have AS with no armor, 2 players on his trail. Realm up, but with 40 seconds and counting here for PXT to trying to cleanse. He needs to try to pick up the Soul Bloom if possible here against AS, but AS is not going to make this easy. We see him on this playground for Perdoria. A lot of these players love movement here, being able to have a dagger in hand like AS does, having the walls on the underside of this map area. It's a really good side here for these players to get their movement game on, but PXT quickly catching eyes of AS, seeing he can still get the elimination here. Drops down with the LMB focus, big damage into the 1-2 as well. 1-2-3 does not connect there, but still in the corner. This could be bad for AS. Both of these players just scale rushing right next to each other, and 4 seconds and counting. PXT is going to be eliminated here by Yang Depletion Timer, but Spider and Choose going at it here in the second row by Yang, and Choose has been playing very well, and both of these players won their first round.
They have indeed, and who's going to be coming out on top this time? Spider does have that bit of health deficit. That shield is down, and now the combo breaker is out after Chuz coming in with that scale rush. Beautiful, but no, Spider's going to be able to tech chase this one. Chuz is in the hot seat now. Spider, he does have that little bit of health advantage, is going to throw out that choke and catch Chuz on the ult cast. We send the ball sky high, teleport up to the clouds, and now Spider is just going to take the moment to reset. You know, he's going to get that heal. You can't heal in the air, buddy. I'm chilling down here. What are you doing? He drops down, immediately gets choked out. Spider tries to catch him with the third, but not able to, but it doesn't matter. He's going to find him on the pillar with that quick RMB light attack from those dual blades. Very nice. Quick and clean from Spider. Now heading over on the outside, we have BBE Frostivus going up against OA Edward. And Edward's at a disadvantage here. He's used that ultimate and trying to disengage and ice off this pressure, but Frostivus doesn't want to let him go.
Yeah, we are going to see him trying to read a TP. Doesn't fake it back, but Edward's still on the backside now, trying to see if he can create the distance. Frostivus quickly catching that attention, being able to adjust there very, very fast onto Edward. Still trying to find this elimination on the board. We're going to be taking a quick look at this replay. It was Mike against Wufong in this second round of Yang. We're going to be having a Xiao versus a Syra for this side. Mike on the blue, that dual blades, purple longsword here for Wufong. Ed called in there for the Xiao. The 1-2 minks are out. Now the Xiao ultimate invested there for Wufong. First proc, he's gonna be able to weave that first shield throw. Beautifully done there from Mike. And now the second shield proc is in here. What's gonna be the mix up? Goes for the 1-2. Thought he was gonna use the F, doesn't, but he shield throws this time around. Catches there with the damage. Almost eliminate all that armor. He does now. Mass superior there for Mike. One more shield throw here for Wufong. Catches it this time around. Mike loses half of that white HP. Wufong as well on even health grounds, but the massive dodge RB there into the minks, into the jump parry there from Mike, and that was just disgusting there from Mike. Being able to read that focus attack there, staying up, and now he has that White Tiger's power going into the fourth party. Edward jumps very low in the back end here on Delani. He is going to be snagged up here by Mike as well, and now Mike with his, I believe, second elimination of the game is going to be able to turn this fight around. But look at Spider. Spider's been running the map all game. 5 kills on the board there for SR. Spider being able to pick up those eliminations early game, now can just cruise through the mid to late game to secure more points. Choose though 3 minutes and 30 seconds on that Yang Depletion Timer, as we saw earlier. Wufong as well. So these players are going to be causing a lot of aggression in this lobby for this side. We do have Spider, Wufong going at it, but Spider scaled up with gold armor. I wouldn't want to fight him right now.
No, and how Mike's looking right now, I wouldn't want to fight him either. Bro just is like, hey, I'm playing 3-ban against your 0-ban, buddy. I don't even need my abilities. I don't need all. I'm taking you down. Au natural. And he just cooks him in the Yang. Oh my goodness. That's the finesse right there. That's that disrespect. He's coming in swinging. But hey, so is Spider with that White Tiger's prowess. He's going to be trying to chase down Frostivus, who unfortunately is getting lobbied in this situation. There's only one other Liam right now, and it doesn't look like he's gonna help him out. Unfortunately, it might come back to bite him later on. The Chuz is gonna take down Frostivus, unfortunately, but he was also, unfortunately, not going to get that Soul Bloom, but he finds the parry onto Wufong. The focus attack comes into Grief, catching both of these players. The combo break comes out. He's getting chipped down a little bit lower and lower, forced to take that reset. The pressure has subsided. He's not going to be able to keep it up. Spider now, having taken a little bit of chip himself, but he has advanced heal as well as White Tiger's prowess. He is going to be in for the long haul. That long extended fight, he's very happy to be here. Wufong, however, he's taking a bit of damage and forced to use that ultimate, and it might be dangerous for him. It looks as though he might be going down pretty soon, C8.
Yeah, the Lonnie ultimate does connect there in the back, and there's a Spider. He does have that combo breaker to get off that situation, but you see the Lonnie and the Syra kind of stick close together as well as Spider grapple bomb to the counter with big damage. R&B 1-2 makes as well. Stands again into the R&B, gets the R&B focus well into the ball shot there from Spider. That was disgusting there from Spider, but Wufong there with the shield throw gets the elimination on to choose, but Spider with the massive damage there, being able to continue the momentum there down the terrain was just disgusting. And now look at him, not letting go to gas pedal, now getting active against Mike, get it back in. Star as well, trying to peel there. Wufong trying to get a quick reset in. Big parry there for Spider onto Mike. Now Mike's gonna be forced to pop this Syra ultimate in the back end. Spider though still fairly healthy here. He gets caught in the dazzle. We do have just tons of damage going towards Spider's way. He is gonna be forced to pop this ultimate. Wufong still not being able to get that full armor back, but all of these players still gonna be looking at Spider. He is gonna be going right back in. Mike now, the ultimate is gone. 1-2 here for Spider once again. Dazzle called in. The 1-2, just massive toothpicks here off the dual blades, being able to get that, catches the shield throw as well to Mike. Now that's a lot of damage happening towards Mike. He has gonna be forced to go into the Bane to try to Bane serve here, trying to stay alive. This could be bad for him. The 1-2 Mink, since the 1-2-3 gets paired of it, and inside the Bane, big damage, and Spider's gonna pick up the elimination. It just Spider's on a roll right now. That's 6 on the board there for Spider, and now Star trying to get piece of the action of Spider as well.
Oh my goodness! This is going crazy! It's oogly boogly all over the board right now, CA. I'm loving it. Hey, that juggle. Oh,
that was disgusting.
Hey, that was actually just it was clinical. It was just execution. Oh my goodness. But the action does not stop. We got Star in the hot seat right now, being pressured by both of these childs. He's trying to apply the pressure outwards onto Spider, but Star, he's backed up against the wall. Wait a minute! Wait, it's a 1v1! Oh my goodness, it's already over! What's happening? Star now is gonna be 1 HP in a true. He can't do anything, and the game's over. What is this? What happened? What?
No way! MVP!
And Spider had, what, 5 or 6 kills?
Yeah.
And, oh my goodness. Hey!
Wow. That was
so much fun right now.
That was insane. Spider there for the pill for Wufong. Wufong stays back. Let Spider look at him not happy. I wouldn't be either. I'm not gonna lie. He took a lot of the pressure off of Wufong. Both of those players, Mike and Star, were both looking at Wufong at that moment. And Spider there opens up with a disgusting juggle onto Mike, getting the elimination off. Now making it a, quote unquote 2v1 with the character handshake meta. But still, Wufong playing that very conservative, waiting for the perfect opportunity, snags up the kill onto Spider and as well onto Star there, and comes out victorious with the MVP. And that multiplier is going to be a delightful treat there for Wufong as we see him coming out victorious here for our first game. But what a game one. That tempo was kind of different there, Duncan. I'm not gonna lie. It was very, very slow in the start with, how the kills came in. A lot of these players were getting active, but the eliminations weren't really coming into play until that first Yang. Then we transitioned to the mid game, and we did get a lot more eliminations into the game with the Yang depletion timers, but 7 minutes into the game, no end circle for our first game. It just turned up hot out of nowhere, and we saw it there in the last and final moments of that game.
Yeah, that was full gas. That was just boom, straight. We started off strong today, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that was That was a treat to watch. You know what else might be a treat for you, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat? If you want to get your hands on a Spring Split random gift box, you know the drill. Make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. The question is, which hero was not chosen in game number 1? I almost missed that. Not chosen. Was it A, Syra, B, Lani, C, Takachi, D, Liam Liu? Hey, I think you might know the answer to this one, chat. I'm not sure if it's that difficult of a question. I'm sure you can manage it. But if you missed the first game, of course, I'm sure you'll be all right copying off your neighbor. But keep an eye on the chat and your whisper box to make sure that you are able to claim your prize if you do end up being that lucky winner. But hey, back to Naraka, back to that game 1. What? What? I was just sending it full gas. Oh my goodness, what a game to start the day. If this is gonna be how all the games go, it might be a short day. It might be. Everyone's just going a million miles an hour. We're gonna get to that match point threshold real fast. Speaking of, we got Wufong in that MVP with that 7.8 and Spider 0.3 behind with 6 limbs. Those ranking points in the kill multiplier do make the difference after all.
Wow. 0.3 of a difference there for, I mean, just Spider was the one controlling the whole tempo at that whole game there. We see him being able to control the early to mid game. Even in that last section there near that ballista tower, he was the one really being able to ice off the pressure there from Wufong. Unfortunate enough for him, he gets taken out in 3rd place and doesn't get that multiplier in his favor, which is not a very happy start there for Spider, but still a good amount of points there for himself. 6 eliminations, gonna be nice, putting him up on the leaderboard, and we see it here. He is currently in 1st place, but Wufong with only 1 point difference, right under him there with 14.5. Mike in his game 9.8, Star 8.2, Versus well with 8.2, and Choose with 8.1. And I mean, it's very close right now for the top 6. That's just one pop-off game from one of these players in these top 6 can just drastically bring them up here on the top of the pyramid for the overall standing. So off of that game 1 alone, I mean, that is the tempo we're seeing here tonight for the Biweekly 4 finals, and these players are not playing around. They want to take this last chip here for the last Biweekly of the Spring Split for the 2025 season. And what a start, Duncan. I mean, wow, what a crazy sequences we just watched. I was chilling. I was like, okay, we just, you know, we're vibing. We're seeing how this is gonna pan out. I thought we were gonna have a little end circle. Nope.
Nah.
Not today.
Ain't happening. Oh my goodness. But you know what is happening? We've got those highlights coming through off the back of game number 1, MVP by Wufong, brought to you by China Unicom. We're taking a look at Pace and his fight off spawn up against AS, taking him down. And then this fight that we were witness to at the beginning, Spider starting that snowball effect, getting on a roll. Gonna be picking up his 2nd elimination here against Wufong, I might add, who ended up sniping away the win from him in the end.
That's just unfortunate. I mean, that was a long fight between both of those players there. We do have XY, Mike going at it. PXC falls here to XY. Mike now trying to tap to his roll, massive parry opener, but even so, it was not enough here for Mike. XY ends up snagging up the elimination off this Shaya ultimate pop as well. And Mike with no ult online, it's just rough there to deal with a Shao. Spider in the Roma Yang against PXC. F called in there for the Liam, trying to get active in the pocket as well. Proc comes in off the nunchucks, tries to read the F, but finishes off there with the aerial R&B. And Wufong here, this is where the craziness happened here between all 4 of these players. That was a massive kill stolen there from Wufong, reading the opponent being low. Spider and Mike going at it in the Bane. 1, 2, 3 parry there from Mike. Still getting clipped off there by the Moonbane, gets eliminated. Spider with elimination there, and look at that, an R&B focus off the gold fist blades there for the elimination onto Spider. Star not trying to run for the hills, master scare rush, 1, 2 jump LNBs for the finisher there for Wufong. And yeah, and look at Wufong. Wufong is like, yup, that's me. I did that.
And after the game, we see them walking off the stage, just like laughing and joking, arm around each other. Hey, I see you. I see you. Sorry, my bad, bro. Hey, he dodged, just hit you behind him. Hey, unlucky, buddy. But we're gonna take a look at these stats. Wufong with his 9th MVP, 11,000 damage, 4 eliminations, 9,300 damage done with melee weapons, the majority with that staff and the fist blades, and then skills and ultimates coming in third with a you know, not too shabby 1,200. You know, Shiol, after the changes, the buffs that were made to her, she does do a lot. She does a decent amount with that ult, but a lot of the time it's just to sort of back up. It's like that cover, the leverage. You know, you can just go in with those light attacks, find those combos. They have to be wary of you throwing out that shield throw at any moment. But if you don't throw it and you're pressuring them and you catch them on those dodges when they expect you to throw it out, you're gonna be able to take advantage of that mindset. Very, very solid play coming out from these players. Full pedal to the metal. It's so much fun to watch. It really is. Whew.
Yeah, I mean, that was insane. I mean, right there, Wufong only had 5 Jades.
Yeah,
you know, he even had 6 Jades, and that's what I noticed right there, that a lot of these players weren't even scaled moving on into that first Yang. They were probably having long fights throughout the whole map. We're only focused on 2, but I mean, we saw their verse with only gray armor as well moving into that first Yang. Wufong ending up with only being to secure 5 J's. I don't even think he had enough for a slot. So the tempo there was, you know, the scaling for these players has been, you know, changed a little bit off of what I've seen with this game. I am going to be keeping my eye out for the remainder of the night and see if, you know, that is a pattern now. And like you mentioned, it probably is that spawning with that gray armor that is having these long reset fights from a lot of these players, being able to get that armor reset, 3, 4, 5 armor resets and in one fight off drop, where the majority of these players are fighting with gray to blue weapon rarity. You're not really bursting out a lot of damage in that rarity department of the weapon. So if you just keep getting armor swaps after armor swap, it's just extending that lifetime of that fight to, you know, not being able to do other stuff like try to scale up, go to different locations, get different tropes, try to get, you know, get lucky, get a purple armor. Like we saw Spider had a purple armor moving into that first Yang, and I think another player as well. So, you know, it's changing a little bit of that aspect of how to scale in the early game. So that is something I am going to be keeping my eye out for the remainder of the night. But still, what an incredible game one. Crazy sequences there in the end. Spider was really rolling throughout the early game there. Wufong just full gremlin hours there for Wufong. Snagging up those last 2 kills there. And I think he was very aware as well, Might being low inside the Bane, but that was a lot more riskier to try to Bane surf as well, being that third party you're in a Bane situation. But he still comes out on top with a 0.3 differences there. Spider not happy. We saw there on the player cam how he ended his game. But still in first place. Wufong only 1 point lower in the overall standings. Now moving into game number 2, our first Holoroth game. How's it gonna go? No Fireflies for this game, but still we saw the aggression we had for that first game, and you know, it's gonna be exciting here, Duncan. I mean, there's still a ton of games left to be played out, and these players are definitely fighting for it today.
Yeah, a lot of Naraka left to be played, ladies and gentlemen, and we're all for it. But as you said, you asked, Holoroth, we might see. I mean, I don't think we're going to see any changes to that initial phasing, to be honest with you, because Lani and Liam are still going to be those first 2. You know, the first 2 equal, your first and second equal, essentially. Like, some players, it's going to come down to preference. Should they prefer to play Lani or Liam, whatever it might be. And after the Lani nerfs, it's even, you know, it's even more evenly split, supposedly. So because before the Lani nerf, which if you don't know, Lani had her sort of her TOD potential somewhat decreased. She can still do it very well, but it's a little bit harder to do now. It's not as easy. You know, the character that can just TOD with any weapon at all times with ease got slight reduction in power. Nice, but she's still up there. She's still really good. So we'll have to see. I think Liam, Lani, definitely going to be those first few picks. And then, obviously, Shiol, even though, you know, she's a little bit countered by Liam, but she does pretty well into Lani. She she kind of like, she still has that place up there. So we're gonna see some Shiles. I think we will likely see a Tumult pick coming out from one of these players, perhaps a Justina, because Tumult does pretty well on Holoroth. It's something that it was recognized in trios a very long time ago, and it has been seen in solos as well. Those open space, the big open plains on Holoroth, you know, having that Tumult ult to essentially section off that area for yourself, to protect yourself or to lock players in or whatever it might be, can be very, very useful. And the verticality in some of those urban areas in the map, you know, you can really put to use your F abilities, low cooldown, and do a lot of kiting. So we will see. I'm looking forward to this game, because game number 1 was popping. If game 2 is popping too, so my blood pressure is gonna get pretty high. Adrenaline at peak right now. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Ready to lock in for game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, we should have known. We should have known going into that first game. We had a 3-3-3-3. We should have known something was gonna be up. Like you mentioned, like we do had those picks from the Temis a lot in the Pro League, and you know, even Justina was being put in there as well. And I mean, I'm trying to think. A lot of players didn't really raw dragon off Justina because, like you mentioned, the Lonnie cannot no longer raw dragon as well, and that same change was applied to Justina. So I'm very curious to see how the Pro League players feel about Justina still, but. Not a lot of them weren't really raw dragon heavy on that character. They played more of you know, popping that ult on the ground and try to counter. So I don't really think that's gonna be a big negative there for Justina, because overall she's still a very super aggressive character. Being able to have that freeze on lockdown, securing a free blue focus or prio depending on the situation, it's just a good kit for a character like Justina. But you know, even Lonnie before, I mean, it was just crazy how good Lonnie was, being able to catch prio into the straight TOD from a raw dragon grapple bump or just raw uppercut. It was just way too good to have on a character like that, where pretty much you're just pressing 2 buttons back to back to execute the whole TOD, which is, in my opinion, it was not fair. So getting that change for her, getting that
sending out this good just boom, straight up TOD. Yo, damn, buddy, easy. You know, do the little, like, the slide on the knees. Hey, very nice. You know, and the mobility on top of it all as well. You know, the fact that you can use that gold dash in any direction, get healed, go for the mix-up using that teleport as well. It's so good. So she definitely needed that slight reduction in power. She's still definitely very strong. As we see, she is going to get picked by both Spider and Wufong in first round. Second round is going to go over to the Liams. Third, we're going to mix up. We got Zhuan Yuan, interestingly, on Syra, and T225 on Shile. No Tumult from Zhuan Yuan here. He's well known for his Tumult. He plays it a considerable amount. So it is surprising to not see him pick up the Tumult, but if we are going to see the Tumult, I think we might be seeing him in the 5th and last round selection here. Start and paste. What are we going to cook up for us? We got the Syra and then the Kylin. What do you think of that one, C8?
I like the Kylin. I'm still over defensive if I like V1 more than V2. I think they're both very well. I still think V1 is a little bit more harder to play. But still, I think Kylin is a good fitting, but it's just, I don't know, like Lonnie, Xiaoyou, just those shield procs, right? It just makes everything so annoying. Like, I see it time and time again how well Xiaoyou plays against Lonnie, where it forces the Lonnie to overhold that gold focus in her ultimate states and use that TP to get away from her a lot more. So being able to have that block and pretty much making that 50-50 into a 75-25, you know, it kind of makes it a lot more rough. But I still think the Kylin has its place in the meta. It's just, gotta have possibly another Kylin with you to really play out to his best potential. But we're gonna have to wait and see how he does with Kylin into this Holoroth game. It's still I do prefer possibly an Akos more than a Kylin. being played out, but still, I still think Kylan is very, very strong, and he's gonna be playing that V1 there for FPS EQ Star on the Kylan. So we're gonna be taking an eye, keeping an eye on him and see how he does with that. And Frostivus on the Tumult for this game, running that staple F1 V3. I think we had a little bit of changes on that Temi for trios, which obviously is going to have a little bit of a mix-up. But here for the solos, still staying with that standard F1 V3. The F2 V1 on the Justina there for Choose. Being a lone wolf Justina in this lobby could be a very big problem if you have a character like Liam in the field, which we do, as well as the Shayos and Lonnies. I mean, might be rough there for Choose, but it's not impossible. We've seen it done from a lot of these players. We've seen crazy pop-out games from Solo Justina's Spiders, Solo Justina's Mikes as well. Solo Justina's Versus has had a crazy games as well. So, you know, Choose being in the Pro League for this long has the potential to do so as well. But just overall, nothing crazy in the meta change. Waiting to see if possibly the new character changes up a little bit in the meta. Was hoping that Tarka was going to be a 3rd round selection pick, but unfortunately, we still haven't seen one tonight. But we are going to be, you know,
we'll be seeing him soon.
I know Duncan's he's gonna be like Tarka when we do see it. So I'll be waiting for that for whenever that moment happens.
Well, I have to say it's no surprise to me that they're not picking Tarka on the daytime Holoroth. I think that is probably the worst map for Tarka. Although I mean, you do have those Firefly cages on this map during daytime, so you can kind of make use of those. However, generally speaking, it's not the ideal pick on daytime Holoroth. Lots of open space. You can get kited as well in the cities. It's just not ideal. But it can be doable in your ranked game, so try it out if you fancy. But we're going to be kicking off game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We've got OUG's Mike, SR Spider in close proximity right now. Mike going to find that opening with that RMB after the 1-2. Catching him on the dodge, sends out that whole dodge LMB out the door, catches him, but then a slight delay. Spider gets confused, and Mike is essentially just burst him down almost instantaneously. That pulse sword swap doing a lot of damage for him there. Unfortunately, not able to finish him off, and Spider gets that armor swap. And looky here, CA. You see on top of that building, 3 white armors just casually sitting there. Yeah, ready to go. Ready to get used up. Hey, I wonder why Mike spawned here. But hey, chat, this is what you gotta be thinking about. In Pro League, no, this is on their mind all the time. Choosing your landing location based off of lots of different factors, like, is there a lot of armor spawns just on the ground without you having to open up troves, etc.? It helps in a lot of these hot drop situations. It looks as though Spider is going to get a little bit of pressure coming out from JLAS. He's trying to fend him off, but it's going to be a difficult one. But as we said, lots of armor swaps, lots of windows, lots of kiting potential.
There it is. Going straight to the armor swap. He has 2 more other ones on top there. And this is just being good here for Spider. I mean, he is getting aggressive, but on top of that, I mean, he's already at 94% on that rage. So that it's already coming online there for Spider. As we see at the likes of T225, he's around 35% with no ult online. We see Spider now still trying to go rag on top of that that terrain to get the 2nd armor swap. As we see it here, does be able to confirm it this time around. Gets clipped there off of the pulsar there from Mike as well. And Mike hit him with the Viper special there, that long sword pulsar thing. A lot of CN Vipers play that. I mean, it's just so much damage, right? Being able to have already like a purple pulsar like Mike did, he nearly just full clipped them there off of those 2 weapons. But now still trying to fight to stay alive. Spider has that online. T225 poking as well. Now forcing out the Lonnie ultimate. AS as well on the Shayo, popping the ultimate. It's just cannon shots and bow shots flying on in. But AS there with elimination onto Spider. It did not work out for him perfectly with just how many players are in this terrain. AS now against Mike. Mike's gonna be forced to pop that Shayo ultimate. T225 in the back end, trying to lay down some range pressure there onto these players. Mike drops very low. We see him with nearly a quarter of that white health. Gets a common armor swap though. AS misses the first shield throw. T225 now still lurking in the shadows, trying to find a perfect opportunity to jump down on in, and he's found it. The V2 out here for Mike. He is gonna be able to get the first connection there onto T225. The Clink knocks out a lot of HP still, and just 1 HP in the dream falls there to Edward. And now the 1v3s are still happening here. I should say the 3-way scrap offs, and it looks like the pressure is gonna be iced off for now. These players are gonna be taking a quick reset for themselves.
Yup, you don't want to be eliminating the Shiles if you're a Shile, realistically, but this early on in the game, it's definitely a interesting choice, I have to say. But then again, committing it to a fight there, you know, in that 3-person fight, when you don't have ultimates, it's a little dangerous. You know, the Shile that's kind of low, just pop that ult. You might end up, you know, hindering yourself by committing to that fight. But it looks as though the Juz is not thinking the same thing. He's looking for this committed fight. But this, for another reason, it might not be the best idea, as we are in Plumed Castle, and there's a lot of avenues of escape going up, down, all around, playing Ring Around the Rosie. It's going to be a tough one to hold down this player. And you're going to end up using up all of your grapples. Considering that Chuzong only has 3 left to his name, he might be better off simply, you know, stopping the chase down and looking to loot up or trap him somewhere else where he can't kite as easily. Again, there it is. Zhuan Yuan, he's got that dagger. The dagger scale rushes are extremely speedy. You are not going to be catching it, Zhuan Yuan, here in this area. It's just... yeah, it's not going to happen. It's very difficult to hold down players in general at this level of play. When they forgot a dagger and they're in Plume Castle, good luck, buddy. It's not going to happen. But hey, Mike, he's going for that slow and steady after having been taken down in that multi-way fight. He's going to be looting up in the zone, and considering that it's only the first storm, it's not going to be doing all that much damage. It looks as though Spider is doing exactly the same thing in the city of Tang. And these players, the other players who've scaled up, who've won their off-spawn fights, are likely going to be preparing themselves to go into that realm of Yang, which will be spawning up relatively soon. Spider, Edward, Verse, all in this area. I don't think they're going to be committed to any fights here.
Yeah, right now, I like to call it like Saved by the Bell, right? Once that bell just hits, we do see a lot of these players, if like the interaction we just saw at Plume Castle, they if they're not able to catch up to that player, they just cut the chase off and start rotating on into that first realm of Yang. It is a lot more important. Obviously, you do want to snag up those eliminations, but if you're able to get that scaling there from that realm win, you're gonna be able to do your job a lot more easier with, you know, possibly or pretty much everybody running blue the common weapons, and if you're lucky you found something purple like an armor here for Wufang, or even if you land puzzle, you are able to find a gold weapon. I'm not sure if any players are going to be snagging up that gold weapon from the puzzle, but that is another option that these players have. But just in the Mortar War, just how different the loot is, it's just dangerous. But as well, PXC and Frosted is in a very, very dangerous situation here for PXC, already losing a lot of HP, but with the flying knives, that's explosive armor there for Frosted, is forcing out that Syra ultimate there for PXC. Frostovich just has to wait this out. He has 23 seconds left to be able to enter the realm, and that ult's going to be gone right before that. And then Frostovich has the perfect timing. He still has that 10 ult online. He can lock down this Syra in its place and be able to find the opening for the elimination plus the Yang. And here it is, Frostovich still trying to find the elimination here out to PXC. He's going to go ahead and invest the 10 ultimate in the backside. So no, PXC is locked out of that Yang for now. Throws down the first whiz, doesn't connect in the backside. Now the shotgun burst, massive shit parried up for PXC onto Frostovich though, knocking out quarter of that white health. PXC now just has to wait for that ult to run. Now Frostovich inside the zone to try to take a quick reset in. It looks like PXC is going to be able to enter this round. Frostovich is going to wait this out, take his full reset in, has to count his blessings and wait it out. And we are going to be seeing Edward already posted up in the realm of Yang on the Shayo. Purple fan in hand here for Edward though, does have a good rarity weapon to enter. Spider loses half of that blue armor. Not sure if he was going at it against Wufang, I believe. Yeah, it was possibly Wufang probably contesting this realm of Yang, but Wufang once again with a massive game one, being able to play that perfectly, is still doing very, very well for this game. And now he's gonna be going against OA's Edward. We have our second bi-weekly winner against our first bi-weekly winner here for this first realm of Yang, game number 2.
It's going to be an interesting one. Wufang goes up to the sky, grappling up the wall, trying to find that drop down onto Edward. Not able to do so, unfortunately. Edward kiting away, going to that scale rush pressure himself. Does pull out the cannon, tries to go for the chip, but oh my goodness, doesn't find it. Wufang closes the distance and gets the beautiful parry, taking a huge chunk out of Edward's effective health there. The armor baits the parry, tries to catch him on the tap dodge. The tap dodge roll gets caught by the uppercut, going for that 1-2-3 off of the uppercut, not able to find it due to the wall, due to that. It's just not going to happen. You need to get it a little bit closer. Unfortunately, not able to find it. Edward going to get that block forced out. The ultimate is on the field. Wufong as well, having used 2 balls now. Edward is going to send out that choke, not able to find it, saving one of his blocks there. Fortunately, because of that shield throw, is going to find the second one. Wait a minute, he did use 2. Edward going to take a little bit of chunk out of Wufong's HP, but the heal coming through from the Lani ultimate is going to keep him topped up. Sees that choke coming. He does avoid it very nicely. Goes for the trap on the dodge. Sends the 1-2-3 though. Edward's ready for it, but he's not ready for this one. The 0.9 focus from the RMB is going to catch him. Tries to catch him on wake up. He finds it, and it looks as though it's going to be turned around. Wait a minute. No, Edward! He scuffs the combo! Don't hold W on your grapple combos, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, it's gonna drop, and Edward makes a mistake there. Misinput. A rare misinput to boot. Unfortunate to say the least.
He rolled. No way. He caught the prio that he needed there. I think the F was still on cooldown and potentially winning that round there. Rolls it out there on the pressure, and it's just unfortunate for him there. We do see AS though. AS applying some of that pressure onto Spider. Spider now possibly has seen those players in the backside. We do see him kind of towards that way. The Cactus is not going to be able to get a little bit of stun in, but Wufong in the back end there with gold pulse sword in hand. AS as well with gold pulse sword. We're going to be taking a look at his Remo Yang here against Star. JL's AS was running that blue armor on that Shayo, overholding those flying knives, right? Logged into the game, saw that the drop rate of Palm Lightning got reduced because Palm Lightning was just a disgusting jade for an addition for this weapon. But look at the prior here, just 1-2 on the ground. R&B was is my fault. Is that's what I had to adjust it, but still we do see him just so much. That weapon, right? Just overall, it's just so good. Yeah. Frame traps on the ground. If you're able to hit that R&B, that one fly knife on the ground, it could give you restands as well. It's just an incredible weapon. We do see PXT though already forced out the Syra ultimate. It's skilled gold for that ultimate. We do have Edward trying to ice off the pressure, losing all that armor in the backside. We do have T225 there, seeing he can find some sort of damage onto Pace. We do have the Dazzle connecting onto Edward now. The overhold there from the pulsar, since the follow-up as well. And T225 there does get the elimination, plus the bloom, I think. And now AS and Wufong in the back end are going to be going on, and we do see Edward playing inside the zone. He does cleanse off of that. He snagged up the snow bloom, but now Wufong and the AS are going to be going at it. And how many pulsars we have out right now? This is 3.
Heavy sword gaming, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Wufong, he's trying to find something. He's gonna get caught by T225 in the back with that fan R&B, forcing out the combo breaker from AS, and now the ultimate is gonna get a little bit of heal from teleporting over to that ball. But is he gonna be able to close out these kills? He's forced out both of these ultimates. He might get flanked here by AS. It's not looking too good for Wufong, but he does have that Vermilion Birds Might. Sends out the last ditch effort R&B, not able to do anything accepting his fate. And now Edward is actually going to be the one picking up the elimination. Now they've turned onto AS. AS with that Vermilion Birds Might is not going to be going back to the lobby just yet. However, that might not be true for Chuz. Chuz, he's hiding in the bush. Can he survive this one? 1 HP in a dream. Star, the Clank comes through. Clank again, trying to find it. He has the health deficit. Oh my goodness, and Chuz is gonna clutch it up. Oh my goodness! But he actually, he had the Vermilion Birds Might. He was all right. He was very happy to take that high risk fight right there, the high risk exchange. Clank, clank, clank. Come here, boy. He finds the kill in the end, and we see Star go back to the lobby on his Kylin, unfortunately, alongside Zhuan Yuan and Wolves Paste. Sad to say, we've lost 3 players already, but 9 remain, and we're going into the realm of Yang. Mike against Spider. Who's taking this one, CA?
This is a very interesting one. Spider has no eliminations currently here for a second game. Had a massive pop-up game one, but Mike on the Liam, Spider on the Lonnie, the top two characters going at it, but arguably the top two players in the history of Naraka going at it as well. We have a massive opener here for Spider onto Mike. The 1-2 overhold does be able to weave the wind gusts ×2. Mid dodges through that second one and the third one as well. Mike, beautiful textbook place here onto the fan. Now, go ahead and try to grapple cancel onto Mike. He does get punished off of it, forcing out the F, and now the follow-up there. Oh my god, he has the Jade. He is gonna be able to force out the Lonnie ultimate now. Spider overholding, being able to frame trap off that fan. Still trying to find an opening. There goes the first ball. F caught in here from Mike. Still has that online if he needs it. He's playing inside the pocket of the ball. We do see him now in the second with just a little bit, but now Mike getting caught up on the second one. Massive RBs can get 2 off of this as well. Doesn't let loose though. Mike's still alive. The ult can potentially grab him here. He was waiting for that V2 to come on out, but he does not play it out. Massive patience here from Mike and Spider. We see it, both of these players, with respect here onto both of these characters. Massive character, Mike that was disgusting behind the back. Jump LBs, big damage, ×3 as well. Now the click comes in. Mike now even out the health here against Spider. The Scare Rush connects there for Spider. Was waiting for the F to be called in, and Mike here with the health advantage. Spider trying to scatter on out, trying to have the best momentum possible, but the follow-up there from the R&B from Mike with the elimination there onto Spider. And what a fight there between both of those players, being able to find the opening there for Mike, turning the fight around. Is gonna snag up another gold pole sword. I think this is our 4th one in the field there with the gold pole sword. It's just a a field of gold pole swords. And I mean, that's interesting, right? We've seen how hard that weapon hits. You know, I remember when he got nerfed with the Scare Rushes. I know you remember, Duncan, how hard the Scare Rush pole sword / great swords hit back in the day.
Yeah, I remember. I certainly do. Hey, we love those heavy swords. I personally though, I'm the great sword connoisseur, the enjoyer. You know how, actually, wait, let me ask you this question just because it's fun trivia. Guess how much damage I have on my main account with greatsword in total throughout every season? Guess. Just guess.
I mean, that could be a lot because how many hours you have, you know? Like
10,000 hours?
Okay, then you probably have like, I don't know, like 15. Nah, I don't know. How many do you got?
Well, 69 million.
Really? I was gonna say 15. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, I saw it the other day. I was like, oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
But hey, wait, take a look at this replay right here. There's not too much to be said because it was somewhat one-sided for the side of Wu Fong, able to dictate the pace of that engagement, taking control of the realm of Yang. And Verse just couldn't really do too much about it. He was a bit of a loot deficit, perhaps you could say, as that gold pulse or doing the damage. But he does have that Yang depletion now, and he's looking to try and fight something out. But it is Plume Castle, after all. As we talked about earlier, it's going to be very difficult to hold people down in this area. But the other Liam is present, so he might be able to catch someone unawares. Both of them may end up focusing on one person down, as it would be in their interest to keep the other Liam alive. As we've talked about many a time now, the reason why this happens is that if you're a unique character in endgame or just at any point in the game, it becomes very, very difficult for you to survive because you stand out and you're gonna get focused down. And then there's of course the whole heal off situation, targeting, you got something like Valda or Syra or Old Hardy with V2, that burn effect. You want to focus those players down so that they don't just win end game by default, because their kits just give them so much utility in those end circles. And it looks as though every single player in the lobby right now is in Plume Castle.
Yeah, I mean, look at the mini map, right? The full lobbies here. Bounties.
Try reading one of those out.
For real, try to see if you can find a way. That's another mini game. Try to find one of these players in the mix. We do have Wu Fong and Verse going at it. The 1-2 spams there off the halberds, now forcing out the F there from the Lonnie. Mike in the mix there has the Palm Lightning. Hey, I jinxed it. We do have it in the field now for Mike on the purple flying knives as well. He's gonna be able to get those staggers and the damage there off of that Jade alone. It's just so good. We do have Wufong being forced to pop this ultimate. We do have somebody on his trail. Not sure who's the one that is main aggressing Wufong here in this verse. Choose gets the call. AS as well, trying to play inside the zone. We do see him now being able to cut line of sight, trying to pop one in. Does manage to do so. And they go right back in. He broke the ankles. He manages to go out, and now cutting to the right hand side. They lost track of him, and these players are still trying to scatter out for Wufong, and he built up 40% of that rage back. Spider though getting aggressed on by another player, I believe it's Mike here, but Spider has that Yang depletion timer as well as Verse, so these players have to get aggressive here in the situation. Wufong drops nearly all that gold armor. Now he does overhaul, swap it on over to the fan. We do have him now being able to cut out the pressure, and now we do see him running into Spider Verse as well. It's just so many players here in Plume Castle, but Wufong doing a beautiful job here, being able to stay out of contact and being able to find out the best route that he needs. But T225 catching up. He goes on top of the ladder, the staircase, being able to get one tap in, but Wufong still being able to find the movement that he needs. We do have the Bane spawning, so you got to be careful not to get clip off of a Bane. We've seen crazy MVP games from the Banes. I know you guys haven't seen that screen yet, but I've seen it. I've seen it somewhere, the crazy MVPs from the Banes being able to do a lot of heartbreaking with these players in their games. But Verse now still didn't catch the timer there on Verse, still has to cleanse. Edward being able to drop very low as well. Now Kaiton out, and just everybody, Dagger and fans in this section here to be able to find the movement game. And Verse catches a V2 onto AS. AS now forced to run away, running inside the Bane. Shaya ultimate called in here for AS. Now the first proc comes in. The Lonnie ultimate invested there in the back end from Spider as well. Inside the Bane, Verse manages to get out. I think AS gets clips off of that as well. The Lonnie ultimate invested in the back onto AS, and now AS getting cornered here by 3 players. Does manage to get the first ball throw onto Verse. Inside the Bane, Frostivus with the bow shot, and now Spider with 5 seconds of counting. T225, the first one up here against Spider. The 1-2 gold fan overholds, big pair here for Spider onto T225, but the timer is up. T225 gets elimination. The whisk there from Frostivus in the back end. Choose now waiting for the perfect opportunity, getting up some of that resources as well as Frostivus, and everybody just going at it like a grocery store, being able to pick up all those resources and items from those shrubs. And Mike and Edward going at it for the Spirit Well, and this is a Mystic Might buff, and now we've seen how important these Spirit Well contestants are for all these games. And now the Mike being the first one in, T225 flying on in, investing that Shaya ultimate, just full investment there for T225, not carrying, catches the first shield throw onto Mike. Now Mike's gonna be forced to take a reset in, but we still have AS in the mix, Frostivus as well, Edward as well, trying to kite out the pressure there, and T225 looks like he is gonna be securing the Spirit Well for the second to last one of the game, number 2.
He is indeed. He's going to be leaving all of those goodies just on the floor, as you know, nobody else can pick them up. So he's kind of chilling. He can just go and aggress on one of these players. And you know, now that he's had a moment, you know, the ult having been utilized, he's got the ult in the pocket as well. You know, he got that double ult potential from the buff being picked up. Tries to find something, not able to, unfortunately, and it's just going to go back, get that golden stuff, leaving the gold armor there though. And this is important because it allows him to remain aggressive and then be able to retreat over to that golden armor and pick it up at a moment's notice if he does happen to lose his armor in a scrap off, as nobody else can pick it up except him. Looks as though he's going to be aggressing onto Mike right now. Is Mike in that ultimate with the V2 Liam is going to try and throw him away, disengage, but it's going to be a tough one as a lot of these players are following him very closely. The Bane, oh my goodness, it's Moonbane's dangerous, guys. Moonbane's dangerous. Let's get out of here. Let me out, please. Can we stop? What are you doing? Stop chasing me. Please. Guys, what are we doing? Are you trying to die like Frostivus did a couple weeks ago? Are you trying to get quadruple Moonbane hit? Like, that's not what we want, guys. Just stop it, please. T225, he's a dog with a bone right now. He does not want to let him go. Mike is looking pretty juicy right now. He wants that. He wants it taken down, and I think partially it's because he's the only Liam of the lobby.
Yes. He is the only Liam. We still have a pair of Shayos and 3 Shayos at that. And then everybody else is a lone wolf. We have a lone Lonnie, a lone Tammy, and the Liam here from Mike. So Yeah, the Shayos are just full throttle in right now, and the pair with Edward and T225, they see Mike here in the corner. AS is well joining in. Look at this, just all three Shayos in the mix. Mike trying to stay alive. The other players, Wufong and Frostivus, just not wanting to get engaged in any of the situation. It's just very rough here for an unknown character in the field if you're not a Shayo, right? Just being able to get full focus by this character alone, it's just rough. Mike does manage to get a common armor swap, but the white health is very low. Playing in the outskirts of the zone, needs to be real careful. That white health is ticking here. We do see him being able to get out for now. T225 though, still very, very healthy. We do have AS, the counter grapple there onto Mike. Now overholds in another scrap off. Massive imperative from Mike. Now cannon shots flying on in. Frostivus and I believe Choose are very close in the proximity of this fight. Mike being able to stay alive. Don't have the Wisp connector onto Mike. We did see the Wisp being thrown there onto Mike, and it's gonna be AS with the elimination there onto Mike. And now Edward and everybody else here from the Shayo pack gonna be snagging up these resources there from Mike's body, and that is just a sad way to go out. And that's one on the board there for Mike. Spider was eliminated with 0, Verse with 1, XY with 1, Star with 0, and PXT with 1. And in our current scoreboard here for the players still alive, it's gonna be Wufong with 3, as well as Choose and Edward and AS. All of those 4 players with 3 kills on the board. 2-2-5, very close to that margin as well with 2 on the board, and Frostivus on the Tumult with 1. And if this game is gonna go to end circles, not be able to get any sorts of damage into these Shayos, it's gonna be a very rough one if you're not part of that pack.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. I think partially the reason, even though there are other unique characters in the lobby right now, the reason why we see 225 focus down Mike so aggressively is due to the fact that Liam inherently does counter Shayol in a couple ways. The fact that if you throw out that choke from the shield throw with Shayol, and it's Liam can ball you out of that. He can use his ultimate when you're in that animation and just completely shut you down. And it makes it a lot harder to really get value from your ability as a Shayol. So it kind of makes sense there, because if you look at the rest of the lobby, you've got Lani and then you've got Tumult, both of which are not necessarily problem matchups. And then you've got Justina as well, who she can do something, but it's pretty difficult, especially in these chaotic fights, these chaotic skirmishes, which are about to step into high gear, I believe. And we see Frostivus down below with that dreadful whale. He's going to be trying to hold space, but AS, looks as though he's going to try and deny it, but Frostivus is ready for it. He gets that parry off, icing off that pressure from AS, sending AS packing and forcing him to go and get himself a heal up. T225 now sitting atop the tower on the top of this roof. We have a lot of tiers of terrain right now. Edward at the very, very tippity top, T225 down below him, Wufong in the building, Frostivus in the giant sort of room underneath that, and then AS and Chuzong at the very, very bottom, at the bottom of these rocks. How is this zone going to play out? Where is it going to be pushing towards? Because this is going to be a very telling factor as to who is going to have advantage in this endgame moving forwards. Frostivus does have that Tumult ultimate ready to go at a moment's notice, but is he going to be able to actually cover the zone in a beneficial way that he can take advantage of it and perhaps force some of these players into the zone and secure some eliminations?
Yeah, we do have T225 with Drags running on chucks. I mean, the Shayo is going to be forced to drop, I believe, pretty soon once the zone starts moving. Lots of layers like Duncan mentioned, so we do have Choose on the bottom side where he could potentially be the safest one, but Frostivus as well. I believe there's going to be no entry left here if these players are forced out. They're going to have to take a little bit of a store damage. We do see Frostivus now going in the outskirts of that wall, and AS getting knocked out from the top side. We did have T225 applying some of the pressure there onto the Shayos as well on the roof, and now the Dreadful here for Frostivus can create a lot of space for himself here, just letting these go, being able to stay in that goal state after a couple of seconds can be a safe measure here for Frostivus. And now here we have it, these players getting aggressive on the top side. We do have T225 already investing that ultimate, AS as well, Edward as well. On the bottom side we have Wufong and Frostivus. Massive whisk here from Frostivus into the Dreadful well. That's big damage here inside the zone. The 10 ultimate is out. Lani ultimate now here for Wufong. Doesn't catch anybody there on the first wall throw. We do have him now eating up a lot of damage. AS with the elimination out to Wufong. Choose another elimination out to T225. And AS goes down to Choose. And Choose being the last one standing, I think. I'm not really sure. Wufong, though, being able to snag up another MVP. Running in that, oh my god, running in there with without having that Xiaoyu on playing that Lonnie stays up here in the situation, I believe. We're gonna have to wait and see.
Wait, was it him?
No, it's
Wait,
Choose.
no!
Okay.
It was Choose.
It was Choose.
I think, you know what I think it was? I think he had Rupture Gale Flame Breath. I think that was the separating factor.
Yeah.
The thing that put him ahead of the pack there at the end, able to take advantage of that CC coming out from Frostivus' ultimate. Now, he tried to set it up for himself using that Dreadful Whale, but unfortunately, because of Shiol's ultimate, it denied a lot of that pressure, forced, you know, like, it forced him to cancel, forced him to be very careful about which one he threw out, and then it just snowballed from there. That it ended up being, you know, a matter of who could do the last little bit of damage. Or if you've got Flame Breath, you got a bit of fire damage, it doesn't matter, because your damage is going to be ticking over onto their health bar, and that's going to be what counts in the end. And I think he may have ended up picking up maybe 2 or even 3 eliminations there in the last few moments of the game. Congratulations to him, the MVP, going over to Bowder's Chuzong, or the Chuz, as I like to call him.
The Chuz.
The Chuz.
You know what else does fire take damage though, right? Target.
What? True! I thought, okay, we're talking about something that was in this game? No, wait. Oh, wait. Tarka certainly does, indeed, ZA.
We're still waiting for that. Hopefully soon. I love seeing the hyper aggression of the Tarkas, and you know, now just with the rework on Tarka, I mean, just getting kicked in your dome, it's just straight disrespectful there, added into the kit. It just looks so nice being able to watch the Tarka players. But still, game number 2 going to Choose. Wufong was up there in that situation though, so he could have potentially overtook Spider. Now he only had a 1-point difference there for Spider, but for game number 2, Spider got 0 eliminations for this game. He did not have a great game 2, which is rough now, and this is kind of a pattern that I see for Spider. It kind of takes him a little bit to get hot, but one thing that we don't have a problem here is for the answer for treasures for everybody watching there on the Twitch channel. If you guys are watching on YouTube, swap on over to Twitch in order to win a Spring Split random gift. The question will be, how many players chose Kylan Zhang in game number 2? Is it A1, B2, C3, or D4? And you know, throughout the night, these questions are going to be getting a little bit more harder throughout the night. And I mean, this one's a pretty simple one. We talked about it a little bit right before the game started, but our scoreboard for this game, and we see it here, Bowder's Choose with 5 eliminations, 7 overall game score. Always Edward with 3 eliminations, 6.6. JL's AS with 4 eliminations, 5.5. T225 with 3 with 4, and Wufong matching the same sequences and kills in game score department. Frostivus snagging up that 1 elimination, 2.5. OUG's Mike with 1 elimination, 1.5, as well as Verse, and I mean everybody else just 1.5 and 0 for the remainder of the pack there for the bottom side of game number 2. Just crazy games there. We've seen how strong the Xiao is, being able to have that 3 pair of Xiaos, just running that end circle. They eliminate the biggest threat, like Duncan mentioned throughout that game, the Liam, which was played there from Mike. And you know, after that, they had full round to take control of that end circle, as we saw them playing that high ground, making sure they don't get contested, and everybody else did not want piece of that action there. They make sure they waited to the last and final moments and played a 50-50 split and see how the end game played out. And we saw it there for Choose being the one victorious there for that game alone. But Wufong now overtaking Spider with 18.5 total points for this game, being able to be the runner-upper. We are still not in that threshold, but potentially the way Wufong's been playing, we could potentially get our first player in that 24-point threshold for game number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, it's not very far off, you know.
Yeah.
Is just less than 6 points? It's doable, ladies and gentlemen. It could be a short day. Let's see. But for now, we're going to take a look at the highlights off the back of that game. It's brought to you by China Unicom, MVP'd by Bowder's Chuzong. We're taking a look at this Yang fight from Wufong, going up against Edward. The 0.9 coming through there at the end. And then, oh my goodness, we're really watching this. The roll! You can see the reaction. He knows it's textbook error. He knew it. Wufong as well. He just a sigh of relief, like, oh god dang, I was dead. Thank the Lord. Oh my goodness, that was close. That's a close one for sure. AS taking this run with Yang here as well. and able to kite out that Kylan ultimate, deny the pressure. He was 1 HP, so he's able to just close it out in the end. Beautiful catch there, actually,
Wow.
for Wufong. God damn. Oh my goodness, into the pulsar swap as well. That's a lot of damage.
So much damage. He could have extended that as well. He could have gone for the 1-2 grapple extend. But it wasn't even needed. We see him there with the clean up. Mike against Spider. This was a crazy fight between both of these players. I mean, the patience that we saw there from Spider and Mike as well. And Mike not falling for it. Spider thinking he was going to release the V2 off of the parry or off the 1-2 catch, but being able to just wait it out, knowing that that player was possibly going to read it, stays on top here. And this was our last and final moments of game number 2. Edward in the mix, being able to stay up. I think it was a tie between the players that were alive, but Choose being the one being on top here, snagging up the MVP for game number 2 on the Justina. And I was talking about it earlier. We've seen a Lone Wolf Justina being able to come on top and Choose, but I mentioned being an OG in the league, is able to do it here with 11,000 damage, 5 illuminations on the board, just running cannon, dual halberds, and dagger. And yes, he did, Duncan. Look at, he did have the ruptured Gale Orb and burn there. That beautiful Jade there for the cannon. Would see that is like a trios player's holy grail. Being able to find that Jade with a cannon, it's just so good. Being able to have those tick damage off that Jade alone, it's just a beautiful sight. As we see him here for him, he was playing it out perfectly. He also has Phantom Step, another super strong Jade, minimizing that aim assist for a lot of these players on the cross-ups and dodges. It's just a really good Jade to have. Fire his target lock and stamina strike as well if he needed it here for his second MVP of the Pro League.
Bro was stacked. He was pretty stacked. Rupture Gale, Phantom Step, Advanced Heal, Sap. Hey, that's the Exodia Jays right there. He's just missing Mortal Defiance, and then I don't know what else. Velocity, perhaps. Oh, Palm Lightning now. You know, but hey, very good setup to have playing that macro game. And I did actually want to comment a little bit earlier on Frostivus, because we saw him not really do too much in the early game. He was playing the scaling game. He had I could definitely tell, because we saw in that engagement on the first Yang, he tried to contest it off of that Syra, unable to do so. Unfortunately, he gets parried by the Syra, losing his Hang Sword, and then I believe he ran away, and then I saw him swap between another 2 purple weapons. So he was definitely playing that scaling game, looking for the loot. He's optimized those loot parts and perhaps be able to get a lot of money and then roll for those purple weapons. But hey, we'll never know. Perhaps one day we'll be able to ask him. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be cutting over to a short break before our third game of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
するステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がるそうな勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Welcome everybody back to the Naraka BLADEPOINT Pro League Bi-Weekly 4 Grand Final Solos. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with the man himself, Duncan. Just watched 2 games being played out. First one going to Wufong, second one going to Choose. Things are starting to get very, very heated here for our Bi-Weekly 4 finals. We are already seeing probably around a 6 point now for our first player to make it to that threshold. We had a crazy aggressive start here for our first game. Game number 2 being controlled out with just, you know, the Shayos being played out, just 3-second Shayos, being able to control the battlefield there for our last and final moments of that game. But still, lots and lots of games left here for our fourth bi-weekly. And now we're moving on over to Morris for this game. And now this is our, I believe, our second to last non-Firefly map after the Padoria game that we have after this one. It's going to be straight Firefly maps, and that's where we're going to be seeing our more aggressive character comes into play, possibly even a Tarka. Well, not possibly. We are going to probably see one. We're just waiting on the perfect opportunity for that to come out. You know, those Aquases that a lot of these players love as well, and maybe a little bit more of Temmie's. But yeah, just taking a touching bases a little bit what you said earlier, just Frosted has been able to play that scale game for the game number 2. I feel like it was just unfortunate for him that he was just a lone tumult there in that situation. For the last and final moments of the game, he did have a good set of inventory there for his scaling, but just not being able to have anything, and that goes down to the Lonnie. But even though the Justina was a lone wolf, being able to stay on top, I think just the kit with the ult just being a little bit better there. If the Temmie wall doesn't really do its job that he needs it to do at that last and final moments of that game, because once that Temmie ultimate is gone, and you have no whisk left and you're on cooldown, it's kind of rough to stay inside the zone to find value with a character like Timok, right? Especially with how scuffed that terrain was. It's just rough there from Frosters, but I love that he's still playing the end game perfectly. He's being able to stay being in that top spots there for the last for the end games, and you know, we saw some beautiful success for him and being able to stay consistent and snagging up 3 to 7 points on the board throughout bi-weekly 3. So I hope he also has a better game 3 as well and find more value than what he had for game number 2.
Yeah, so I certainly hope so as well. He was in first round selection for that first game, but unfortunately it didn't go his way. He got caught in the absolute chaos that was game number 1. Now, game number 1 ended after 7 minutes. Oh, no, not ended after 7 minutes. Ended with 7 minutes left. Excuse me. But yeah, 7 minutes left. That's crazy, considering that we went down to the 0 in game number 2. An extra 7 minutes on top of the duration of game 1. Insane, absolutely insane. It really does show how chaotic game number 1 was. But we are going to go over to Morris Isle, as you said, game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. What are these players going to be pulling out the pocket for us here? Are we going to see the Tarka? Tarka, you know, if he's going to be played on a daytime map, it's likely going to be Morris Isle. So perhaps we'll see it come on out. Perhaps not. Perhaps we'll see him exclusively get picked up on those Firefly maps later on in the day after game number 4. If we get past game number 4, because Wufong is pretty close, less than 6 points. If he's able to actually secure 6 points this game, he doesn't even have to aim MVP. He just needs to get 6, and then MVP's the following game. That's it. It's done. It's over for the day. So we shall see the match point threshold, the match point system, the rule system for Nbpl now does certainly make things a lot more exciting and mixes things up from the normal group stage. But what do you think we're going to be seeing here? Obviously, there's going to be the usual Lani Liams, but do you think we'll see anything else other than that we've already seen?
No, because we had a Justina. That would probably be like my last pick of the bunch that we would possibly see. We did have one last game. I'm not sure. Aqua's no Fireflies, but Morris still does decently well. Could potentially be played out. I don't think we're gonna have anything crazy. Just with just how the meta is, right? Standard Lani Leons for the either first or second selection, and then after that we have our Shayos, and then right after that it's just Cyro. It's just how strong those four characters are in the pool. Hoping we get to see, game 8s or game 7s. That's where the hero points are, at their max. So we do get, a little bit of variety there. We had some Valdas for bi-weekly 3. think XY played a Viper game a couple weeks ago as well, but that was towards the bi-weekly one. Yeah, he was just testing things out. So I don't really think we'll see a Viper for this game, but I would love to see, you know, something different. And you know, it just comes down to see how the tempo that Wufong's on, which is he's playing very, very well. He can close this out in 4, right? You know, being able to stay alive, and like he did in game number 2. Now for this game alone, if he gets 6 points and being able to be in a threshold, just cut up the night and just right there, just cut it off, cuts off the lights, cuts off the cameras. He's done it. Goes home being our bi-weekly 4 winner. But still, we gotta see what round selection he is in now. So he's in 5th, so he's gonna be moving up for his 4th game. So potentially has the greatest strat right now to be able to do that in 4 games. But for this game alone, we do have XY and T225 being our first round selections, securing that Lonnie Liam. We just have to wait and see what is the pair of characters we see for that round selections. Then off of that alone, we either see another Lonnie being picked or a triple Lonnies, depending on how the first split goes, and so on and so forth for the game as well. It's just, yeah, I mean, I think that's the pattern that we have for our first game was just like 1 in a million, right? Where you're able to.
Wait a minute.
Hey, wait, hold on. Wait.
Oh,
wait,
no.
hold on.
Guys, stop! Just come on, man.
Wait. 2 in a million?
Wait, paste. Okay. Not triple Lani, but we got triple Liam. Triple Liam, double Lani, 1 Shile. But there's potential for no? Chuz? He's going for the Syra? Frost, are we going for the Shile here? Giving us the double Shile? Maybe? It's down to the wire. It is indeed gonna be the Shile. Okay, so just a little bit heavy on the Liam side. Not too bad. 3 Liams, 2 Lanis, 2 Shiles, 1 Syra. And then we got Spider picking up the Justina, interestingly. I feel like that's a rare pick from Spider. He does play it, but he doesn't play it that often.
Someone said that to me the other day too. I forgot who I was casting with, and they said that they don't really see Spider on Justina, but I feel like I do see him on Justina. I think it's like round selection dependent. I'm not really sure, but I feel like I'm probably getting confused with just me watching his stream where he's just practicing full on Justina. You know, it's probably what I'm probably just getting mixed up. But we are going to be seeing him here for this game, being able to snag up that Justina. Now moving into this game, you really got to try to shut down Wufong and be able to get no sorts of value to keep the hopes up for the remainder of the bi-weekly 4 finals. Not one a player just overcoming everybody. Even though we have had some players make it to the threshold in game number moving on to game number 4, I believe Edward was already in that threshold that bi-weekly, but still it came down to the wire for him. I believe he beat Mike by 1 point in game 8, and he didn't even MVP. So even though you're the first player in the threshold, it doesn't really secure you the bi-weekly because you have to MVP. And I mean, we don't have him into tonight's bi-weekly final, but a player that is a really upsetter is Fong. Fong knows, he keeps in count what round selection you're in, and he can potentially knock down what character you're playing. And he's always been very rough on Mike in that department for these bi-weekly finals. And he's not here tonight, but these players have adjusted to that as well. And you know, that's another mix-up in these games outside of the game. It's just so much being put into these lobbies and in games for these players, and the coach helps out with a lot of that aspects. But I mean, it's just so much, right? We just sit here and watch them play the 1v1s, but there's just so much that comes down to Naraka. And I mean, that's the beauty of the game, right? Being able to adjust and come out victorious in these games. And it's not an easy task, and this is why this is the Pro League, and this is the top of the top for this game alone. And we see it here for our Morris Isle. Do have a lot of players landing north here. I think we have 2 players, Frosted on the top side there by Temple, and now right underneath could potentially get third-party actions from the contestant, the players. I don't even know how many players. I see 3 right there, but on the overview I think I saw around 6 or 7. So it's just a lot of players landing on the outskirts of Temple. Nobody on Sunwing. not going towards that way. We do have 3 players landing. I believe this is a little bit top right of Shipwreck. So we do have Wolves, Mike as well, and another player in the back and landing for that contestant there, for that notorious spot that these players love landing. And now we are already locking in our 3rd game of the bi-weekly 4 finals. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with Duncan, locking in our 3rd game. Sorry, let's do it. Game number 3.
Let's get it. Let's go. And we're starting it off with a little bit of quiet, nothing too crazy just yet, but we're swapping over to the action. The observers are on the ball. OUG's Mike up against Wolves at PXT, aka Pace. Mike dodging in with that LMB, tries to force out that combo break, and as he does, he then catches him on the cross. It's looking pretty cooked for Pace already, and Mike, with that quick first blood, gonna be able to claim the Soul Bloom and the elimination, along with the money that comes with it. In Immortal War, you do get a decent amount of Dark Tide coins for eliminating players just by eliminating them. You're not stealing the money, you're actually getting money for those eliminations, and you get that little bit extra for first blood as well. As you can see, he's got 6,000 Dark Tide coins in his inventory right now. He's going to find the Scale Rush into Star, catches him on the cross, going in for that R&B, but the weapon swap combo coming out from Star. No combo break from Mike. He is going to be committing that ultimate, though, tries to force him into the wall. He's going to find it. Wait a minute, there it is, and Mike, wait a minute. He's just gaming right now.
This is good here for Mike. We do have another player lining up, and it's Choose waiting for the drop down. Now the grapple coming on in here for Choose. Grapple LMB into the 1-2 off the LMBs from the Spirit. Jump LMB for the extra damage. Mike losing a lot of HP, and with no O online, he does have the F online to be able to weave that LMB focus. Beautifully done there. He is going to be able to spin back the R&B focus off the halberds to avoid getting parried, and now could use Celestia as a momentum game, as we see him already starting to rotate on out. We do have him being able to catch a common armor swap since the LMB focus is caught up off the LMB there from the 5th place from Choose, and now throws down the Wisp. Free countdown there for the cooldown on the F, 10 seconds and counting. Not trying to get caught up. Since the 1 point off the halberds, overholds, doesn't release though. Now be able to tap dodge back, to spin back there from Choose. Now swaps on over to the Hong Sword off of the halberds. Love this weapon swap combo. Now does have the F online once again. The jump LB catches there. Mike Choose now to be able to invest this Syra ultimate, but now 90% here for Mike to invest his ultimate. He could potentially win this fight still. He is able to cut line of sight, and he does. Being able to roll out the dazzle. Now perfect timing here for Mike to start rotating back on in. We see him now playing the outstairs, playing a little bit more conservative, waiting for the ult to run out, and there it is. Full throttle on in. Choose now being able to not find much value there off that Syra ultimate, but Mike 97%. Waiting for that lockdown. Choose trying to run for the hills, and Celestia just 1-2 taps for that ultimate come online, and there it is. He can invest if he needs it. There it is. He is going to invest the ultimate. Doesn't get caught up on the wall. Choose now has to play slowed. Gets the damage off the LMB focus. That's a lot of damage there onto Mike. Mike's going to be forced to get a reset in. He gets re-grabbed there off of the list now. Big damage. F caught in there for Choose, and now the SR cooldown for Choose. Oh no, massive parry here from Mike, and that's all he needed. And that's the elimination there from Mike, and that's 3 on the board there for the 2-time. Being able to snag an elimination there onto Choose.
You think I won't parry an 11th time, buddy? I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna keep parrying. That is pain. Eventually, you're just like, surely he's not gonna parry again, right? No, it's Mike. He certainly is, ladies and gentlemen. But we're moving over to BBE Frostivus and Wufong. It looks like Wufong is going to be going down to Frostivus, trying to save that ultimate, hoping that he can find the disengage angle by breaking line of sight there and get a heal off before popping the ultimate so that he can actually utilize the ult to do damage and to chase down Frost, because he had ult advantage. But if he ults at 0 HP, Frost is going to try and kite momentarily, and then he's going to be forced to use the ult in its entirety to just simply heal up, so that as soon as he comes out of his ultimate, he actually has some health to play around with. But moving on over to T225 and PXT, got the cross attempt coming through, the cross parry, not going to find it, going to take a lot of chip damage. T225 going to be forced to use combo breaker, sending that follow-up release champ. Oh my goodness, Paste is extremely low, and he has no res Oh, wait, he can't decide what to do. Should I focus on comboing? Should I run into zone? He decides to disengage. Will he be able to do it, though, off of that uppercut, sending T225 backwards? He is actually going to be able to break away, but I think it may be slightly more to do with the fact that T225, unfortunately, did not have any grapples to chase him down, and is simply being left to scale rush and run after him, and it's going to be a tough one to catch up to Pace, especially considering that he's managed to make it over to Celestra. The focus attack is going to come through from both of these players, and Pace is on the run yet again.
Man, that shotgun burst off those flying knives. Being able to catch like that is just insane. He catches it through the doorway, but like Duncan mentioned, just unfortunate there for T225, not having any grapples in his inventory. Can't really get in the pocket with the momentum that these players are able to get there in Celestra. But Spider and Mike waiting this out, playing out the first round of Yang now. We do have Mike very, very skilled right now for early game. Purple armor, purple halberds, running the swap there with the Hong sword as well. Being able to catch that prio off the halberds, or even katana. You can R&B with the katana / Hong sword and swap on over to the halberds for that uppercut confirmation as well. So being able to do that off of those two weapons alone is just beautiful. We do have Wu Fong as well posted up on the side right. AS and XY contesting. Wu Fong snagging up the pass. Now the aggression is going to be going towards Wu Fong's way between both of these players onto him. We do have XY on the Liam in the back end. Eats up a focus attacks and they lose all that armor, trying to cut out the situation. And AS and XY are going to be full committed inside the zone here for this elimination onto Wu Fong. And Wu Fong, I believe, has no res anymore, so he needs to be real careful not to get eliminated. And he still needs kills on the board. He does have 2, but still not enough for that threshold. Being able to kite around beautifully, has momentum here off this tree to be able to scale rush on top. AS staying back, going to play that realm, going to snag out the pass. Wu Fong, though, still in cahoots here with XY, trying to run it out. We do have XY full investment, has that Liam ultimate online if he needs it as well, but Wu Fong as well has the Cyro ultimate. We do have the F called in here for Wu Fong. XY hasn't been able to find the prio that he needs it. Running the staff in hand, purple staff at that. Jump LB for a little bit of love tap. Cyro ultimate invested here for Wu Fong, and now the scattering out here for XY. Gets cut off the 2 charge there off the beam. Big damage there onto XY. He's gonna be forced to take a reset in. We see Wu Fong trying to get some of the health back there from the Cyro ultimate. We do have the players starting to go inside the room of Yang as well, but XY is gonna wait out this Cyro ultimate, gonna find a perfect opportunity to move on in, and now he has everything that he needs to try to find success here in this fight. Spins back the LMB focus to avoid getting parried. F called in here for XY. Gets cut off the 1-2 mixer off the dual blades. Since the 1.0 off the R&B focus as well. Big damage onto Wu Fong. Liam ultimate called in. Does manage to leave off it. Wait, B1. Running B1. There goes the TP in. Now Wu Fong, a little bit confused about that for a couple of seconds. He waited. He's like, wait, hold on. Wait, what's going on? But XY with a little bit of mind games here in this lobby, trying to catch the opponents offline. We do have the second one being invested there for XY, but not a lot of value for Wu Fong. Still cutting out the pressure. We see him now inside the zone, taking a lot of damage. Got to be real careful not to get hit by a poison, though. This is a very dangerous spot to play around. We do have Wu Fong very low as well on the white health, but doing a really good job. Make sure he does not play around that. Catches a blue armor sword with half blue shield in it. We do have XY still full focusing on in. Burst probably got line of sight with that. He does not full commit to that, I believe. Wu Fong still up. XY wants to get his elimination, but not being able to find it. Frostabus with elimination to kill food with a cannon shot against PXT, and that's in the realm of Yang, I believe. And this fight's still going on. And they know Wu Fong is the closest one, so we are watching all this out. But Choose picking elimination onto AS, T225 onto Star. So we do have the 3 players with Yang to place the armor, but XY and Wu Fong not letting go of this fight just yet.
No, he definitely doesn't want to let him go. He sees the opportunity to take him down and is gonna chase him continuously. Unfortunately, Wu Fong is having a bit of a struggle. It's a struggle bus angle right now. He's trying his best to disengage. He does actually get the damage onto Zhuan Yuan, but Zhuan Yuan with an armor swap is going to be able to immediately turn back around and continue pressuring him. And oh my goodness, just the flying cannon shot, kablam. Just drop down, hit him with the dunk, boom. Get out of here, Sonny Jim. And unfortunately, Wu Fong is not going to be able to get to that match point threshold. He is going to go down in this game, opening up the opportunity for us to have more games. And the next closest player to that match point threshold is indeed Spider, sitting at 17 points. Chu Zheng close behind him with 16.1, and then Mike down at 14.3. So we're going to have to see a lot of points come out from these players if they hope to try and claim and get to that match point threshold off the back of this game. Now, going into the run with Yang, we've got the Chaz up against AS. A beautiful little catch there on the tap dodge. AS not ready for it, and the ult is going to be popped by both of these players. AS trying to make something happen, trying to kite around the pillar, ring around the Rosie, get away from me. He's trying to catch him, he finds him, the dazzle comes through into the focus attack, and the combo breaker is going to save him for the moment, but he's a 1 HP in a dream, a pixel of health. Chu Zheng does have combo breaker, so he can play this slow, he can play this calm and collected, and he finds the elimination.
Oh my god, TT25 now, gold 90s in hand for both of these players. Shu's gonna be forced to pop his ultimate as well as the Lonnie there for TT25. Catches the first wall bounce. We see him trying to go for the re-grapple there or the re-staggered off the ball, but does not manage to catch the second round. We do have a V2 out here for a Liam, but in the corner, AS picks up the elimination on to choose, and now PXT in the mix trying to back on up, being that third party here against AS and TT25. AS with no ult online anymore, I believe, used both of those Liam ults to be able to find elimination, but TT25 with half white health gonna eat up the damage off the R&B focus, and he did have an extra Liam V, as we see here, catches PXT, snags up the Soul Bloom and the resources off that troll, but Spider and Mike going at it right now. Mike's been having a very good game 3. We do have him with 3 on the board, Spider with 1. Little bit of pressure iced off there from Spider onto Mike. We do have him rotating on the top side near Temple. AS as well, being that potential third party in this situation. But the movement game can be coming out here for Spider as well with the terrain in this area of the map. We do have Mike still trying to catch on up here. Doesn't manage to find the raw uppercut. I thought he was going to go for it, but still Spider will be able to scare rush around, make sure he doesn't get caught up once again. Has to ult online if he needs it. Second Roman Yang starting to form on in, so he is going to be playing around this area of the map to try to get inside the second realm. Do have him with purple dual blades on hand. Star now as well with purple flying knives. We do have Verse and Frostivus. Looks like Frostivus is getting caught up here between both of these players. Flying knives in hand here for Frostivus on the Xiaoyou, being able to back on up, but these players see the HP of Frostivus. Still full focusing this players. Both players parries there, no priors yet. Goes for the raw uppercut. F called in there for Frostivus, catches the prior onto Star. Now the F called in there for Star, but gets recaught here off the prior. It's gonna be a lot of damage here for Frostivus. Gets the focus attack there due to the terrain. That was beautiful there for Frostivus, forcing out the pressure there off of him. I believe now Star needs to try to back on up. Burst now changed his attention, and a little confused there why he went for Frostivus, but now he sees it. Star now being forced out of the hills to try to kite out the pressure from both of these players. We do have 38 seconds here for the Yang depletion timer to come in effect, but no, Burst still going at it against Frostivus as we see it there on the top side of the map, and here it is. Frostivus trying to find another opener, has a little bit of left of that Xiaoyou ult since the shield, but now the ult is about to run out. Now we do see him now with F online. There's Justina still in the mix. Verse every R&B, F called in here for Frostivus in the backside. Star rejoining the fight. Frostivus trying to stay alive in this situation, could potentially find the value that he needs if he makes it inside Temple, but Star with 7 seconds to try to cleanse, trying to get active with the 1-2 mix. Spot comes in off the nunchucks, doesn't release, waits it out, recatches the prod, but that's enough damage there for Frostivus to snag the elimination onto Star, and now he can leave this the area, and he is able to stay alive with Verse on his shroud. But Mike in the second Roman Yang against PXT, the Temi v Xiaoyou. Would love to see a potential Temi ult into the range shots, and we see him here with a cannon in hand.
This could be a TOD angle, is what he's going to be looking for, as with Xiaoyou, if she does get that ultimate off, she's going to be able to deny a lot of that TOD potential. For those of you who don't know what TOD means, if you're new to the game, new to the community, TOD stands for Touch of Death. It's a combo that if you hit them with the start of it, they are going to be going down. They are going to be going night-night and going back to the lobby. But it looks as though Mike is actually on the back foot here. He's lost all of his armor, and Pace is making him work for it. It's very difficult to actually create opportunities here. That combo break, but the fry from Mike. Pace isn't ready for that one. That's a lot of damage coming out from those purple halberds. Expects the chase down coming out from Pace, but no, instead he's going to be going for that double heal, getting that little bit of effective health advantage. The combo break is going to come out from Mike. Goes for the soft true combo. Pace is now stuck in the sandstorm. Is he going to be able to find the wisp though? The cannon shots are coming through, chipping away at his HP. He needs to catch him with the wisp to be able to finish him off properly, or he's going to have to try and finish him off with these cannon shots. There's a lot of damage though. Mike trying to put in work with it, but it's not going to finish him off just yet, and Pace is now on the offensive.
Wow. So much damage invested there from the cannon. has to repair. He wants to find more value. Massive scare rush there from PXC. We see him now applying the pressure onto Mike. That's a little bit of more armor there onto Mike though than PXC. Since the 1.0 LNB, big damage forcing out the F there from the Shayol. No connection off the R&B focus, and now 10 seconds and counting. Players got to get active. No follow up there. Now the fallen R&B, and Mike staying up here in this realm. But Yang's gonna scale up here with the armor and weapon off of this. And what is he going to get? He's gonna get gold fly knives off of this realm of Yang with the gold armor as well. And wow, that is a beautiful weapon to have here for Mike in this game alone. Bouncing back for this game, having a marvelous game 4. We do see him, or game 3, sorry. We do see him with 4 on the board. 15.8 overall game score thus far. No multipliers at all added yet. But we are going to be having a quick replay with T225 and Choose going at it. Gold Nunchucks in hand here for T225 on the Lonnie, and Choose on the Gold Nunchucks with the Syra in play. So this was Gold Nunnies versus Gold Nunnies. T225 waiting for the perfect opportunity to pop this ultimate. R&B focus started here for Choose. Tries to catch the second one, doesn't manage to do so. Just sits the third one, and look at the damage off that Gold Nunchucks. Just R&B focus just so fast. Not predicting that R&B 3 times, and T225 now is going to have that Yang depletion timer, trying to stay in this fight, and PXT as well with 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for both of them. There are 9 players alive, so there's definitely a lot of fights that could potentially arise, but it's not going to be easy to force these fights to happen, and a lot of these players are going to be well aware of the fact that there are 2 players on the field with Yang depletion looking to force said fights. We have OUG's Mike and Bowder's Chu Zeng with the buffs here, with those White Tigers prowess, and we can see all of these players just sort of circling around, looking, prodding, trying to figure out who is who's got the Yang depletion, as we do have more. Wait, no, we only have the 1 Shyle. So no, we do have 2 Shiles. I'm tripping. It's hard to see. Those little squares are pretty small. Yeah. But we do have 2 Shiles, so they're trying to figure out which Shyle has that Yang depletion. As although you can't tell which player has Yang depletion, you know which character has it if you keep an eye on the kill feed on the kills. You know when someone's just won Yang. You can see it. You can see which character won and which character lost. So you're able to actually deduce this and try and figure things out. But oh my goodness, Mike might bite the bullet here. It's not looking good for him. The lone to Moth is going to go down. Wait a minute. Just getting absolutely cooked by the aggression coming out from Paste. Oh my goodness, fully sending it.
Wow.
Actually insane.
Wow, the HP just falls so quickly. Now Spider eating up a lot of pressure. PXT with a quarter of that white health, trying to take a quick reset in. He has that 2 minutes and 43 seconds Yang depletion timer, so he needs to try to get active. Frostivus though, Policy's eyes on that Spider, investing the Justina ultimate dashes there to create the space. But versus Choose and T225 catching trails here of Spider. We do have him now. Going back in, nice grapple there from Spider to come back into the situation. We do have the congested players here, and that was just insane. What happened to Mike there was just crazy. Gets caught up in the corner, just all the attention focuses on him very quickly there in the backside of that hut. He invests the Temi ultimate, but the counter there, I forgot who it was. He jumped LNB to catch the tumult starter of that ult, which is beautiful there from that player, and he continued the aggression onto him, forcing him out of the outside. But this is a TOD onto Spider, just big damage there from T225. Spider not happy about that. With T225 snagging an elimination, he's gonna be able to cleanse off of this as well, and his damage is done. He can back up and retreat from here, and he is gonna be doing that. We do see him now falling back down. These players still have 1 player, PXC, with the Yang depletion timer, 1 minute and 40 seconds, waiting for the perfect opportunity to try to cleanse. Random Bane in play as well. RB and Minx onto AS, gets caught up on the prior F cutting in the back end. Palm lightning there from XY. Oh my god, he's playing the common flying knives as well. He does not care. The Jadis is way too good. It chooses as well with the palm lightning. Now the Bane in the middle. XY is gonna be forced to pop this ultimate. This could be bad for him. He's gonna use the V1 to get out of harm's way. He's been able to scare rush off that last Bane there. We do have him now. Bane surfing once again. Everybody on his shawl. Can throw down the V1. Catches shoes there. He's not going to take it now. He could potentially TP back if he needs it, but he's not going to do so. Everybody just full focusing XY right now in this hut. We are going to be able to find a little bit of distance here from XY. We do have him now getting counter grappled there from Frostivus on the bottom side. Who's going to snag out the elimination here? There's so much damage in the back end. Oh my god, he has the gold jet there from the fly knife. That's going to be elimination there from AS, and that's the second time he does that. The first time against Mike, and now to XY, and AS snagging up his third elimination here for game number 3.
Very nice for AS. The Moonshard Storm just slicing and dicing their way through the competition right now. We do have a few little goodies, you know, on the floor here from an old Spirit Well. It seems the Chuz trying to jump in. Oh my goodness. Start up on Nunchuck Parry, just managing to catch that focus attack and deny the damage coming through. But hey, no significant follow-up coming in due to that combo breaker from the Liam, able to just immediately disengage. Both players look for the heal up and turn their attention over to the Spirit Well, where we have BB Frostivus trying to take the first steps, trying to aggress onto that Spirit Well first in the lobby, and it may have cost him his life actually, as he might get focused down here. I believe that Paste might be looking to keep him alive though, but the Rupture Gale Flame Breath is doing a lot of work, forcing him on the retreat. He's trying to disengage. It's not going to be an easy one, and he does go down, not having ultimate. Perhaps that just bit too aggressive, bit too risky to go for that Spirit Well hold at the initial spawn with no ultimate available. Yeah, get out of here.
Yeah. He's playing FPS out here, just full tracking. He's just tracking up. Oh my god, look at the inventory here from Choose. He has double gold nunnies. He has all purple weapons, gold armor. Verse as well has 2 gold weapons in his inventory. Wait, what is that? What is the little oh, that shows the J's that are correlated with the weapon. That is beautiful. Yeah. I like to see that. We are gonna be having that here in this patch. We are gonna be seeing what J's they have in their arsenal. Kind of helps us a little bit more there to see what they could potentially have in their inventories. But now versus AS and Choose, waiting this out. White Tiger's power is there for Choose. Can be the one aggressing here. He is going to be picking AS out of the bunch on the Liam, and I need that dad hat. That dad hat is so fire there. Be able to see it here in the Pro League. It's just so clean. We see in the game, but it just says mainland exclusive. Come on, can we get that too? The dad is just 2-5, but Choose though as well. 2-5 catching the power onto AS. Look at the damage off the R&B there from the nunchucks. Okay. Knocking off half of the white health on the nunchucks. And nunchucks has been a big problem now with being able to have that proc off the nunchucks, not having to parry. It's a very nice thing to have on that weapon. And I mean, gold rarity nunchucks, we see the damage off of that alone and just how quick it comes out, where these players can't really react to it. And we saw the Realm of Yang, it was 3 R&B focuses releases there and no parry there from T225, but first going at it against T225 as well. Oh my god, gets quick the loop and snags up the focus attack off of that as well into the cannon shot. And oh my god, Verse using the Bane as a wall, getting the bounce back. Choose with elimination as well. And now we're down to 3 players. No, sorry, 2. We have our 1v1. Choose against Verse. Duncan, who are you gonna give it to? We only have ult on Verse, but no ult for Choose.
I mean, it's hard to say. We've got the buff for Chuzong, but we don't have ult. Verse, of course, does have that Justina ult ready to go. They both have golden weapons and golden armor, but Chuzeng is going to be able to out-sustain at least for the next 40 or so seconds. If he plays it slow, then it could go either way. However, in the 1 versus 1, with this terrain situation, I would say it's actually quite Justina favored. That Rupture Gale Flame Breath is going to keep chipping, continuously cutting that healing in half. 30 seconds left on the clock. The parry comes through, drop down into the R&B, not going to catch it. Max range parry, allowing him to use that F ability to deny the damage. Is going to find the uppercut on the cross. Chuzong is going to get comboed. The follow-up not going to connect with that 1-2-3. He's going to get that combo break out though, so he might be able to keep up this chase, but 85% on that rage meter is going to is going to give him his ultimate relatively soon. The Rupture Gale Flame Breath, again, a little bit more chip, denying that White Tiger's prowess. Prowess! Oh my goodness, the Moonshot Storm out of nowhere. The Rupture Gale is going to add on top of that damage, and Chuzong is backed into a corner. He's looking for an armor swap. He's looking for something to work with. He does have ultimate, but he does not want to use it. The Phantom Step for this player as well. Wait a minute, he gets the clank into the combo breaker. He does have the disadvantage again. He's gonna find the uppercut. Oh my goodness, and verse. Oh, beautifully done.
Yeah.
Oh, reminiscent of the old Wu Chen F1 right there with the flying knives. Just throw that knife out, deny the light attack, clank him off, and get the combo.
The flying knives clank is just... That is, oh my god, that is such a sticky weapon. It's just so much pressure off that weapon alone. And it's from mid-range, right? Like, he doesn't even have to get in the pocket like a weapon like the nunchucks, where they don't really have that range, where that the players are playing more inside the pocket, trying to play for the 1-2 cross-ups, potentially R&B focuses as well. The LMB focus on the nunchucks is just a little bit too dangerous. A lot of times we see the players spin back to follow up with the LMB focus, and just saw there the mechanical skills there from Verse, being able to take that last fight there. But Chuz had a he had a crazy game 3. I mean, he had 4 into the last fight, snagging up the, I believe, 1.5 multiplier off of that alone. Still drastically putting him up in the overall standings, potentially in first place now. I think I don't really remember how the overall standings look, but potentially be in first place.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So,
he's in first place, but he didn't get to the... I don't think he got to the match point threshold, because he was... I think he needed the first place placement points along with that multiplier. So we're not going to see him... we're not going to get to match point just yet, but next game, for sure, one of these players, I think, is going to be coming out in that match point eligibility and potentially closing out the day on game number 5.
Now that's gonna be crazy, because I don't think we've ever had an early finish in a bi-weekly final ever since the system got implemented. I think it's always gone to game 8 for solos. I think so. I could be wrong. Stat check anybody, if anybody can stat check that, but I'm pretty sure it's always been game 8 every single time. I mean, bi-weekly finals, you got to get ready. It's a lot of hours on Naraka, so yeah, I always prepare for the bi-weekly finals. But what a game 3 there. Mike with a crazy start, right? Mike being able to find the value early game, 3 kills off drop, staying alive. We're gonna take a quick look at our scoreboard for game number 3 first before we talk about that. Verse with 3 kills, overall ranking points of 3 with a 6.6 game score. Chuz with 4 eliminations, game score of 6. T2-5 with 4 eliminations, 5.5. Mike with 4 eliminations as well, but 4.5 for the overall game score. AS and Frostivus with 3 eliminations, overall of game score of 3. PXT with 1, 2.5. Wufong with 2, and overall game score of 2. XY and Spider snagging up the overall game score of 1.5. And then we have 1 for Edward and 0 for Star. And wow, I mean, we saw Star getting eliminated there very early. XY really shutting down Wufong there, forcing him out of that Realm of Yang pass. Just applying so much pressure. The fight lasted so long. We missed the whole Yang from all 3 players with how long that fight lasted. And now we're gonna be taking a look at overall standings for this game. There it is, Duncan. See the man choose.
The Chuz looking good. 21.1 for the Chuz. In second place, we got Wufong 20.5, Spider 17.5, Versus 16.3, Mike 15.8, and T225 on a 15.6. So, you know, I reckon, you know, the top 3, maybe 4. Even 5, theoretically, have a chance. Actually, all 6.
Yeah.
All 6 have a chance to actually get to match point threshold, because we've seen 9-point games come on through. You know, we've seen games where some players have just gotten like 8 eliminations. It's been crazy. So it is possible, but we'll have to wait and see, as we're going to be going through some highlights. First of all, brought to you by China Unicom, off the back of game number 3, MVP'd by Verse. Mike, taking a look at that early game dominance from the Tamulk. Beautifully played, able to take down one, and then the third party comes in and just catching him in the waist. Combo breaks, not gonna save you, buddy. And then heading over to Wufong in this situation here. He gets his kill stolen away, tries to fend off AS, and finds the elimination himself.
Oh my god. Shotgun burst. Mike here against Choose. Catches him there on the wall. Parries for the 11th time, like Duncan said.
Yeah.
He thought I was gonna parry. That was a disgusting parry there from XY though. Behind the back, parry there onto Wufong. And that was just unlucky. Yeah, I know Wufong. Just so much pressure there from XY in that fight. And this was Mike got annihilated here. Gets caught up in the corner, loses quarter of that white health left here from Mike. And the shotgun burst inside on the top side of that roof eliminates him here. T225 catches Spider, pops the OY, was trying to scare rush, catches the second ball here. R&B focus, rethrows the third. Big damage here onto Spider. Just 1-2, doesn't even need it. The ball bounced there for the elimination. And now Choose against AES. Catches the prowl. Look at the damage off the R&B focus off the grapple bump. Mink, big damage, gets elimination. It's beautiful there. And now Verse against T225. Proc comes in. T225 gets hit off the shotgun burst from Verse. Second one clinks. He's gonna use the Moonbane bounce into the focus attack. Potentially gets the elimination off the follow-up, but finishes there with the cannon shots. And now Choose against PXT. We do have Choose now investing the Cyro ultimate, just full tracking FPS mode. Verse against Choose this time around. I mean, Verse is looking mad clean, right? Just applying that pressure, winning every engagement, just backing up Choose as much as possible. But Verse has always been that high mechanical player, and we saw it there in that isolated fight against Choose that he's still that player.
Now you see him afterwards, he's taking a sip.
Yep.
Light work. It's another day in the office.
Another day.
Yeah. Oh, look at him right here. We got him on screen, the MVP, his 9th MVP as well. 14.7 thousand damage in total, 10,000 damage of which being done with the melee weapons. Flying knives 5.5, dual halberds 3.3, cannon 2.8, and he did have that rupture gale orb with the flame breath, sap, and phantom step moonshot storm. This is looking pretty good. The quadruple damage reduction into the 1 health and 1 attack damage. Very solid Jade setup. That phantom step, you know, Phantom step. We love Phantom step. Very nice. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. If you're a solo player, you felt it in the past. You know it to be true. Phantom step is extremely good, and one of those J's that, quite frankly, I feel like might be a good idea to adjust its rarity. Regardless, we can talk more about that later. For now, we're going to be thrown over to a quick interview before our next game of the day.
Thank you all two casters, and hi everyone, this is Yiger and welcome to the post-game interview. And I'm standing here with Spider, let him say hello to our audience. 来吧 ，Spider 先和观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 SR Spider。
欢迎 Spider 来到我们的赛后采访。Okay, first, I would like to know so far, so today, how you just comment on yourself, because you know in the game 1, you're really almost really little bit just nearby the the past way in the Biweekly final。我首先特别想知道 Spider 今天对于自己的一个表现是怎么评价？因为其实第一把的时候，真的我们差点就在猜是不是可以创造历史一把开赛点。你觉得自己怎么样？今天？
后面决策不太好吧？那个思想错的。
你说后面的决策啊，思想出了一些问题，指的是后面2把，还是说第一把的最后其实也是有些可惜呢？
都有。
都是有一些决策上的失误。Okay, so for me, I think today I'm just so because in the game 1 and in the final circle, I have some like wrong decision, and also in the game 2 and game 3 really have a lot of mistakes. So far for me, it's just so. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 我们来看看今天的题目是什么。So we can see the question is, how many players choose Justina Gu in game 3? 这道题目呢是在刚才这把比赛当中，那选到我们顾清寒的到底有哪些？有多少选手是选出了顾清寒？那我们这边不聊一下顾清寒，因为其实今天第一把还是给了我们很大的惊喜。这边我特别想问一下 Bider, so how I would like to know about the question because you have really great, excellent performance in the beginning and the middle in the game 1, and I would like to know so far how you comment on the hero in the several way in the solo game。那我这边想问一下，因为自己第一把戏表现也是真的非常的不错，那目前觉得卫青在单排当中的一个强度目前怎么样呢？
打赢回阳镜就比较强，在场外就很一般。
Okay, I think its a hero is really strong in the realm of Beyond. If you can win in the realm of Beyond, and this is a really strong hero. And for me, I think out of the realm of Beyond, it's not really strong now in the solo game. 那我觉得 Spider 应该准备就需要给大家送出福利了，准备好了没有？那我们接下来就一起进入倒计时，来。
3, 2, 1。
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有请 Spider 给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪个呢
B。Yeah,
the correct answer is B. And congratulations, our lucky guy. And okay, and I would like to know because you like not happy today here, and I would like to know why and how you like the plan, and you think you have the confidence like this week. 那我这边想问一下，那 Spider 其实今天来到这边，其实是有点丧气啦，这边就感觉跟平时还是不太一样。特别想问一下，其实我们还是非常的看好你的。那么在这个周决当中，自己觉得，有没有说法？
有点说法吧，尽量吧。
有一点说法是多少？如果给你100%的话，你给自己打多少分
？30吧。
只有30分啊，今天的表现。Okay, I think I'm a little bit confident for today. And for me, if I have to give me a score, so far I think just 30. 那30我不知道，就是其实我们会看来是一个比较低的分数，但是还想说，Spider要振作起来好不好？一定要回到自己原本应有的状态。我们期待一下你的表现。Okay, we're looking forward to the rest of the game, and thank you, Spider, to our post-game interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
ワクワクするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here yet again after that short break to continue on the day of our bi-weekly 4 solo finals. I am Dunkin' Donuts, joined by creators. We are your casters today, and we're very excited to continue this series that could end relatively soon, considering that we do have that match point system in place for the finals. So, hey, it could really start to heat up off the back of this next game. We're going to be going into game number 4. We've got quite a few players who could actually make it up to that match point threshold and then take it all home for themselves on game number 5. Now, we're not going to be going over to Fireflies just yet. We're going to be still on the daytime for Perdoria, and then after that game, moving over to the Fireflies. So one last game of daytime, and then it's getting ugly with the Fireflies yet again. As if game number 1 was any indication, which was Fireflies, it's gonna be spicy. Game number 1 was a banger. If you didn't catch it, make sure to go back and watch it later on. It was very, very exciting. But CA, we're gonna be going into game 4 very soon. I'm excited. We're probably going to see more of the same character picks. I don't think it's going to be a target pick just yet, but maybe one of these players will be a little bit confident and might send it through. Who knows? Who knows?
Imagine we have our possibly 2 to 3 players in match point threshold off of game 4, and then game 5, first Firefly map that we get for the second half, we have a target getting MVP to take the whole bi-weekly 4. That would be
that would be insane.
That would be insane.
Cool.
That would be a very, very nice sight to see. But yeah, 3 games out of the way. Been a crazy sequence, like you mentioned. The start of game number 1 for our first Firefly map of the day was just insane. The pressure there, just out of nowhere, the tables returned. Just how much pressure was indicated in the lobby and how fast it ended. Ending with still 7 minutes remaining into that game was just crazy. Game 2, we do finally get an end game, but even game number 3 now in Morris Isle, we had an isolated 1v1 with I didn't even catch the amount of time remaining for that game, but it was still very early in that game 3. So you know, these players are full aggressive. Very interested in that interview with Spider, because you did mention the Justina, and he did say that he thinks Justina is very strong in Yang, but not really too strong in outside of Yang. Which is very interesting because for game number 2, we did have Choose come out victorious and take an MVP on Justina with a full-on in circle, right? So you know, it's just it's always comes down to a preference thing. We do have our overall broad of how many points are left for these players to get into the map threshold. We see Choose only needing 2.9 points to be able to be eligible. Wufong with 3.5, Spider 6.5, Verse 7.7, Mike 8.2, T25 8.4, AS 9.4. You know, it starts getting gradually higher and higher. Edward 10.3, Frostivus 11.3, XY 13.8, PXC 14.5, and Star 15.8. But I mean, even Duncan mentioned it right before the break, top 6 can just make into that threshold, right? Just one pop-off game, 8 eliminations on the board. This would be a lot of points, right? Especially with the MVP.
Yeah.
Snagging up around 10 or more 10 or so points on the board can just give you that threshold so fast. And I mean, top 3 just very, very close. 2-3 kills gets you in there with if you're in that 3rd, 4th spot, just having a good placement, not even having to MVP. So you know, it's getting very, very a lot of pressure for a lot of these players right now in that top 6. But you know, moving on into Perdoria, once again, very interesting to see how the tempo is going to be. Are we going to be having an end game for this game potentially? It all comes down to the hero picks, right? The hero picks for game number 1, it was something I've never seen. Just a 3-3-3 split across the whole board. No odd picks. Everybody with 3 heroes on the field. It's just crazy to watch. And you know, I haven't personally seen that, and I don't think that has been done. So the odds that happened was just insane, and we got the game that we deserved for that. Crazy opener there from Mike in that end circle with that crazy combo. I'm sorry, from Spider onto Mike. It was just insane to watch. But still, Burst still runner up, trying to take a chip home. Has not managed to do so. Like I said earlier in the day, it doesn't come down to whoever is the person with the most points moving on over to the bi-weekly final. We've seen pretty much this whole season that even top 4 is not the ones taking the bi-weeklies homes. We do have in that lower side of the pyramid taking these bi-weeklies because of this new system and how it's implemented with just being in that threshold, taking an MVP. It comes down to a lot of factors, right? What round selection do you have? Is there 3 on the field? Like, it's just so much that is being played out to try to take these homes that it's just rough sometimes to try to MVP if you're making it to that threshold. And you know, I've seen them numerous times where the first player in the threshold, it just does not find an MVP in 3-4 games. It's just hard to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. It is hard for sure. As soon as one person gets it, then everybody else tries to figure out which player in the lobby is on that match point threshold and is going to try their best to hinder them and to stop them from getting that MVP, or they recognize that they have to go full gas and just get as many kills as humanly possible, and then make sure that they deny those kills from the other players. You know, it's tough. It's tough out there once you do get to the match point threshold. So we shall see what ends up happening. But yeah, as you said, like, there's quite a few people who can make it. Like, and I was thinking about it. Let's say somebody gets a 7 or 8 point game, or 8 kill game. That's actually more than 10 points in total.
Yeah.
So theoretically, even Frostivus right now, who needs about 11.3, could make it if he gets a huge pop-off game. I think anything below that isn't really feasible. But there is a possibility that we see, you know, somebody who's down in the bottom half right now make their way all the way to the top off the back of this game. Because as the years have gone on for NBPL solos and even trios, the dynamic of the game and what your objectives are has changed considerably, because now it's a lot more kill heavy. You need to try and get as many kills as possible, and you can't be just surviving until the end of the game and trying to secure placement points and then getting that kill multiplier, because now the kill multiplier is only given to the player who ends up living at the very, very end and actually secures first place. And the ranking points that you get for the placement isn't as much as it used to be either, when it's in terms of the spread going down the leaderboard. So a lot has changed over the years. The macro play has changed a lot in terms of, like, you know, the what you can buy from the shop, the rift dealer. You can get all sorts of different things. The Realm of Yang has changed. Spirit Wells have been changing. All sorts of stuff, like the dynamics within the game in terms of target selection and the understanding, the development of the sort of like dynamic where it's actually counterintuitive to focus the same character you are or something that is similar to you in terms of utility, as to not prevent yourself from being able to survive in the end zone, etc., etc. So much has changed, and it's really lovely to see the game and the pro scene evolve over time. But we're going to be jumping into game number 4 very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited. Let's see something interesting. I want to see something spicy. Taka would obviously be cool, but, you know, Perdoria Day might not be the best call, so it might end up just being a game 5 pick. Game number 4, I think we might see an Akos, perhaps. An Akos, a Justina or 2. Who knows? It's pretty likely. Also, let's talk about for a second the V1 from the Liam last game. Very strange to see, I have to say. I haven't seen the V1 Liam in solo NBPL for a really long time, even though personally, I think it is actually pretty solid in the multi-way fight.
Yeah, XY with a little mind game there, right? We saw Wu Fang he kind of froze for like a second. He was a little confused.
Wait a minute.
So wait, this ain't right. What is this? Once he saw the Liam knife or whatever it is specifically called hit the ground. You know, very heavily in the meta when Liam first came out. Every pro player was running that V1. The start of this year, all the pro players shifted on over to the V2, where they found that it had a lot more value for them. Even though he got tweaked a little bit, as before, that how strong the V1 was. I think it was after, I don't really remember correctly. You were there. Were they running V1 or V2 in J Cup?
I think it was actually a mixture. There was a little bit of V1 and a little bit of V2 from different players. It was, I think it came down to somewhat preference. I can't remember exactly how many, but there were definitely a couple who were running V2, and there was definitely 1 or 2 that were running V1.
Okay, so it's more of a preference game. I like the V2. and Yang very strong, right? If their F is on cooldown, you catch the V2. You can get a wall bounce. After the wall bounce, lots of mix-ups, right? You get a focus attack on all weapons. If you have a Hong Sword / Katana, you can go for the slide uppercuts. Mix-ups probably on flying knives as well. I've seen a full crazy mix-up, catching RB in the air into the focus attack. I mean, it's just so much, right, that you can do with a V2. There's bow shot restands with V2. Whoa. First round selection, Temmie? I don't think Wait. Whoa. Okay, I think it comes down to they're playing their points perfectly, right? They don't want to play their double picks right now. Possibly. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm just yapping, but first round selection, Temmie, I've never seen that. I've never seen first and second selection, Temmie.
That was definitely pretty interesting. I can expect it from Zhuan Yuan because he is a Timok Enjoy. He is a sandy boy, but from AS as well, that's definitely an interesting decision here. I think you're right though. They're trying to play around the points, and they're trying to like get their picks in when they want them and optimize it for themselves. So definitely a bit odd, but we are going to get a lot of variety going forward in this game. It looks like 2 Temmies, 2 Liams, 1 Shyle, 1 Lani, 1 Syra, 1 Justina. And it looks like there's going to be another Shyle on top of that from the Churs. And then another Justina as well. So double Shyle, double Justina. Going to be matching the Timolks and the Liams. 1 Lani, 1 Syra so far. And now another Lani. So double Lani. And then Star is going to be the one to tie it all up. Is he going Syra? No! So it's going to be majority Lani, triple Lani. That's crazy that there's 2 Lanis being picked in the last round. Yeah. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
That's actually nuts.
That's first round selection. First, second round selection. Every time. Yeah, I mean...
It's just in reverse. It's just flipped on its head.
It was crazy, too, because I remember the start of the season, for the 2025 season, you know, Lani was in the mix for a couple of months that she got released, and I asked around seeing how people felt about Lani, and a lot of people didn't really think Lani was great, right? From what I was told, I've asked like 10 people just trying to get information to see how well Lani was, and first day of the bi-weekly spring split start, Lani was she was second pick at that time. She wasn't first pick. And then I believe second week of the bi-weekly one, we started to get a half-half split with a Liam and Lani getting first round selection, which was insane at the time because of how strong Liam has been at first picks throughout his release, right? Everybody first hand picked Liam every single time. So that was a change in a little bit of the meta, but right here we have a little bit of change. We have Star and Edward already double locking in that character, so they would not be able to lock in another double pick. So Star locking in his second Lani of the day, and Edward locking in his second Liam, as we saw the indicators there with the border around the character's avatar. But now 4th game locked and loaded, Predoria daytime. Players landing hot. We see it there on the top side of the map. I mean, that top side of the map is just so beautiful with the water area. You know, just the reflection, just so nice there. But do have a couple players contesting that Vulpine Essence as we see it here. This is going to be a big fight if you're able to have a J like the Vulpine Essence in inventory. You don't really want to burst it in Yang. If you're able to stay up and keep it outside of Yang, after Yang, it's just so much well to try to get more active outside of the end with the Vulpine Essence into that end game. But you know, anything can happen, and it all starts off with the drop and who contests and who snags up that Jade alone. But everything else is going to be full contestant on the left hand side as well. Everybody just full locking into 1 POI. We have 3 POIs hot and loaded here for our 4th game. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with Duncan. Starting off, we have Frostivus against Spider here for the first fight of game number 4.
We do indeed. Are we going to see Frostivus take the fight here? It looks as though it might be in his favor, but the armor swabs coming out of that trove just immediately going to be just like foreshadowing for a very extended fight, potentially. Spider, no, goes back through the window. No follow-up from the Soul Break, unfortunately, from Frostivus. Not going to be able to catch it. The clank comes through. The focus attacks clash together. Frostivus getting tech chased by the RMBs. He's getting caught on his on the tech chase. Oh my goodness. Frostivus does find the parry yet again, though. The Frost right here, he's on point with the parries, but his disengage, he's getting caught on his wake-ups and the tech chase there by Spider. But which is going to prevail in this situation? It looks as though Spider might actually not want anything to do with this, as the armor swaps are in a bit of a dangerous spot, and he might find himself getting taken down early, which is not ideal. Now moving over to Mike and Wu Fong, scrapping it out in this jungle biome, so to speak.
Oh my god. He sends the mid-range LME focus, and then he sends it the second time after the 1-2 for the elimination down to Wukong. That is just straight disrespectful. And now getting active against PXT. PXT and Nalani. Shayo here for Mike. Gets caught up on the prior. F called in here for Mike to avoid getting damaged. And now we see him trying to scatter out of this situation. Sends it, gets parried. PXT now with R&B Pro. It's going to be the mix up the longsword. Gonna go for the 2-on-1. No, that's double. No triple. Yes, he does connect. The fourth does not connect, though. The terrain was on his favor. He does recast the Prio, and now Mike gets caught up. And the elimination going towards PXT's way. Was trying to go for the full extension down the terrain with the uppercuts, with the grapple bump, but still being able to snag up the kill there onto Mike was just beautiful. And now the Volpine contestant here with XY, Star, and Choose going at it. XY very low. Star as well, still getting active in the back end. Eats up the shotgun blaster from Star. XY on the Temmie, trying to stay alive. Running the overalls, the fire skin here for the Temmie. He is gonna be able to invest the Temmie ultimate, but in the pocket, he is gonna be hit there from Star's. I believe that's the LMB focus from the knives there. He is gonna be getting caught up there. He is gonna be eliminated as well. And now Star and XY are well, XY is gonna be taking the trip to the Assaulter. We do have Chu still in the mix here on the Shayo. Crouching will be opener. Lonnie with the double tap dodge on out. Gets caught up at the 1.0 off the halberds. That's big damage just onto Star. We see him eating up tons of damage to be forced to pop this ultimate. Now the Shayo ultimate is gonna be invested. The TP is on out to be able to create a little bit of the distance here, but Chu's now full throttle in. Has that Shayo ultimate. We see how strong he can't that character can do against Lonnie. Getting a little bit of a siphon back there off that ball throw. So now throw the second one to create that distance. Beautifully done there from Star. Being able to kite this out. Fast scare rushes on out with the fan as well. Being able to get a common armor swap. He is still fighting in the situation, trying to kite it out. Choose though, winning this out. I believe that was the last ball throw there from Star. The 1-2 minks here off the halberds. Parry base doesn't catch the second R&B minks though. Since the 1-2-3, he took the damage off the R&B focus there from the fan from Star. And now Choose in the backside gets caught up. And now the tables have turned. Star with the advantage. Choose now to be forced to pop the zap. Does get a common armor swap, but still tons of pressure happening towards Chooses way. It's an aerial R&B finisher there from Star. The terrain was a little scuffy there, but it still went towards his way.
That was so unfortunate, landing on top of that little, I don't even know what to call it. It's just the Eve, was with the little beam, actually putting him in scale rush state, so he couldn't disengage. He did crouch deliberately on top of it, out of the air, doing that little slam down move, but I'm not sure if it was completely intentional, but I think he may have tried to go for the slick escape, the slick movement, and go down with the crouch into the immediate scale rush, but just not able to find it, unfortunately. And now Spider and Edward scrapping it out. Spider having used his ultimate and also his rebirth, so he does not have an extra life. If he goes down here, he's going back to the lobby, so he needs to try and find the disengage, as Edward does have ult advantage here. Looks as though he may have been able to break some ankles on the disengage, and Edward, recognizing this, is just simply going to go back to looting up. Does have one elimination, so not too bad, but white armor is not ideal if you're hoping to go into the realm of Yang. Now, heading over to Imperium, we have PXT and Wu Fong. The parry coming through, the purple longsword doing quite a bit of damage. The single hit as well, very nice presence of mind there. Wu Fong very willing to take a lot of damage here, it seems, and the parry comes through. PXT is going to take the chunk as well, and oh my goodness, wait a minute, no, the ball being thrown out just in time is going to deny Wu Fong the follow-up off of that freeze. Does roll away from the ball throw into another parry. What on earth is this? Into the 1-2. Beautifully done by Wu Fong, picking up his first elimination of the game.
That stabbed off the follow-up R&B. I've been seeing that utilized a lot more, right? That mid-range stab off the follow-up, just being able to catch the tap dodges off of that. We saw here with Wufong on that purple longsword, snagging up the elimination off of that alone. Now these players posted up for the first round with Yang. XY still in the mix. I believe did get eliminated earlier, so needs to be real careful not to get called up if he does snags up this Yang pass. And we see it here going towards Star's way. Verse first one in. A little bit of love taps back here from Star. Verse might not full commit to this. He does possibly hears a lot of aggression here in this area of the map. We have Verse, we have Wufong, Choose, XY, Star with the Yang pass once again. Players disengaging. We see it here. Star is going to be able to take this Yang. And we have him with Volpine Essence, so he is the one snagging up that Jade alone in this round with purple halberds as well. So nice setup here for him. XY Verse not going at it on the right hand side of Imperium for this round. XY does not have the pass. I believe it was the lightning popping that ultimate. Oh my god. Back up here. Yeah. Better back up. This is my Yang. Mike though in the mix still on the Shayo. Purple longsword as well. Doesn't have the gratitude or the, what do we call it, the I don't know what I'm trying to say. He did not get to take the rum Yang, but XY Star still, or Spider going at it. Grapple bumps LMB in the air off the grapple. Spider does very low on the blue armor. They're fighting for this cave, and XY is gonna be aggressed on by Wufong as well. Wufong's in the mix. There goes the flying. Now it's out here for Wufong. Players scattering on inside the cave, and this has a poison mushroom, I believe. Yes, it does. We see it on the right hand side. Edward and T225 going at it. Liam here for Edward. T225 on the Liam as well. Now T225 with pistol start offs here for our first Rumble Yang on game number 4.
T225 with the opener sends out the focus of the 1-2-3, catching him after he gets that combo break out. Both players now both on no combo break, and it looks as though T225 is going to be able to equalize that health deficit that he had, but the heal comes through, and now Edward again in health advantage. So we're going to be playing around these pillars. He's going to try and find the opening. Edward goes to the sky, looking for the drop down, trying to find that parry onto the flying knives. And again, he goes for another parry. You think I'm not sending it? I will indeed. The F comes through. He's going to find the restand. Edward having to back off the clank after clank. They're going for this chip game. They're trying to do that little bit of damage. T225 now sending out that LMB into the ult buffer. They both send out the ball, but Edward with the dodge is going to be able to do it first and get him in that combo. But unfortunately, I think he actually tried to predict the ball coming out, dodge, not getting much damage off that combo, but he is going to follow up and then avoid the second ball. And there it is. He's got that on the, he's got him on the wall, he's got him on the ropes, and he takes him down, secures that realm of Yang.
Wow, beautifully done there from Edward against T225. Recatching twice there off that V2 just confers him the elimination there onto T225. Spider though getting regressed on here by XY. XY on the Temi once again. Spider on the Syra. T225 with Yang depletion timer as well as Frostivus. Not sure who's gonna be able to get that third Yang depletion timer as we still have that fight ongoing. But Spider trying to cut off the pressure here from XY. Pole Sword gaming here from XY as well. Purple Pole Sword in hand. Spider does manage to create a little bit of distance, but XY is still on his trail, trying to find the damage, and it's going to be a two-way Yang depletion for Verse. And yes, the fight goes to distance. Nobody gets elimination, so 4 players are going to be having Yang depletion timer for the first half of this game, and a lot of aggression is going to come off of that alone, and you can see bodies start dropping like flies with how much aggression is going to happen towards the 2-minute mark of these players having that Yang depletion timer. T225 being able to find a bounty here is gonna be able to get line of sight or the info onto PXC as we see it in the mini map. Frostivus getting active against AS, and I believe both of these players have Yang depletion timers, so it's gonna be a big fight, and it looks like it's isolated as well. Winkus here for AS on the fan, does connect. Massive ship here for Frostivus onto AS. F called in here for the Temi, tries to rock catch him off that F called in, but now Frostivus invested just in ultimate. Temi ultimate invested as well, has the range off that weapon alone to get the damage off the focus attack through the wall, but he's gonna wait this out. Gonna go ahead and take a quick reset, and 2 dashes left here for Frostivus. Now the ult is pretty much gone. Now first one is gonna be Frostivus, being able to jump that R&B focus off the halberds, overholding, eats up the damage off the second. Now Frostivus trying to find an opener here off the dashes, doesn't catch the prior because the F is still online here for AS. Rethrows the dash into the caster off the F alone. AS now is gonna get ship paired there from Frostivus, and Frostivus doing here against AS. Beautiful plays there from Frostivus, and Frostivus this game alone. I don't know if you guys caught it in the first fight against Spider. He baited out a focus attack, rolling into the window, faking that he was going to go through through the wall, through the window alone. And I mean, that was just like, I'd never actually seen a play like that, especially against a player like Spider. Frosted is definitely on one here for game number 4.
Holy that goddamn just came out of me. I couldn't even help it. Oh my goodness, that was beautiful from Frostivus. Hey, I'm good. I'm friends with him, but that wasn't even just friendly vibes. That's just a delicious Naraka gaming. The shift parries coming through, the reads. Insane play from Frostivus right there. And yeah, you're absolutely right. The parries have been extremely on point this game. We saw him parry Spide like 4 times in the beginning, and now we've got this fight coming through. Edward, thankfully, does have that Vermilion Bird's Might, so he is going to survive regardless. He's getting caught between Verse and Star here, and unfortunately, Verse did not manage to secure that Soul Bloom for himself. I think Star had already he'd won Yang, he'd won the Realm of Yang, so he didn't even need the Soul Bloom, but he's going to deny it regardless from Verse. Now Verse is going to be left to try and get another elimination. He's going to try and find another fight here. He's heading over to the north here. Perhaps he's... Oh, okay. So he's heading over to this Realm of Yang that's spawning in, hoping that a player is going to be here and trying to secure that Yang pass. And he's exactly right. Edward did path over in this direction. He does have ultimate and he does have combo breaker available. So this is not going to be an easy fight. Verse does have both as well, but that health disadvantage and the weapon rarity disadvantage is going to make things a lot more difficult. As... Oh, wait a minute.
Oh.
He finds the uppercut. Combo break has been forced out. Verse has advantage. Does he find the uppercut yet again? No. The scale rush comes through. He's trying to find him. He gets the beautiful parry on the rooftop. Swaps, grabs that golden pulse sword. Now popping that ultimate alongside Edward. He's trying to defend against this. Can he find it? The ball goes wide. Verse is ready for it. He dodges away, catches him on the jump. He's going to bait the ball out, and there it is, sending him with the tech chase. He's just making it look easy. Verse, he's got 40 seconds left. He needs to close this out right now. He catches him with the scale rush into the ball, and that's all she wrote. Surely there it is. The R&B is gonna claim the elimination, and Edward goes down.
Wow. I mean, Verse is just insane. He's so clean. He catches the scare rush there, dodges out into the Nbpl. It's just disgusting there for Verse. Cleanse, and he snags up the pass, so he can go right back into the mix there to try to get more skill off the Yang if he wins. Frostivus is PXT going at it. Choose the third one in here for a 3-way scrap off. It's going to be Star against Mike. Mike full purple weapons except for that blue fan, but still, nice inventory here for Mike. Star, on the other hand, has the gold nunchucks for the first roam, I believe. The 1-2 spam here for the nunchucks. F called in here for Mike since the 1.0. Just for the musket shot does not connect. A little bit of punishment there, but now F invested here for the Lonnie. Mike trying to find an opener. Does manage to scare rush on top. The Lonnie ultimate is to be called in here for Star. Into the Lashaya ultimate here from Mike. Big damage off the 1.0 as well. Jump LB for the extra damage. Now the second one's gonna be blocked off here by the shield here from the Lashaya. Overholdings, be able to weave that ball throw there from Star. Now Mike can be able to catch this, and that's gonna be enough damage, I believe, off the jump LB. Doesn't catch it though. Now the third ball throw, and that's all shield blocks, but that's all that he needs. It's fully safe here to try to get active, but gotta be careful though. Those gold nunnies, we seen the damage there earlier in this day, but how strong that can do off of an R&B focus attack. Star eats up the damage off the musket shot. One shot in the dream here for Star. Mike drops him very low as well, but the scare rush from Mike for the elimination onto Star, and Mike snagging up that yang for himself. Spider and XY going at it. The Spider now invests in the Syra ultimate, but XY has to kite this out and wait for the perfect opportunity to pop this Tomoko ultimate.
He does indeed, but we got those pillars. We don't have wave roll like we once did. Wave roll, I remember those days. I think a lot of us remember those days. That was painful, but he is going to kite it out for the most of it, and then immediately drop the ult. Perfectly spaced, beautifully done. What an ult coming out. That it shows the proficiency on Tumulk. Xuan Yuan, he is a Tumulk enjoyer, as I've said a couple times now. He plays this a lot, and he understands and just knows that spacing extremely well. You see it coming out right there. He's able to catch the Syra immediately as he comes out of ult, timing it extremely well. The Wisp, the wall, it's just, that's all she wrote. Xuan Yuan absolutely cooking with the Tumulk in the Realm of Yang, but only one elimination. That could change moving forwards, as he does have that White Tiger's prowess now. Star, having lost his Realm of Yang, and Spider as well. They're going to have to find something. Syra, the lone Syra in the lobby, it's not going to be easy to actually find an elimination here. He could take one person down with him, perhaps, but he is at risk of getting lobbied by all of these players. We have 3 players here lurking around this building in Arcadia. No, 4, in fact. Paste, crouched in the corner over there. All 4 of them trying to create an opening, see if they can get one of these players lobbied and get them focused down by everybody else. It doesn't look as though anyone wants to commit to anything. Mike spots out the other Realm of Yang winner, the other player with White Tiger's prowess here. And now we have that valiant challenge coming through from ASE. Mike as well to be picking up a bounty. I think he's got it on... I'm not sure who exactly it is on, but he does have a bounty now. There's so many players here. I think ultimate to speak of is going to be a tough escape here coming away from Mike.
Yeah, we do see Mike, though, trying to full focus PXC. PXC was forced to get a common armor swap. He drops very low, finds a second one as well. Everybody in this proximity does see that player trying to scatter on out. Mike loses a little bit of track there, but XY first one in. Big damage down to PXC. Common armor gone already there for PXC, trying to stay up, finds a third one this time around to PXC. Scare Rush is on out, but XY, tons of pressure here off the Gold Dual Blaze. Massive pair here for XY as well to PXC. FCon here for the Lani to be forced to pop this Lani ultimate. Is going to use the first throw there to get a little bit of distance. Can't TP it out if he needs it. Does not call it in just yet. Flying Knife's out now for PXC. XY still first one being applied the pressure here onto PXC. Scare Rush connects as well. Raw Uppercut cannot connect because of the soft true there from the Lani ultimate. And now it's going to use it this time around to create the distance. It's going to be able to fall, drop down fast to avoid getting grapple bumped down the top side. Now Star showing into the mix. Mike as well on the top side. PXC trying to stay alive, fighting for his life. We do see him creating a little bit of that distance. Now Star showing up there with the gold nunchucks as well. PXC playing the top side of this terrain. Spider with 2 minutes and 40 seconds trying to cleanse out this Yang depletion timers. They lost track of PXC, and it looks like PXC is going to be getting a full reset, and he does not have Yang depletion timer, so he can just cut line of sight and stay quiet and be able to win, to be able to stay alive here in this situation. As we see him, I don't think anybody have spotted him, and I don't see him. I think he's out. He is out of the scene. No, he's not. He's in the backside with a blue armor. They spotted him, and PXC now getting grapple here from Star with 1 minute and 40 seconds. He has to try to cleanse somehow. They do see the Lani in the field. PXC using this terrain as his best potential, as we see him running the route over and over again, being able to ice off the pressure from this whole lobby pretty much here in this area. Star not be able to catch us. Spider still fighting for his life at the backside. PXC only drops 1 block of that blue armor. Very, very hard to catch a player with momentum. And I mean, at this point, everybody is par on par with the movement. Anybody can survive in these very rough situations, as we see it there. Star, though, in a rough situation with that Yang depletion timer, 1 minute and counting, trying to stay alive. It looks like he is going to be getting a raw upgrade here onto Spider. We do see him now getting aggressive on Spider. Needs to cleanse as well. Big damage there from the 1-2 jump pistol shot there from Spider. Now Star trying to find a place to take a quick reset in with 50 seconds and counting. Spider now be able to keep line of sight there of Star. Looks like they might get real aggressive there on the bottom side of the terrain. Versus in the mix as well. And this could be good for Verse, snagging up 2 eliminations potentially with just 1 final hit once that Yang depletion timer takes effect. And we see it here from Star not caring, going for the Syra. Frosted is now showing up as well to the mix. Do have him potentially spotting one of these players. Like Duncan said, these players can pretty much know who has Yang depletion timer. It doesn't give the name, but it gives the player or the character that has Yang depletion timer. We see Spider there with elimination onto PXC. Does not cleanse though, being forced to pop this ultimate. Everybody scatters on now, and that is rough. I'm not sure who snagged up the bloom. It could have been, I don't know who that was, but that was just, it was Star. Star cleanse off of that alone. Spider does not find the success that he needed. XY waiting for the Syra to run out of that ultimate, which they just did. And now this could be bad for Spider with 20 seconds and counting.
That is so rough. The wisp coming through from Xuan Yuan. Just no bloom for you. It's heartbreaking for Spider. Truly, 2 eliminations. He could have potentially made it to that match point threshold, but it's not to be. The wisp grief coming through. He is simply going to go quietly into the night, going back to the lobby off of that Yang depletion. Yang depletion it's very, very dangerous. And in this environment here, if you don't have somebody else who's also playing the same character as you, it's gonna be even more difficult to actually cleanse. In a lot of situations, we've seen it in the past where there are multiple of the same character. There's two, and then one of them has Yang depletion. The other, depending on whether or not they were the ones who actually killed them in the realm of Yang or whatever it might have been, they likely recognize this and then attempt to aid that person in getting that soul bloom so that they can, you know, they can survive. They both survive, and then they don't get focused down in the later part of the game. But when you're on your own, it becomes that much more difficult. It's just so hard. Like I saw it happen when we saw the Syra, the lone Syra get picked up. I had a feeling something like this may have ended up happening, and his hope was to try and just fully send it, get that kill onto that player, and then pop the ultimate, maybe take somebody down with him. But unfortunately, everyone's scattering, the terrain just allowing for so many avenues of escape, denying that pressure from Spider. Very unfortunate for him, to say the least. Now we do see those Shields get that spirit well here. We do have OUG Mike with the White Tiger's prowess. He's going to be trying to dictate the pace of the lobby here, but with the Moonbane in play, it'll be difficult to actually create an opportunity to get somebody lobbied and to claim some eliminations, which he definitely wants to try and get under his belt. As the closer he can get to match point threshold this game, the better it will be moving forwards. And speaking of, Wufong currently the closest, 22 points in total with one elimination, and then Chuz with no eliminations this game, unfortunately, but 21.6, not very far behind.
Tons of pressure going towards Star's way. We have him already invested in that Lonnie ultimate. Mike gets hit off that first ball bounce, but look at the whisk. And the XY has the most beautiful whisk in the league. Into the double bow shot as well. XY from downtown, snagging up that elimination onto Star. And I've seen him do this time and time again with those whisks connect. That was just a literally 35-meter whisk there to connect there for the elimination, and now snagging up some resources here. He's gonna be able to scale up a lot more. We are already having Mike though almost getting rid of that White Tiger's powers. 35 seconds left for him to have that buff online. The second spirit well is going to be coming up pretty soon, or the last one I should say. We are going to be having a little bit of a, you know, tuna there from XY. Wufong try to get a little bit of resources, but that body was already fully looted. Mike though, gold longsword in hand. Players are potentially going to be waiting out for this end circle. We still have a couple seconds left. No, Mike getting active against Verse. Massive pair here for Mike onto Verse. Doesn't get the full confirmation damage due to the terrain there, so Verse is gonna have the F to stay up here in the situation. Has been getting a lot of pressure thrown his way throughout this time period of this game. Now trying to scatter on out. Mike with a massive catch here. He can carousel this. Yes, he can. Big damage to the corner, to the LB follow-up as well. Verse eats up tons of damage. Verse now is gonna be popping this ultimate, but Frostivus with the pistol shot there for the elimination onto Verse. Mike controlling the tempo of this end circle now. Just does not get the last hit. These players still roaming around here for Mike. And the Spirit Rail is about to come up pretty soon as well. But what a beautiful snag kill there from Frostivus, picking up his third elimination of game number 4.
Yeah, very nice to see from him, going up to 16.7. 16.7, looking pretty good. If Frostivus can secure a few more eliminations here, he may be able to come away just ending the game around 20 points, something along those lines. So we'll have to wait and see. For the moment, the eyes are all on Wufong and Chuzong. Can they manage to actually secure that match point eligibility? Are they going to make it through? Because right now, Chuzong, he needs to make something happen. He needs a couple kills in this end zone. Wufong could definitely do with, you know, one more elimination, or if he manages to survive until the very end and gets that first place placement, he can secure the win, get those placement points, and get into that match point eligibility from there. But looking at the zone right now, looking at these players, everyone is slowing down for the moment. We have three purple armors and 2 gold armors on the side of Mike and Zhuan Yuan. Everybody has their ultimate ready to go. 2 Shields, 2 Justinas, and 1 to Mulk. Zhuan Yuan with the absolute turbo Chad energy right there, just farming aura, standing on top of that rock formation, using tuna in front of the whole world. Okay, I get it, buddy. I get it. It's just the only Tamolk just does not care. Tuna in front of everyone. That's a Chad right there. You gotta give it to him. Oh my goodness. Oh, big respect to Zhuan Yuan. But looking at this terrain situation, It is going to get a little dicey very, very soon. No buildings to hide behind. Got a little bit of that verticality, but there's going to be some buttery rock situations coming up soon, C8. This could get ugly very, very quickly.
Yeah, it can. And this is where the lobby has to find the decisions. They wanted to take out one of these Shayos. I mean, there's still 2 up here for the Shayos. One Justina there for Frostivus, as well as Fu Fong. So that's another pair. And XY being that middle man between the pair, right? On that Temming has been having a great mid game here for game number 4. 2 eliminations, but has been able to control a lot of the tempo as well. But Mike just full taking control this last and final moments of this game thus far. Being able to have that White Tiger's powers, stopping a lot of the, or applying a lot of the pressure to the lobby. We see it here also with 2 eliminations. Wu Fong with 1, Choose with 0, Frostivus with 3, XY with 2, like we mentioned. Eliminations are going to be Spider with 2, Verse with 2, Edward with 2, AS with 1, Star with 3, and PXT with 1. And now, this is where the zone's going to start moving on in. Wu Fong, XY, waiting this out right now. This will be very
horrifying. I swear. Like, bro, it's just standing still.
He really is, right? He's just waiting this out. No pressure throw his way. He knows. Mike playing the top side here with his end circle. Wants to be the one investing in the grapples. That's 14 grapples in his name now. Being able to stay high ground. And there it is. Here goes. Shaya ultimate investor here for Choose. Temming ultimate investor here for XY. Wu Fong overholding. Gets cut in the corner. Does not be able to dash here. Goes up high. Look at how many players are up high. Frosty gets frozen there. The whisk is not connected for XY on the bottom side. Wu Fong still playing the top side, using Frosty as a grapple standard there to try to get on up. But we do have a lot of pressure happening towards the bottom side. Choose has a little bit of less health there than Mike. Now the drop down there from Choose. Massive Shayo here from one of these players. That's Mike picking an elimination onto Choose. XY snagging an elimination onto Wu Fong with a bow shot. Now Mike throwing out the second one onto Frostivus. Does not kill though. That's gonna be a tie with how many players stay up. But the winner is gonna be decided in just a moment. Possibly Frostivus being able to take the MVP for game number 4. I think he did, and there it is. BBE Frostivus snagging up his first MVP of the Biweekly 4 finals. What a game here for Frostivus. And I mean, like we saw throughout the whole game, the beautiful work he was doing there throughout the whole game. Massive shift parry there to stay up there in one of those fights to continue scaling. I mean, it was just a great game here for Frostivus. And once again, he's playing those end games, being able to stay consistent, not getting too active in that early to mid game, snagging up kills on his way. And we see it here for his 4th game. It played out perfectly here for himself.
Oh, absolutely. You have to say, though, he does look very locked in. I think even though that was a solid MVP from him, he's still contemplating and still thinking about what he could have done better and what he can adjust for the upcoming game. His parries were insane. You know, getting parries in general is not that easy in Nbpl because players are, you know, the tendencies, the mind games, and the spacing, etc. It's not easy at all to be able to consistently get parries over and over and over again. But he had the right read continuously throughout that game, getting 3 eliminations, I think, by the end. It may have been 4. He may have picked up one last one in those final moments, but I'm not too sure. It's hard to say because it did just sort of break into chaos at the end there. We saw them all grappling up, dashing up into the sky, and unfortunately, I think Spider was actually the one who picked up a couple there towards the last few moments with those shy old chokes, the shield throws, denying the pressure from Frostivus as well, not allowing him to really get much from those Justina dashes. And it ended up being a draw. Frostivus and Spider both living until the last second, that 0. The timer ticked down to 0, and both of them alive with a decent chunk of HP, showing that they were able to actually stay within the zone, the safe zone, for quite a while. But yeah. Hey, we're going to have a look at the scoreboard just after this. You know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. Time for Answer 4 Treasures. If you want to get your hands on this Spring Split random gift box, make sure to get the answer to this question in the chat. And the question is actually quite a tough one. What was the prize money of game number 4? Was it A, 1,000 yuan, B, 2,000, C, 3,000, or D, 5,000 yuan? Make sure to get your answer in the chat if you want a good chance at winning that Spring Split random gift box. And to keep an eye on your whispers and the chat itself, make sure that if you are the winner, that you are going to be able to get your prize sent over to your account.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I didn't really mention tonight. When I usually do is Biweekly finals, there's money on the line, right? You take a win home, these players are getting that extra cash in their hands as well for each win that they get throughout the day. But our scoreboard here for game number 4 is gonna be Frostivus with 3 eliminations. Oh my god, it's a tie between Frostivus and Mike in the decider. It's the damage, right? Frostivus with overall game score of 5, Mike as well with overall game score of 5, but Frostivus just coming on top there, having more damage here for game 4, so he is gonna be snagging up that MVP. And oh my god, top 4, 3, 3, 3, 3. All these players with 3 eliminations, 4.5 though for XY, 3.5 for Star. Burst and Spider 2 eliminations, but Burst with 3, Spider with 2.5, as well as Wufong, Edward with 2, PXT with 1.5, AS with 1, Choose with 1, and T225 not having a great game 4, dropping a donut for his 4th game. And now our overall standings here, the bottom of the pyramid, PXT with 11, Star with 11.7, XY with 14.7, T225 with 15.6, as well as AS, Edward beating that by 0.1 with 15.7. And now the top side of the pyramid, I don't think we have someone in that threshold yet, Duncan.
No, but I don't think so, no. And I realize now that it wasn't Spider, because Spider was the Syra. It was Mike on the child.
Yeah.
Brain. Okay, moving on. Regardless, we are going to be seeing Frostivus break into that top 6, though. Very nice to see from him. And there it is at the top. Wufong not able to close the distance to that match point threshold. 1 point off. Hey. We're going to game 6, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
But will we go past that is the question, because quite a few players here, they could make it to match point. But, you know, we talked about it earlier today. Match point doesn't mean you're just going to be able to get the dub afterwards, because MVP is difficult to attain. Very difficult indeed. Wufong, though, he just needs 1. Chuzeng needs 1.9. Mike needs 3.2. You know, it's very, very little points, not much in it. So we are going to be seeing that match point threshold attained after this upcoming game number 5. But here we're taking a look at some highlights off the back of that game, MVP'd by BB Frostivus himself. Taking a look at these early game fights here against Spider. He did end up closing out the kill on him. Spider, we saw him retreat, but he must have come on back, and the fight continued as we were watching something else. And he got the read and took him down. And then all of these scrap-offs in Arcadia. We were here the entire game, it feels like.
Yeah, we really were. Oh yeah, he did. He did get scare rushed there, right? On top of the pillar.
Yeah.
That's just unfortunate for him. Wufong here. I mean, this was massive pairs here for Wufong against PXT. PXT trying to fight back. Was forced to pop this ult as well. Tries to crouch the LAB. Oh my god, the disrespect just staying there. Another parry there for Wufong to PXT. Gets the damage. F comes in. Lonnie ultimate invested into another parry. R&B focus follow up. Gets the stab off the R&B into the jump LB finisher, which is disgusting. And this was Frostivus here in his element. Beautiful dash through into the LB. Being able to get a massive ship parry here onto AS was just disgusting there from BBE Frostivus. And now verse against always Edward. Parry baits him. The 1-2 minks here off the halberds. Catches the 1-2 once again on the bottom side of this terrain. Edward trying to hold blue. Not allowed to. Star though showing up here for the 3rd party. Overholds, gets to 2.0 there onto Edward, and Verse now with a last 1.0 there for the elimination onto Edward. And this was Verse showcasing how beautiful he can play. Catches that Lonnie ball there, but right before that, just applying tons of pressure there onto Edward. And now our final moments of game number 4. Frostivus winning to that last and final moment to pop that ultimate. Catches 1 dash, 2 dashes, 3 dashes. Just get 4 resets off of this alone. Gets cut off the shield throw, but not enough time. Being able to stay alive, having the damage at his favor as well. Is going to be snagging up that MVP for game number 4 on the Justina. Another Justina for tonight, taking an MVP. Our MVP, BBE Frostivus, 12,000 damage, 3 eliminations on the board. Had 3 standard damage reduction Jades. Not too crazy on the Jade department there, as well as Gekkafoot, Suden Boon, and Calvary Boom. So he wasn't really super stacked on the Jades, but hey, player like Frostivus, he don't even need it.
Hey, he don't need it. His 5th MVP so far. Very solid player. And you can see 5 counter strikes. You know, I think that only includes the actual times where he got the follow-up off of that parry.
Oh.
I think is the counter strike, actually, I think that's the name given to the actual gold focus follow-up off of your parry, because I think he got more than 5 that game. And you know, one thing that I wanted to comment on, actually, because we saw Wufong with those beautiful parries on against the spear in Imperium with the Justina. Hey, Wufong and Frostivus, they're quite friendly. They zero band on a regular basis. Both of these players, they're pulling out the parries. They've just been labbing. They've been parrying a lot. They're figuring stuff out. Who knows? They're parry goats of the league right now. Regardless, we are going to be moving forward into our next game relatively soon. I'm very excited now because, hey, you know what it means, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for Fireflies, and we're going over to, I believe, Holoroth. No, it's Holoroth and then Morris Isle. Yeah, so we're gonna get Holoroth Firefly, and it's gonna be exciting. It's time for Tarka. It's time for things to heat up, ladies and gentlemen. Are we going to see the V1 F2 that we've been seeing so far in the league over the past bi-weekly? Or are we going to finally see the F1 V2, which, quite frankly, I think has considerable upside? I think it requires a little bit more experience on Tarka because, quite frankly, you know, it makes sense that a lot of these players, they haven't been spending too much time playing Tarka. You know, they haven't needed to play it for so long because he's not been meta. But, you know, I've seen it from HWQ, some more experienced Tarka players in China, that they have been trying out V2 and having pretty good success. CDY, unfortunately, I think he went for the V1, he conformed to the meta, and I think he might actually consider it to be the better option. But I don't know. I've been meaning to message him for a while now and talk to him about it, but we'll see. Regardless, I certainly hope we see some Tarka coming in game number 5. It is Fireflies. It would make sense, but I'm really hoping to see the F1 V2 come out. Please. The command grab just does so much. It's so good. And the ability to keep your ult going helps so much in those multi-way fights.
Yeah, I mean, just think about the Fs alone. Fireball, right? From what I've seen, it looks like it comes out a lot more quicker. And having that gold frame as well.
Yeah, the gold frame. Yeah,
it's just I guess just more the safest route. Like you mentioned, I don't really think they're practicing Tarka like that. I was watching Mike stream the other day. He was zero banning. If you guys know Berserk, he was zero banning Berserk, and as soon as they pop that ultimate, they're going straight into that spear. So they're still playing that old style of that aerial R&B off the spear from what I watched there. So I'm very curious to see if that's what they're doing in Pro League as well. If Mike does decide to play Tarka. I think Spider has a little bit more comfort on Tarka. I'm not really too sure how what's Mike's overall standpoint on Tarka. But if we are going to be seeing it, like Duncan mentioned, right now would be definitely the perfect time, potentially in the Holoroth, right? Definitely in Morris Isle if one of these players want to play that Tarka. But now into this Holoroth game, I wouldn't be surprised if we see one. But you know, also we might see those Aquuses, and now with how Tarka is, I believe Tarka just full counters Aquas, right? He gets punished for trying to go for those double leaps, right? Yeah. So it's just it's gonna be a nice little counter if we do see Tarkas on the field, depending on how the round selections goes. Because you know, normally we see the Aquuses getting picked around that second to last round selection. So it could be a little bit of a little mind game or a little prediction thing if one of these Tarkas do want to come out. And against that Akos, it's going to be very rough for the Akos to try to win that matchup with just how well Tarka does. I mean, he was already very good before Akos, right? Before the rework, Tarka was very well against Akos, being able to get the people's elbow. But now with that kick to the dome, it's just too good with that distance, right? Being able to predict that leap from any distance and winning that gold frame matchup against that character is just too good on Tarka. So hopefully we do see one right now, which I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't. But in Morris Isle for sure, would love to see one of these players play Tarka, because I still haven't seen I haven't casted a Tarka yet with a rework. So I would very love to see that firsthand here for the Biweekly 4 final.
Yeah, same here, absolutely. And you're absolutely right. The Akos matchup is very Tarka favored now.
Yeah.
It's very difficult for Akos to do too much. However, so just to explain it to all of you at home as well, in case you haven't really tried it out very much, the rework includes the overburn state, which Tarka now goes into once he's done or received enough damage, or once enough time has passed in both of the ultimates. And it converts his people's elbow, his punch, whatever you'd like to call it, into this like this next level sort of leaping knee kick to the face, which is very cool to watch.
Yeah.
But so the properties of the normal punch will go through weapon purple focus, right? The leaping knee kick goes through weapon gold focus maximum. It does not go through ability gold focus or ultimate gold focus, because there's different states of gold focus within the game. So that is very important to know. And when it comes to ACOS, for example, ACOS's F1, the gold focus, that is ability gold focus. So Tarka's punch in ultimate will not go through with the knee kick. His pounce, however, where he does the double jump into that golden pounce, that counts as weapon gold focus. And then the big V2 tiger grab, where he pounces forwards, grabs a target, and then mauls them and throws them down, that counts as ultimate gold focus. So in this matchup, you can do quite a lot to ice off the pressure from those pounces, from the slashing attacks. But the ACOS still has, he's still got money in it. He can definitely still do well. It's just going to come down to the experience of both of the players. So we shall see moving forwards. But so far, off the back of 4 selection phases, we've not seen a single Tarka nor an ACOS, interestingly. But now going into that 5th round selection, that's going to change. T225 pulling out the Tamog and Chuan Yuan with the Tarka. And I highly expect that he's probably going to go for the F2v1, as that's what he's been playing for the entire time, and he's been picking it. He's one of the most versed, I would say, on Tarka. I would say out of the league right now, in terms of like his showing. He's been doing pretty well with it. I saw a very nice clip of him doing jump LMBs with fist blades and then catching a punch in the air. One of the rare opportunities and rare ways that you can actually manage to do that. It's not very easy, but he's certainly managed it, and he's certainly been putting in the effort to learn this. Even though CDY has been the longest, he's been the OG, he's been the longest standing GOAT of Tarka. I think because he had to put so much work into learning a lot of other characters to stay in and stay competitive, he just didn't put as much time into Tarka recently, and it's costed him that title.
Yeah, which is respectable, right? Which is in the Pro League, Tarka not being in the meta since last 2 J-Cups ago, when he was able to punch on the ground. That's where a lot of these Pro League players were playing that Tarka, playing staff/spear. After that, Tarka has been having a long hiatus in the meta, but now with his rework, he's been showcased a lot more now in the Pro League. And like you mentioned, F2v1 on that Tarka for this game 5. Everything else looks pretty standard. The V2 there for Verse on that Kylan, opposed to Star running that V1, I believe, in game number 2. But now a little bit of difference there on the Kylan, so it's more of a preference thing for these players. We do have 2 players landing puzzle, potentially 2 other players third-partying in here, and this is a very dangerous area to get third-party with those ballistas on the outskirts of that area. It's just so dangerous if you're in the middle, just eating up 1 or 2, just plus that tick damage off the burn from the ballista. It's just, oh man, we've seen upsets so many times, and the one always initiating that, it's Fong, right? But Fong is not here. We do have Mike though, still landing on the bottom side, Spider in the center, as well as XY. We have AS right next to Mike, Wolves on the top side as well. Frost is landing far right there on the map. We see Verse on the top right hand side, Bauda and another player as well, right top left of the puzzle. So this is going to be a very, very high contested area here for puzzle. Game number 4 locked and loaded here for the Biweekly 4 finals. I mean, this is crazy, right? I mean, game number 5. I don't know why I said game number 4 right there, but game number 5 locked in. Choose on the Liam now for this game. Star in the back end. XY already applying the pressure there. We do see him trying to find the opener here on the Tarka. LB Proud here into the fireball. Does not connect. Hits the top side of the terrain. Doesn't get the burn tick damage off of that. Choose not finding the perfect opportunity here to go against Star. We see him drop very low. Who's in the second elimination here? The 1-2. Choose trying to stay up. XY though applying the pressure, and XY snagging up the first elimination here for game number 5.
Beautifully done by XY. He does scuff that fireball, unfortunately, beforehand, but he does claim the elimination. But now dropping down onto the Chuz, he's actually put in a bit of danger here. 1 HP in a dream, popping that ultimate and actually surviving due to that ultimate focus damage reduction, the slight damage reduction that he receives, making it just barely possible to get out of here with his life, but he's on the run. He's trying to disengage, and it's going to be tough. The grapple comes through. Can he find the bow shot? No, he cannot, and Chuz, unfortunately, because he has no grapples, is not going to be able to continue chasing onwards over to Zhuan Yuan. But very nice start for the Taka. We saw where he landed, that little area just to the northwest of the Salvation podium, able to pick up those Fireflies early on. There's 2 Fireflies in that area. They're highly contested now that we do have Fireflies in the mix. Heading over to Spider in the south. AS and Spider. It looks as though Spider's on the front foot, and he may be able to take this player down.
Yeah, and Spider's been cooking already. He has 2 on the board. AS drops very low. 1 shot in a dream, and there it is. Spider with his 3rd elimination here for game number 5. PXC starting to move on in. Spider, though, invests that F, but it's going to come down to cooldown pretty soon. 81% for the ultimate come online. PXC does not have the O online, so this could potentially be a 4th elimination here for Spider. We see him trying to cut out a little of the pressure. Doesn't really want to fight inside the zone. He's going to start rotating back on in, even though it's zone 1. Does not want to take more of that white health off, and there it is. Parry baits PXC. F caught in here for PXC. Spider has the perfect opportunity that he needs right now. He's gonna get parry baited. No problem yet for PXC though. Since the 1.5 gets the damage there onto PXC. Now Spider with common longsword is gonna be forced to pop this F. Gets caught up, and now the Liam ultimate is gonna be called in here for Spider. PXC needs to be real careful not to get called out here with no ult online, and that's gonna be enough damage here for Spider onto PXC. Snags him up, sends him inside the zone. Elimination confirmation there for Spider, and that's gonna be his 4th one of game 5. That's a crazy start here for Spider already in match point threshold off of those 4 kills, and Wufong as well. So we do have 2 players already in that 24-point threshold.
We do indeed. And now moving over to Frostivus and Verse. Oh, wait a minute. That was a nice little combo coming through from Frostivus. He gets that LMB focus from the dagger into that scale rush. But Verse, luckily, did have that combo breaker off cooldown, was able to break out of that one. Now forcing to go back to neutral, the reset. We're getting a little bit of an advantage coming through from Frostivus, though. The crouch after the 1-2, looking to see if he can catch him on the tab dodge with that uppercut, but not going to get it. The combo breaker is going to get forced out by that LMB focus from Frostivus on that dagger. He's going to continue to try and chase, but he may have been a little bit overconfident here. Does clip him with that last little bit. The soul break is going to do that little bit extra damage. Frostivus holding continuously. He's doing a lot. The soul break. Wait a minute. What happened there? No clank coming through. That's very surprising, I have to say. Perhaps, actually, Frostivus could have been going for that dagger tech, where instead of allowing the soul break to fly in the direction of your opponent, you hold W and change your camera placement so that it goes in a different direction and doesn't actually confirm. And he caught it, like he sent it just to the right of him to potentially try and bait a parry or something like that, and then was going to go for the RMB afterwards, punishing that parry. But perhaps, or perhaps it was just a strange interaction with flying knives there. Unfortunate to say the least. Frostivus does go down for the moment, and now heading over to a replay where Wufong claimed his elimination that took him up to that match point threshold.
Yeah, beautiful showcase in there from Wufong. Now, still getting active this time around against Star. Star with common armor loses a lot of HP. He does have gold weapon for that puzzle though. Gold halberds in hand, so Wufong is able to snag this in the hands of Wufong. Could be a big problem here for the rest of the lobby. We do have Wufong though still on the fitting here against Star on the top side. It's gonna be able to drop down. Massive jump parry there from Wufong. Oh my god, that was disgusting. F caught in there from Star. Scare Rush is on in there with a pole sword. Doesn't get the Scare Rush confirmation, but gets the follow up there. Now, LB Pro here for Wufong to the 1 point for the halberds. Big damage, gets the gold halberds as well. And now it's going to go advance the Temi ultimate. It's a massive parry as well to Star. And that's going to be the elimination here for Wufong.
Okay, buddy.
And he's just going to go ahead and troll him back to back Wiz. Winning this out. And Wufong just filling himself right now with 2 eliminations off the board off of that game alone. And I mean, off of the start alone. And now, snagging up a very, very good upgrade weapon there off of that parry. Gold halberd is in the hand of Wufong on a Temi, looking to take this first Roman Yang, starting to form on in. We have Spider now rotating on out, 87% on that raise. Is going to be able to get that as soon as he enters the realm as well. But someone called in a Bane. It was Spider. Sorry, Spider is going to be securing this Roman Yang, buying out that Moonbane charm earlier game here to make sure he can guarantee that that Yang for himself. Mike now trying to rotate on out with the man, this Justina outfit. I wish it came back. I trolled. I didn't cop, and that's on me. But but Edward not trolling against Choose. Big damage there for Edward in this 1v1 between Edward and Choose.
Oh my goodness. That play from Wufeng, good lord. He's cooking, ladies and gentlemen. I have no other words. He's just the chef right now. That was beautiful. Actually insane. Props to him. He's been cooking. But now we're heading over to the Fire Dog, the chef himself. He's got the spear uppercuts going through, but unfortunately, he's gonna be, you know, he's gonna disengage a little bit. He doesn't want to continue on because he does want to secure that realm of Yang. He is gonna force off this Kylan from that Yang, taking the Yang pass for himself, defending it here. Very nicely done. And also because of that immortality proc from the Kylan, he likely wouldn't have been able to finish him off immediately with that combo break, likely coming off cooldown relatively soon. So we're going to be jumping in now, and we're going to be taking a look at the Sandy Chef, the chef from the desert, coming through, dropping down, trying to find the opening, not going to be able to. Spider fending him off, catching him on the pillar there. Nicely done. Spider going to get a little bit of chip damage. The combo break comes through off the parry, but he catches the combo breaker. Wufeng, the chef, extra spicy, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, the combo break comes out, crouching to the floor, catches him with the LMB into the wisp throw, gets behind the pillar. Can he find it? He's throwing the wisp on the ground, but he gets bowled. He is going to be CC'd. He's not going to get that much damage from this one, I don't think. Or is he? He is indeed the combo breaker, not off cooldown, ladies and gentlemen. The chef gets burned.
That was disgusting there for Wufeng. Now XY on Tarka, PXC on Justina. Tarka ultimate invested here for XY. Catches the people's elbow. Tarka for the uppercut, but no soft chew there. Uppercut invested there from the Justina, or ultimate invested. Now recatches it into the fireball as well. Big damage. RB Minks into the musket shot as well. And the burn check is to be enough. And that's all that is needed there off that fireball to pick up the elimination there onto PXT. And XY now is going to be snagging up Gold Fist Blaze. Possibly not the, you know, the weapon of choice you want to have. The best weapon, you know. I mean, obviously gold rarity, gonna snag it up, but on the Tarka, you know, even seem crazy as Duncan. He plays greatsword, right? So I'm guessing you playing that greatsword Tarka. You know how strong those cancellations can be with those greatswords, being able to chain those, just so much damage off that heavy weapon. So you know that's probably one of the better weapons for the Tarka. I mean, obviously Katana Hung swords can do infinite. Spear slash staffs has mix up as well, catching restands with mid dodging. So I mean, those weapons favor a lot more in the Tarka matches, but you know, Fist Blaze, you know, we'll take him here off this round. Spider though, snagging up Gold Fan off that round. We already having him now going back to the cave, trying to find some more resources. Wait, how did he cleanse? I'm sorry.
Wait,
he's out. Oh no, wait, Wufeng got wait. I'm trolling. I thought Wufeng came on top. I was trolling. We do have Wufeng still with Yandy Police Timer. XY now in a mix with the Gold Fist Blaze, trying to get active against Frostivus. You see him here. He doesn't want to really get too active. He does not want to be eliminated, especially some of the Remembrance Birds that are going to be full throwing it in. He wants to make it to those end circles, so he's going to try to cut out this pressure here from XY. Snagging up a pair or whatever resource was there on the ground. XY now trying to cut the line of sight here from Frostivus, but Frostivus is going to be able to, you know, get his movement game strong in the bottom side of that puzzle if he needs to.
Yeah, he's out of there. It looks as though they're not really interested in fighting each other just yet, but that could change very, very soon. Pace, unfortunately, he is on that blue armor, blue weapon with Yang depletion, so it is going to be a it's gonna be a tough climb for him. He's gonna have to try and find you know, a similarly undiluted player or a third-party opportunity to actually cleanse this Yang depletion here. Wufeng looks as though he's closing in on Zhuan Yuan. The Tumulk versus Tarka matchup. It is an inherent counter here for Tarka. It's gonna be a rough one. The fireball comes through, but he still eats a lot of the damage from that focus attack. Wufeng is gonna get grappled out of the sky by Frostivus coming on through. Zhuan Yuan is going to get stuck in that Tumulk ultimate, but able to just barely drop down on that corner. The gap in the Tumulk ultimate allowing the avenue of his escape But now Wu Fong, he's in the hot seat. He's going to get focused down by all of these players who've now positioned themselves very close by. They're closing in on him, and having recognized that Tumult ult is down, it's going to be hard to recover for Wu Fong. Frostivus trying to close the distance, getting a little bit closer, trying to see if he can smell any weakness here. I don't think there's going to be an immediate fight just yet, although Wu Fong does need to find that Soul Bloom as well. But we'll see. He's waiting out in the zone for the moment. All these players waiting patiently. Oh, no, wait a minute. Frostivus is not waiting patiently. He's getting in there. He is, after all, playing Syra. So if he does get stuck in the zone, he can just simply pop that ultimate and get that shield, healing himself back up as well with the orbs on that Syra ultimate, trying to chase down Wu Fong, constantly going for these parries, not able to find it just yet. Wu Fong and Frostivus both have around the same HP, but again, I say, Syra ultimate is going to save him, but Frost has no combo breaker. Wait a minute. This is not what you want to see, ladies and gentlemen. No, Wu Fong, though, is he going to get griefed? Because the anti-heal might stop him from surviving here. Oh, no. Get it. Get it.
He's good. He's good.
Oh, my God. No shot. Woo.
Wow.
Wipes the sweat from his brow. That was a close one.
That was a close one, but he manages to cleanse off of that. He is safe now. Spider in the mix here. Lots of players looking at Spider. Cannon shots flying on in, and Aqua's ultimate invest Edward as well against Spider, getting full focus by a lot of players. Look at the minimap. Everybody's starting to move on in. They see the Liam here investing that ultimate, so they are going to be trying to get active. But now into the backside, PXT with that Justina ult still needs to try to cleanse off of this. The 1-2 there from Verse on the backside. Flying knives here for Edward. Loses all that armor. Gets PXT gets caught up there from the flying knives. Doesn't catch the freeze though. Being able to dodge out that dash. Massive parry there from Edward. No follow up though due to the terrain. PXT eating up tons of damage here, and he knows it is over. And it's going to be XY with elimination there onto PXT. Choose taking out Edward as well. We dropped to 8. Choose getting a full reset here in the situation. Spider snagging up some of the resources as well. Living out the pressure from that lobby there. Being able to snag up some resources. Mike posted up for the Roman Yang. Mike currently with 0 eliminations on the board on the Justina. Taking that second Roman Yang, the first one in. Purple Dual Blaze, Purple Spear in the back pocket, as well as a blue dagger. A nice set of Jades as well. Purpled out on the Jade department, waiting for his opponent, waiting to see who's going to take this round. And obviously, XY posting on up here with the Fist Blades, having purple halberds in the back pocket, as well as blue flying knives. Has 2 purple Jades and standard damage reduction as well, running up on that 18%, 12% on the health, and 4% on the attack. So, XY waiting for the last moment to take this round. 10 seconds left for someone to enter. Mike waiting this out patiently as we see it here. And potentially an XY versus Mike. Yes, it is. And this is a big scrap off. Duncan, you can have this one. Tarka.
Thank you very much, Mr. CA. Let's take a look-see here, ladies and gentlemen. Juan Yuan grappling up the sky. He is rocking those golden fist blades. And as you said, yeah, there are slightly better options, but there is quite a decent amount of potential coming out from the fist blades. There is a TOD combo available. It's going to do a lot of damage as well. Those jump LMBs allowing for a pretty solid rush down. He does find the opening there, getting that chip down, immediately ulting, wasting no time. This is exactly what you want to see from the Tarka. Now, Mike making it up to the top of the pillar. He's trying to catch him with those punches, but it's not going to be made easy for him. The ultimate is running lower and lower. He needs to try and catch him before that ult expires, trying to preemptively pre-fire those grapples to get in front of Mike, but it's not going to be easy here. Mike's just with that kiting game. He's trying to get disengaged. The ult is going to come through from Mike at the end of this ultimate from Juan Yuan. The ult has expired, and now that combo is going to come on through. He catch it? Does he dodge away from the freeze? He does, but he's not going to be able to avoid the tech chase, and he goes down to OUG Mike. Juan Yuan not able to hold him down.
Wow. It's just so rough and yang, huh? Being able to have those pillars and just kite out the pressure there from the Tarka. It's just rough. As we see out there, XY just knew it. He just had to go ahead and stay in the pocket. Drops very low. Loses the Yang. Now has to try to cleanse, but Verse outside of the Yang. Do see him in a lot of pressure here. I don't think Spider's around. Yes, he is. He's right there. We do have Choose, though. Opening up with an enemy focus off that gold dagger, applying tons of damage there onto Verse, trying to see if he can get out. Now, we have another player invested in this Justina ultimate. It's going to be Mike. Doesn't catch the freeze, but the elimination is going towards Spider's way. Another Leo snagging up another kill on the board, and that's Spider's 6th elimination of game 5. We do have Mike, though. Gonna go ahead and cancel that ult, save 65% here on the rage, trying to build that up right again. We do have a player trying to scatter on out on the top side. I think there's another set of players as well. Choose in the back end, as we see in the mini map. Spider is going to go ahead and back on up, but Mike though applying the pressure onto Spider. We do see the 1-2 tap there from Spider. Mike trying to go for the parry, but he lands at the top of his head, does not get the confirmation. He's going to eat up a little bit of that damage, but do see him here with that White Tiger's powers regaining that armor back. Nice buff there from the Yang. Now Temmie ultimate invest here from T225. XY drops very low, needs to try to cleanse, gets grapple bump in the air. T225 with elimination there onto XY, and that's going to be XY's game 5 now. T225 being forced to pop that Temmie ultimate, staying on top there off the gold halberds. Mike still going at it against Spider as we see it here. Mike being able to stay up here on the Justina, regaining that Justina ultimate as well with gold katana in hand. And this is kind of a rare sight to see katana be played out. Most of the times it gets swapped over to halberds. It all depends on Jay's setup as well, but he is playing that swap with a dual blade, so he's gonna be catching with the R&Bs off of either weapon and trying to find an uppercut confirmation 1.0 from the grapple. But we see him here still trying to get active against Spider, but Spider not getting caught up here. And as soon as I say that, he does, but choosing the back end there, can't help out with this pressure here from Mike.
And this is it's gonna be a tough escape here. Can we get away from these players? The ultimate is going to be committed for Mike. Going to be double dashing away. Only one dash remains. It looks as though instead of utilizing it, he's going to cancel that ultimate as he does manage to break away sufficiently to ice off this pressure. Chuz is going to give up the chase along with Spider. But Mike, I think he's looking to double dip. He's looking to get back in there. Trying to see what the vibe is. He does have buff, so he is going to be able to continuously heal on up as long as he stays on the move. But as we said, he does not have his ultimate anymore. 30%. He's going to be trying to get it back up before he has to fight anybody else. But you know, a little bit of chip damage could go a long way if he wants to commit to anything. But 5 players alive in total. This is gonna be calming down for a little bit, I believe. We don't have any Yang depletion. We have Spirit Well coming up relatively soon. Spider on 6 eliminations, and he doesn't really need to push for more kills at this point. If he can just survive until endgame and hope to try and confirm first place finish, that will likely end up being the safest play, confirming him the most number of points. Chuzeng on 1, you know, Mike on 1, Frostivus on 1, T225 on 3. It's looking somewhat even. Obviously, it's a little bit on the side of Spider right now, and a beautiful parry to come off of that focus attack from T225, ready for it. No significant follow-up though. The combo break. Wait a minute, he's already used it. T225 in a lot of danger, forced to use that ultimate, getting a little bit too aggressive here. He does get that wisp from the sand wall. Will he be able to make any use of this one? No, Spider is going to armor through it with that blue focus. He's going to continue to heal on up and stay on the move. Both of the Liams locked in that Tumulk ultimate, not able to chase him down. And it looks as though Mike is going to take his take his turn at trying to fight down these Liams.
Yeah, Mike's been going at it against the Liams throughout this whole mid to late mid game. But now Spider catching the grapple LMBs to their 1-2 as well. Mike trying to retreat off the situation. 80% on that rage at the back end. We do have some pressure happening towards T225's way. On the Tiger head, Temmie trying to kite out the pressure. Nobody full focusing. Spider drops very low, forcing out this Liam ultimate. Frostive is not showing up to the party. We do have a little bit of a low tap there from Frostive onto Spider. Make sure he does not take that reset and try to deny that Vitalia or Powder, sorry, from Spider. As we see the 1-2 minks as well, snags up Mike. That's a 2-tapper too as well, but in the back end Frostive is showing up, but Mike with elimination onto Spider, and that was a good elimination there from Mike. Catches the prior in the back end. Choose now trying to fight his way on out. Frostive is trying to take a quick reset, and Mike as well. Might be a little bit of a scatter here from these players. T225 in the middle just tuning it up. He's like, don't mind me, I'm gonna go ahead and back on up. You want no pressure, no smoke with me, I am going to leave as he did. And I think he is going to be no pressure towards him because no ult as well, so he's gonna full disengage from the situation. Choose and about their side. Now the only Liam in this game is going to be able to try to stay up. We do have his ult online, but these players are going to be fighting for this Spirit Well. T225 with that Palm Lightning in the back end. Frostive drops very low, almost no armor left there for Frostive. As we see him now trying to scatter on out here from the situation. Mike there with the R&B power 2-1-1 with a big damage off the gold katana. Now Choose gonna be swap on over to the gold dagger in hand. Another power, but now Choose gonna be able to pop that ultimate there with the soft true R&B starter. Choose with no armor online, trying to stay up here in the situation. Mike waiting for that V2 to come on out. There it is. Double tap on out. Uses the F to stay safe this time around. Frostive sees the player weak in the back end. Only one V2 left there for Choose as we see Frostive full engaging in the back end. T225 trying to get a piece of the pie as well to try to snag up this elimination. Frosted is gonna back on up, quick little reset in. T225 palm lightning on in there onto choose big damage there. Now on the backside, who's gonna snag up the elimination here? That's a 1-2 big parry there on the backside. No elimination yet onto choose. Choose staying up here in this situation. Syra or Ultimate invested in the back end, I believe it's Justine Ultimate. Sorry, we do have Choose still fighting alive, but it's gonna be T225 there with the last hit. Frosted was not able to snag that one up as well. He did so much damage between Spider and Choose, but doesn't come out victorious in the elimination. He is still with one on the board, and it's Frosted is here with the Syra trying to stay up against Mike. And now, once this ultimate is offline, this can be a big problem here for Frostivus.
Yeah, absolutely. This is gonna be tough. Mike doesn't have ultimate, but the ult coming down for Frostivus. Oh, that's not what you want to see. He does get parried from the shift parry. Beautifully done by Mike. But T225, he's seemingly willing to just throw these palm lightnings in any which way direction. He hasn't decided which of these players he wants to focus down. And it looks as though he's just griefing both of them. He's sending focus attacks left and right. Frostivus threatening that focus release from the dagger. Not able to find it. Gets hit in the back by T225. And T225 looking very strong right now. Wait a minute. He got caught. Oh my goodness. Wait a second. He got caught by the ult release into the slide uppercut, into the freeze. He gets another freeze. Jump LMB. Moonbeam going to come through. T225 does have ultimate. Is he going to find it? He's going to try. He does have one freeze and he gets it. And Mike is going to close out the game, get first place. Oh my goodness. What a combo. What a play from Mike.
Wow. What a last dash there from Mike. Look at him fully locked in. He not playing them. He is not playing. He is tired of it. He is tired of as we see there. Frosted is not happy as well as we see here in the player cam. But wow, what a last dash there from Spider, or from Mike, sorry. Spider being our MVP here for game number 5. Bane being the paid actor in the situation, but still didn't even matter. Mike still being able to get that crazy dash, but just the amount of eliminations Spider had with 6 on the board early to mid game. It's just a massive lead throughout the whole lobby. I don't remember how many eliminations Mike had in there, but it was not enough for him to snag up the MVP. But crazy game. We had our first Tarka of the night as well there, play from XY, and now potentially seeing more throughout the night. We saw the value, how well Tark can do. Wow, crazy game 5. Spider just full rolling it there on the Liam though, just showcasing why that character's always been the character that these pro league players have been focusing on the most for a couple months now, year I should say now, with how long they've been practicing this character. As we see here, being played out perfectly there from Spider. And wow, 2 players in the threshold, 3 players I should say, choose 5 players or 4 players, Mike as well in the threshold. So now moving on into game number 6, we could potentially have our bi-weekly 4 coming to the end if Wufong, Spider, Choose, or Mike end up being MVP.
It could very easily be over after the upcoming game, ladies and gentlemen. Game 6, you know, it's make or break for a lot of these players. I have to say, I'm surprised that Spider sort of allowed himself to get put in that situation. You know, he although, you know, getting the MVP is still very good, he was able to secure it. He could have potentially gotten a few more points and secured it fully, because who knows, you know, he definitely knew he was the kill leader, but did he know that there was another player close to getting that many kills and getting MVP away from him? Because obviously the MVP does hold a prize for each game. Regardless though, we're taking a look at the answer for treasures again. You know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. To get your hands on a spring split random gift box, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, how many players scored above the match point threshold now off the back of that game? Was it A2, B3, C4, or D5? And we'll be going over that in a few moments. How many do you think it is? Make sure to get your answer in the chat and to keep an eye on your whisper box and the chat itself to make sure that you can claim your prize if you are the lucky winner. But I'm not actually 100% sure how many were able to make it through, but there's definitely a couple. Definitely a couple. And we're going to be finding out right now. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. 4 was the correct answer.
Yeah. I mean, you guys were lucky. I just said it too, right before right before the question cast. So if you guys were listening, you guys could have had the correct answer. But yeah, Mike being our first runner up with that 0.4 extra from Spider. Wufong with 27 as well. Oh my God, super close. And then Choose with a 24.6 for the last player in that 24-point threshold. But Yeah, like you mentioned, I would have liked Spider playing a little bit more conservative there. He was running with Choose on the Liam, and they were getting very hyper aggressive, especially against Mike as well, trying to snag out the elimination, and then the circle getting a little bit more smaller, and a lot of players seeing where the aggression was at. You saw the damage that it was done there to Spider, and he does fall there in that situation. And you know, he could have had more points, and at the end of the day, a lot of these bi-weeklies go to that game A, and it comes down to points if none of these players take that MVP, right? So that would have been a nice multiplier if he was able to stay up in that situation with a massive more lead than what he already has now, which is a 0.4. So yeah, I would have loved for him to, you know, play a little more conservative, but he was just full throttled in, winning this out. As we see here for game 5, he had 6 on the board, 7 overall game scored, and as well as C225, he had the multiplier there with 7 game score, but it goes to the highest damage dealer, and in this instance it was Spider. And Duncan, if it comes down to this is the second time we see this that goes down to the damage. If the bi-weekly 4 decider comes down to damage like that, that is going to be crucial.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It definitely gets very spicy and very technical if you end up with the same number of points. Like, ooh, how many more? How much of a difference is it? But we're going to be taking a look at the difference between these players' scores overall right now with the total standings off the back of these 5 games. Star, unfortunately, not able to find his footing at all so far today with 11.7 in total, and Paste in 11th, AS in 10th, Edward 9th, Juan Yuan in 8th, Frostivus in 7th with 20.2, very, very close to that match point threshold. Verse on 21.8, T225 with 22.6. Very, very close. He almost made it. I wasn't too sure if he was going to make it through. I was far too focused on that incredible combo coming out from Mike with that terrain situation for the Justina ult. Very nice indeed. Yeah. Chuzong 24.6. Wufong and Spider both on 27, and then Mike just above them on 27.4. So all 4 of these players could take home the bag off of the back of this upcoming game if they manage to secure that MVP.
Yeah, and I mean, we're gonna take a quick look at the highlights real quick before we talk about the game. Powered by Unicom, game number 5. Wufong there with a whisk elimination there to one of those players. T225 gets taken out by Spider. Spider now against Mike. Justina F called in there for Mike in the backside. We do see him trying to scatter on out here in the situation. Gets caught up off the scare rush. R&B jump LMBs. He's going to be go ahead and invest in the Liam ultimate as well. Might be able to tap dodge that, but not being able to avoid the jump LMBs off the longsword. And this was Spider was like 4th elimination early game. PXC tries to get a piece of the pie, but Spider shuts that down quickly. Recatches Prowl, throws him into the V2, goes inside the zone, slams him down for that 4th kill of the game. And that was like 3 minutes into the game with 4 kills already. Mike against XY. Beautiful Prowl here from Mike. R&B focus fall up there from the dual blades. Crouch LMB, R&B Minx, jump LMB for extra damage. XY trying to stay up. Double tag dodges out, but doesn't get the elimination or the damage there off of that. Crazy grapple bump there from T225 against Wufong. XY gets eliminated there in that situation as well. Mike in the backside. We do see him here where he was trying to get active against the Liams. Stays on top. Snacks up the Soul Bloom against T225. Massive parry opener here from Mike. Goes for the side uppercut. Raw Dragon now into the follow-up freeze. Catches the Prowl. Uppercut off the grapple as well. Jump LMB. Freeze. LMB. Once again, the Bane being a paid actor. But look at this beautiful dash. I mean, through the Temi ult. Disgusting.
Yeah, insane. Just finding the gap to go down under the T225 is like, what the? Why did this happen? He's very upset about that one. I would be too. I think anybody would be a bit upset about that one in that situation. Very nicely done by Mike to finish that one off. But Spider is gonna be that MVP for that game. His 15th MVP, by the way. Oh my goodness. 16.4 thousand damage, 13,000 of it done with melee weapons, 7,000 with fan, 2.4 with longsword, and 1.7 with dual halberds. You've got that soft step, overlord, damage reduction, tuner, sky punch, and benthic descent. So no crazy jades, no phantom step, no no palm lightning, no velocity, none of that. No, he's just pure pure game, pure fan game. I mean, to be honest, fan doesn't really need that many Jades to be effective. It is just one of those weapons that is really, really good as default weapon.
Yeah, as we saw there for Spider. 15 MVPs. I mean, he's been running it up there in the bi-weekly qualifiers, right? He just falls short for the bi-weekly finals. As we see, 15 MVPs is just a crazy amount of MVPs. I don't even know what the percentage of that is going throughout the whole spring split, but still, that is possibly the highest MVP count that we have. Hopefully, we get to see the total MVPs, like a table to see after the games. Hopefully we do get to see that. Sometimes we do see that, but you know, crazy game there from Spider. 4 eliminations, like 3-4 minutes into the game, setting the tempo now, starting to turn it up, wants to make it to the threshold as he did. But we also going to be taking a quick break. Once we come back, we'll be logging in our game 6 with 4 players in the threshold. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the Naraka BLADEPOINT Pro League Bi-Weekly 4 Grand Finals. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with the man himself, Duncan. We just saw 5 games being played out. We have 4 players in the threshold now, trying to see if we are going to have a MVP for game number 6. The only time can tell here, Duncan. I mean, the action has not stopped thus far. We saw a crazy pop-off game here from Spider, as well as, you know, Buffon being able to make it to that threshold. Even though he gets eliminated pretty early, he ended up getting out with 3 kills on the board. Man, it's so much pressure now, right? I mean, being able to have 4 players on the threshold with the way the hero selections went last game, you can kind of tell what characters these players are going to be playing, just depending on the round selection. But we've been having a little bit of a mix-up here where game number 5 or game number 4, we had Temmie being picked for first round selection, where it kind of knocks out the picks for these characters. Duncan style, let me say Temmie first round selection. But yeah, that kind of. I don't know if that's part of the mind game, but we saw it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it seems to do pretty well. The Tumult used to be the character that, like, you just play because you had to play another character. It wasn't really a pick that that all that many players put a lot of work into. But then like Zhong Yuan coming into the scene, and then I think Tumult just like constantly just like slowly creeping higher and higher, because he's always been a pretty staple pick. You know, he's always been very solid, considering the cooldown on that combo breaker being so short for the longest time, the interactions with the ultimate. It just required a little bit more to finally get to that point where it was a solid pick, and now we're seeing a lot more players put work into it and actually get a lot of value.
Yeah, and I mean, Temmie has he has extensions as well, but a lot of the Pro League players don't really go for those extensions. As soon as they call in that F, they pretty much drop down throwing the wisp. So a lot of the playstyle, a lot of that playstyle is played a little bit more towards like XY's way. He's a lot more comfortable playing that, like, you know, holding the wisp a little bit longer and not full dropping down with the wisp. But we see him having those snipes with the wisp as well. Getting those mid to long range wisps is not easy, and he does that casually, which is insane to watch. But we are seeing our pick selection here for these players. No double picks here for Mike, as we saw there. So he is going to be able to lock in, depending on how the other round selections go, and potentially lock in his most fitting character, if it's available, as well as Wu Fong doesn't have a 2-round selection pick as well. So anything is up for grab for these players if it's available, moving on into this round 6. So, you know, these players have that threshold already, and it just comes down to what the first to whatever selection they are at picks right before them, and if they're trying to close it out. But it's rough, right? Even though I believe it was Edward Biweekly 1, he had the best selection he could have. He had a pack of 3 Liams with him, and he wasn't able to close out MVP, which is crazy. So we do see now Spider as well, not having a double pick on the field. He's going to be able to snag up any character that's available right before him. So it's going to be crazy to watch how the round selection goes for this round alone. And I mean, I still want to see the Tarka being played out, especially more than one Tarka would be nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to see it as well, CA. Let's get it. Give me some more Tarka. Who's going to be playing it? Because Zhong Yuan, he's played it once. I'm not sure if he's going to be willing to play it again, although he did pretty well. He did pretty solidly. But as you can see, I think, so in that Realm of Yang against Mike, right? So there's 2 schools of thought at the moment. V1, because combo breaker, and because it has the longer base duration, and then of course you have to go Fireball with it, because F1 is not very good with V1. So, you know, there's that one. So you don't want to get kited out, but having the combo breaker is nice. But then with V2, because the base duration is shorter, regardless of the fact that you can take F1 and you have the command grab, which covers a couple different options off the back of that overburn knee kick, and then the fact that it's like, regardless of it being like extendable when you do damage, they still want to go for that V1 because they're worried they're going to get kited out. But if you see right here, he's going to get kited out with V1 anyway. You know, it seemed, you know, quite feasible. I mean, Mike is obviously one of the GOATs, but at the same time, you know, the average movement like level of all of these players has risen over time. So isn't it just the same to say that like V1 is gonna get kited out as much as V2 would be? You know, it's pretty much the same. No, like it doesn't really. I feel like that argument inherently sort of falls flat off the back of quite a few examples that we've seen come through in Nbpl solos. And then there's the aspect of the combo breaker. You know, in situations where you do get that overburn, if you've managed to do enough damage that you've got overburn early, then it's somewhat unlikely you're gonna be using that combo breaker by the time that your ult is over. But let's say with V2, if you're getting into overburn really fast, it allows you to actually accelerate your neutral, accelerate the rushdown, and then if you've got F1, you can actually reset your full standby and be able to continue going over and over, and have that defensive property from F1, which now has an inbuilt mix-up. Because let's say with old F1, you tap dodge back after proccing it, you're going to avoid the F1 proc. But now, the right click is going to catch you with that old F2 activation at maximum charge, because it only takes 1 hit now. So, one of the strategies you can do to avoid the F2, you tap dodge through. but then if you tap dodge through, you're going to get hit by the F1 proc. So it's like a 50-50, and if you want to completely deny the gambit, you have to full max distance, like tap dodge roll or repair dodge backwards. And in that scenario, if the Tarka can react to that happening, they just cancel the F, try and catch you at the end of the dodge, or they retreat and look for a reset. So I don't know. I've thought about it so many different ways. I put a lot of thought into it, and F1 V2 just seems like the better option right now, to be quite frank. Sorry, that's my yap over for now. Wait, let's get into game number 6, ladies and gentlemen.
Which, I mean, you know, it could be the case, right? I mean, we've seen how Lonnie was. There was a lot of V1 Lonnies in the beginning, right? It's just something these players have to experiment with, and a very pioneer player that always done something different has been oh man, my mind just went blank. Played for Wolves, brought out V3 Akos. I know who I'm talking about. My mind just blank, can't think of his name. But you know, it just comes down to something like that where one of these players runs it and finds value, and you know, it could potentially work out. But yeah, I did see that full stam reset off the F, which that is insane, right? Being able to get your full stamina bar back, right? Yeah,
it's like, good. Yeah, you just full insane. Stam dump. You know, like a mash, like you can do jump LMB, neutral, like you do it specific timing on their blue charge, dodge out, do it again, catching them on the dodges, press F, immediately cancel, continue going. You know, like there's a lot of potential for it.
Yeah, it really is, and especially that mix up, like you mentioned, off that F. They don't know what they're gonna do. That 50-50 is a big gamble. So yeah, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if one of these players tests it out. Like off of tonight, doesn't really seem like are really trying to gamble on the Tarka just yet. Potentially, if it goes on to game 7 or 8, we might see definitely a lot more. Potentially even a 3 Tarka lobby, right? If none of these players have played at Tarka, especially in game 8, where the hero picks are already maxed out for a lot of these players. So it's still a possibility. It just comes down to if none of these 4 players make it to the MVP for this game. And here it is, we're locked and loaded for our Morris Isle game, and it's crazy. No Tarka. We had Mike going for that first round selection on the Akos instead of that Tarka, favoring the Akos instead of that character, instead of the other character. But now 4 players locked and loaded in that threshold. Spider, Mike, Wufong, and Choose trying to take an MVP to close out Bi-Weekly 4. Locked and loaded here for our 6th game of the night. Wufong being the start, potentially getting aggressed on there by Choose. The prize money for this could be 3,700. Got to take those MVPs home. We want that extra cash. With Mike already spotting a player in the back end there. It's going to be Star, and it's going to be Mike on the Akko, Star on the Justina.
And he's also managed to pick up that that Firefly that spawns right here, the J-Team Firefly that has been called many times in the past. This J-Team started using this Firefly to timing attack Celestra a lot in the past. But yeah, I think it makes sense. You know, even though we've had a little bit of Tarka in the past, I think they're just going to stick with their tried and true. You know, they don't want to risk too much. Not only are the players in the MVP threshold trying to get that MVP, but there's also everybody else who wants to play their best character or put their best foot forward so that they can deny the MVP players from actually just taking it all off of game 6. But here we are. It looks as though Mike did get his kill stolen, unfortunately, by the Chuzler, and is now going to get grief by Wufong coming in for the 3rd party as well, the 4th party in total. And Mike gets cut down very early, and he's going to have to try and find a good recovery. He has any hope of taking home the win today off the back of this game. It's his ACOS as well. ACOS game 6 is one of his very popular and very strong picks. We've seen him do extremely well with it in the past, so this is not the best start for him.
And there it is, V1 again, this time around for Wufong on the Liam, for that Liam ultimate, but gets caught up there off the Lonnie ball. Big damage there from Choose, and Choose now trying to find an upset against Wufong this time around. The jump LB finisher there from Choose, and Choose with perfect third-party action, snagging the elimination against Mike and Wufong there. So now taking 2 on the board. That is a great start there from Choose as we see it here. Mike still in the mix, just very low AS on his trail. No resurrections here for Mike. Needs to try to stay alive. Massive F2 there to avoid any sorts of damage there from AS, but Choose spawning it once again, and this could be bad here for Mike. If Mike gets eliminated here and it comes down to the MVP of the top 4, he is not going to be happy. As we see here, Choose full chasing out Mike. We see it. Damage happening towards Mike's way. Gets a little bit of clippage there on top side of this rock, but 2 players still on his trail. AS, first one in. F2's on out. I don't believe he catches anybody off of that. Gets caught off of the corner there through the window with a jump LNB. And Mike now trying to potentially kite towards Celestial's temple. Eats up the damage there off the purple halberds. That's just so much damage. Being able to find a common armor swap. He is going towards the temple's way, but Choose catches the R&B. Since the 1.0 doesn't get the damage there. Now trying to drop down here on the terrain. In the backside, we have another player showing up. Mike eating up tons of damage here in the situation. And Choose snags up his third. And that's a great start here for Choose. And now AS might be dropping here towards Choose as well. And if Choose is able to find his parry, he is. F called in there for AS. Lonnie Ultimate invested, but XY snags up the elimination. And now he might potentially be forced to back on up as we see it here. He knows he has a great start, but XY not letting go of the gas pedal. Full throw out on the hint in against Choose. We do see him now in this temple, and it's going to be very hard to try to catch him here. This is a known playground from these Solus players, being able to kite around here in this Celestial Temple. But Spider going at it against Star. This is the last Aquas in the lobby, but Mike gets limited very early here for game 6 with 0 on the board.
That is unheard of. Quite frankly, I don't think I've ever seen Mike's ACOS go down this early in that game 6 situation. He's always almost, I think it's like 90%, like he's always done at the very least pretty well. Maybe not MVP every time, but he's always clutched up and done very well with his ACOS. Unfortunately, he's just maybe the nerves, maybe something got to him, and he just goes for that respawn relatively close by and just gets absolutely lobbied. And now here we see Spider losing out to a player here, to this Justina. Not what you want to see for Spider either, as quite frankly, Chuzong, he's on a roll. 3 eliminations already off the bat. That's crazy. Chuzong is well on his way to taking the entire finals here for himself. And Mike can't do anything about it. Wufong and Spider have already lost their reses and are now at a pretty big disadvantage. And Wufong, as we talk about him, he's right here in the desert, in the open, getting taken down or getting focused by both of these players.
Once again, the V1. V1, and this could be a problem here once this ult runs out. He does have an extra charge, reverse, full throttle in. Verse has been playing very well. Still down in that threshold. 2 kills already here for game number 6. We see Wufong with a little bit of movement error. Does manage to create a distance off that V1. Get a recaught there from Verse off the nunchucks though. Overholding, sends an F caught in there for Wufong to avoid the LNB follow up there. We do see him now chopping very low. PXT in the back end as well. We do see the Temi was connecting. No, it does not. Massive parry there into the Wiz. Doesn't get the damage, but in the backside, Wufong gonna clip off the 1-2 there from the Temi on the top side. Overholds, gets the damage off the RB. Focus now. Doesn't get clipped off. Nunchuck meter breather there in the corner, and that's first taking out PXT. And oh my god, Wufong manages to stay alive. Full grappling out, and that was just crazy to watch that he's able to get out of that situation due to that nunchuck meter burn connecting onto PXT, making Verse confirm the elimination onto that player instead of Wufong. But Verse still catching the line of sight here of Wufong. Wufong try to kind of into Celestia. We see the first Roman Yang started to spawn on in. First gonna cut that chase. Wants to go into the realm. Wants to scale on up, potentially going to the buy zone, I believe. Spider on the Akos is gonna be able to find this Yang pass. Not sure if anybody's going to contest. Spirwell right next to him. And it was just crazy. Star eliminated Spider, and he just did a little evil laugh as soon as he eliminated him. So he possibly knows that was one of those 2 players. Oh my god. Hold on. Tries to go for the restand there, or the rejuggle off the jump LMBs off the longsword. Star now with a Yang pass gonna be forced to back on up. XY popping that Kylan ultimate to secure this Yang pass. Star's gonna go ahead and take a quick little reset, and XY with his ult online, potentially trying to find an opener there off that Kylan ultimate, but Choose as well posted up. 3 on the board there for Choose versus well, matching that energy with 3, and now Choose could potentially do it. A great start here for game 6. Nice scale there on the weapon as well, going into the first round. Doesn't have, oh, that kind of confused me for a second. Doesn't have the purple armor, but he does have the weapon department. And Wufong going in here with common armor, and not sure who's he's going against. He's gonna be going against Verse. So Verse against Wufong here for the first Roman Yang here for game number 6.
Yeah, it's this Realm of Yang is gonna be make or break for Bowder, for Chuzong, and Wufong as well. If he's able to take this Realm of Yang for himself, he's going to level up enormously, going from that white armor all the way up. Getting himself a golden weapon on top of it all is going to be massive for him. And he catches that uppercut beautifully done into the 2-1-1. Going to be able to confirm that focus attack now. Forcing out the ultimate, is going to dodge away with the combo breaker into the ult activation, armoring through that Shiol shield throw. But I think he has one more. He's sending out that 1-2-3. He's going to use the ultimate to disengage and try and move away. But Verse is going to be the first to heal. Wufong going to have to try and disengage, use those scale rushes with the fan. But he gets caught with the RMB. Is going to get covered. Can he disengage? No, he can't. He tries to, he like breaks his fingers trying to cancel his ultimate and use the combo breaker, but he can't do it in time. He goes down to Verse. Oh my, this is not good. Not good whatsoever. White armor, Yang depletion, Liam V1. It's gonna be a rough one. It's gonna be a rough one to say the least. Now we have Spider and Chuzong in the Realm of Yang. We're getting the replay off the back of their fight. And Spider looking for the engage, forces out that combo breaker, catching on the pillar, forcing him off that scale rush angle. But Spider taking a lot of chip. That's a lot of damage. Purple Halbert's doing a lot for him there. Chuzler gonna be popping that ultimate, misses that grab from the V2. Spider looking to try and catch him, but no, the ball catches him in the air. Once again, the dual Halbert is gonna finish him off, and oh my goodness, Chuzong, can he do it, C8?
Oh my god. Potentially, I don't want to cast the cursor, man. I don't want to do it, but he's playing beautifully right now. 4 on the board, taking out Spider. Now we're Yang depletion timer. 2 out of the 4, or I should say 2 out of the 3 still alive in that threshold. Have that Yang depletion timer being Spider and Wufong. So the aggression now is going to start here for Spider, as we see. XY in the mix as well, being able to upset a lot of these players. Kylan here for XY, being able to snag up 2 eliminations already. Jump on beast times 2. Tries to go for the third one. Doesn't connect off of that hole is blue to avoid that. Spider low, dropping very low off of this. Losing all that armor. It was going to be forced to pop this Aqua's ultimate as we see him trying to run for the hills. And the backside, it's going to be Wufong with that V1, trying to see if he can find the elimination. But first one in is XY. Does manage to get out of that situation to the top side of that terrain. And now the Aqua's about to run out pretty soon. Wufong first one on the scene. This could be good here for Wufong if he's able to find the success. But that V1, I'm not too sure about it, especially right now with these Shios in play. I think that V2 just has so much more value than that V1. But you know, what do I know? I'm just watching. I'm just watching. But Spider still 2 minutes and 14 seconds, being able to kite out some of the pressure. Players still have line of sight on him. Star on the backside. XY, I believe, is now moving on in. We have Verse first one in with the gold fist blades. He'll be able to apply tons of damage here off that common armor that Spider has. Now we do see him kind of now swapping on over to the fan now, and it's just a movement game now. He needs to try to find some sorts of opening to let go of the line of sight from a lot of these players, and he might have done it now. No, the grapples are investing now from Star. Spider's still running circles around Celestia, trying to stay alive. Wufong on the top side, not being able to find the last hit as well. But Star showing up to the mix as well. Now, F2 called in, and the final R&B there for Verse. And Spider is out of game number 6, but aggression hasn't stopped. Oh my god, the side connects out to XY. Nobody letting go of blues, but there it is. Wufong with elimination. He could cleanse off of this, and I believe he does not. It's Verse snagging up the blue, and Wufong now getting caught up in the corner. This could be bad here for Wufong.
Oh my goodness, the stun coming through, taking down Xuan Yuan. Thank the Lord he had that Vermilion Birds might able to stay alive, stay in the lobby. And unfortunate to say, Wufong does go down here. Oh my goodness, it's so oogly right now. We have 7 people alive, and it's 16 minutes. 7 people before second Yang. This is before second Yang. Verse now eating a lot of pressure from Star, forced to use that ultimate. He has the gold fist blades, but he can't get the hits in. But Verse is actually gonna be contesting Chuzong right now. He has 6 eliminations, 6 to Chuzong's 4. If he can clutch this up, we're going to game number 7, C8. It's gonna be... Oh, it's going to be a close one. Chuzong now over here. Speak of the devil. We're over at the Ballista Tower, using the tower to kite around and avoid getting lobbied or getting focused down. But looks as though he's going up to the Ballista Tower. He might be able to find an elimination here. He needs to be on point with those Ballista shots, but no, unfortunately, not going to be able to find that hit. Verse desperately needs to survive. He's getting fully committed on by Edward. The overhold here gonna force out that parry from Edward, denying the pressure. And now Edward, with 10 seconds left of Yang depletion, he's trying to do anything he can, but he's now on the run. He's gonna try and deny this elimination. It looks as though T25 may have gotten that last hit, but no, I think it may have. Oh, who's gonna get it? T25. Okay. Oh, if that had been Chuz. If that had been Chuzong, he would have closed the gap just a little bit more, going to 5 eliminations. But no, he remains on 4, ladies and gentlemen. T225 going to be able to claim his 2nd elimination of the game.
Yeah, I mean, and this is good, right? I mean, T225 didn't have that ult, so he couldn't full commit there to Choose, and Choose didn't invest that on the ultimate, so no pressure after that elimination went towards T225's way. But Frostivus, Star going at it. Justina v Lonnie. Star on the Justina. Lonnie here for Frostivus. Now, Justino and Lonnie ultimate still up for both of these players. Double top dives back there from Frostivus on the fly. Now, as Clint comes in there, both players with purple rarity weapons and armor, but on the outskirts, we have Choose going at it against Verse, and this is a make or break here. Choose has to try to win this. Verse is on a roll right now. Investing this Lonnie ultimate. He's going to use it to disengage. Inside the Bane. Needs to be real careful. Choose able to avoid it. Oh my god, the movement. He stays up in this situation. Does Bane surf and stays up for Verse. Still having full throttle in here on to Choose. Overholds the ball, bounce, doesn't connect off of that. He's going to use it for movement once again. Has the Bane surf for the 2nd time around. Verse now full throttling in. Has the opportunity here to take out Choose to potentially make it game 7. Choose not getting clipped off here out the move and staying up. But Verse in the back end, I thought he got clipped. He did not. He is safe. Choose now is going to go back into Celestia, trying to be able to get that movement game strong. I don't think there's anybody here on this side of the map due to it being on the outer ring of the realm. So yeah, he is going to be safe now. Ice out the pressure. Frostivus wins his realm of Yang against Star. T225 still going at it against XY. Verse though, still trying to commit against Choose. There it is. XY is going to have that Yang depletion timer. T225 eliminates him there. He is going to be coming out of that with that White Tiger's powers, plus the armor upgrade and the weapon upgrade. But Choose now trying to find an opening. Bell not up here for Verse. Can't be able to see him, but I think he spots him. Yep, he does spot him. Verse not letting go of this fight. This is insane here for Verse. Verse, 6 kills on the board once again. Choose trying to ice out the pressure. Does manage to have the weapon in hand that he needs for this. Verse trying to cut the direction that he's going to. Doesn't manage to catch him there. I thought he was gonna be able to spot him, but now Verse on the 5th place, still trying to find the damage onto Choose. Choose trying to get that rage back. We see him possibly around 40% on that rage, but Frostivus is XY going at it. XY has the Yang depletion timer. Frostivus has the White Tiger's powers, as we see it here. Gold 5th place in here for XY. Frostivus still playing out that purple flying knives. We do have the pistol shot connection there from Frostivus onto XY. Catches the 1-2. Tech 2 misses, but now the follow-up 1.0 there from the LMB here from XY. Now full combo here for Frostivus. Massive damage on the ground to the overhaul. F called in here for the Colin. Gets recalled off the prio now. The grapple bump. No, it's a 1-2-3 extension into the ball. Oh my god. Just so much damage there off of that alone. And now Frostivus jumping up here with it's 7th place with 2 on the board. And that was disgusting there from Frostivus.
That was very nice. He's the self-proclaimed knife king right now. He's been putting in a lot of work to claim that title. He even told me that Wu Feng told him that his flying knives are like impossible to deal with. So he's definitely been putting in that work, and you can see it right there, getting those catches, finishing off with that combo, the R&B focus at the end of the 1-2-3 with that jump R&B. Yeah. Very nicely done by Frostivus there. If he can make it to that match point threshold as well. If he gets one more elimination, yeah. Or if we get a little bit more placement, if one of these players go down, well, he could definitely make it in, and we could see another couple players being added to that match point eligibility going into our next game. But it remains to be seen, as we still have Chuzong on 4 eliminations. Verse trying to contest him. Star looks as though he's gonna be going on to Verse right now. He does get that big damage coming through from that RMB. The fire cage just gets dropped down by a different player. First, trying to close the distance onto Star, deny that reset potential. He's out of stamina. He's looking for him. He finds him through the window. The grab, ooh, the scale rush through. The explosive armor, I think, denying that pressure. But Star, he's extremely low still. He's lost all of that armor. The parry comes through. Verse gets the double. Oh my goodness, and Star 1 HP in the dream, forced to pop the ultimate, but Verse is gonna get the kill. Oh my god, how many is that? 7. Insane.
I don't think it's possible.
Speechless. Just like, oh my goodness.
I'm doing mathematical equations in my head right now, right? I'm trying to see, even if he gets, I think it's possible with a multiplier with possibly 5, but Verse cannot get no more kills. And the way Verse is playing right now, he is just winning every engagement alone. Just even if there's a third party involved, it doesn't matter. He's playing it perfectly well, as we see it here on the Xiaoyu. And that fight didn't even force out his ult, you know, like he's just chilling. He's just winning prio. He's spacing out perfectly. It's just rough to deal with Verse right now. But still, 4 players remaining. T225 has been a little bit silent throughout this whole game, but now with 3 on the board, trying to get active against Frostivus right now. The Lonnie, I believe this is the lone Lonnie. There's 2 Lonnies. Frostivus and Choose are both Lonnies, but I don't see Choose around. He is in the backside. I do see him now. He is going to be able to kite off some of the pressure here thrown towards Frostivus' way, but cannon shots flying on in here from T225. Verse on the backside now, trying to see if he can fly some cannon shots as well. We do have Verse going to be able to get a full reset there off the gold armor. Catching Choose in the backside, this is a big fight here. A purple fan in hand for Choose. Verse with gold, however, fist blade, sorry, in hand. Now the random bane starts forming on in. I think Spirit Well is up as well. Yeah, there it is. Mystic Might here for this Spirit Well. Palm Lightning here for Frostivus. Oh my god, Frostivus coming in hot here with these flying knives. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Frostivus is the best flying knife player, because he has been showcasing how well he can play that weapon, as we see it here. Being able to catch those resets off that weapon alone, it's not easy. That R&B is like what's very crucial with that weapon, right? Being able to get that stagger on the ground or off tap dodges is what really comes into play here with that weapon alone. But Choose now being forced to pop this Lonnie ultimate. Kind of ultimate invested as well there from T225. He is going to be able to stay safe for the time being here by the Ballista Tower, but T225 and Verse defrosted as well. Colin Dash does not connect there for T225, and this ult is about to run out. He's going to cancel it, save 50%. On the top side, Choose getting active against Verse, but T225 there with a grapple bump. Frostivus as well, now starting to move on in against Verse. Flying nice shotgun burst there, opener there for Frostivus against Verse. Gets cut off the prow here for Verse, and now the F caught in here for Frostivus. In the backside, he's going to be able to kite out some of the pressure, has the terrain that he needs to be able to get him to get that cooldown back online. As we see it here, 10 seconds and counting. Choose playing the top side on the Ballista. Now full dropping in. I mean, he knows he needs to try to be here. They're gonna be contesting this Spirit Well, and this is gonna be massive here, Duncan. I mean, we're gonna start seeing some body drops potentially here.
Oh yeah, for sure. We see Frostivus go extremely low just as you say that. T225 trying to confirm the kill, trying to dive in there with that engraving. Frostivus now being forced to use that ultimate, trying to disengage, dashing up to the sky. Will he be able to disengage though? Because T225 seems very hungry. He knows that there's a player who has that MVP threshold, who could take it all off the back of this game. He wants to get as many kills and make sure that nobody else survives. Chuz sitting atop the tower right now. He's just playing safe. He doesn't want to get it in the mix. Maybe he thinks he's gotten enough kills. Frostivus now in a lot of danger, and it looks as though T225 is going to come in and take him down, and Frostivus literally 0.2 points away from getting to that match point eligibility, not able to make it through. And now T225 getting focused down a little bit by Chuz. He's going to be popping that ultimate. He's going to be trying to fend him off. Chuzong going to be popping his ultimate as well in response. But the thing is, T225, he's not going to be able to keep any of that ult charge if he cancels. I think before, actually, he managed to get a Firefly. I was confused for a second. How does he have 50%? What? Yeah. There's a Firefly spawn that's very close by. I was, smart decision, though. T225 popping the ult, picking up the Firefly, and then immediately being able to just have 50% as soon as his ult goes down. Very nicely done. good forethought there. But now Chuzong in a lot of danger, only 25% on that ultimate, and both of these players seem very interested in focusing him down. T225 with that Rupture Gale Flame Breath is poking at him continuously. Verse with that Phantom Step with the Mystic Might trying to chase him down. He does find him a couple times, but this tower is just infinite kite. It is just, as long as your movement's on point, you got a fast weapon, it's going to be extremely hard to hold you down.
Yeah, I mean, this is like all the cards playing out perfectly here for Verse, right? Forcing out that ultimate there from Choose with T225 investing the ultimate. Oh my god, big damage in the corner, and this could be it. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, 1, 2, 3, follow up as well. Choose one shot as well, trying to stay alive, and Verse snagging up his 8th elimination of game number 6. And we are going to be going to a game 7 due to Verse not being in that threshold to the start of game number 6. And now a last and final fight of game number 6, T225 against Verse. Engraving there for T225, can't forget about that with a gold longsword as well. Jump LB follow up as well. We're gonna have to wait. Oh my god. Jump LMBs. Oh my god, has the F. I thought he was gonna table throughout the whole terrain down there, but recatches the prowl, uppercut as well. And now the Conlon ultimate can be invested here from T225. Verse with the, oh my god, he's trying to go to the armor swap, but no, that's triple slashes there from the Conlon ultimate. Manages to stay up, going for the common armor swap to try to stay alive. Double slash times 3 as well for the second time around. And now Verse getting that gold armor swap, and this is all that he needed. T225 with a massive Valorant effort, but not enough there. Verse with 9 on the board for game number 6, taking our bi-weekly 4 to a game 7 off that performance alone. And what a showcase there from WBG's Verse. Applying the pressure, stopped everybody in the top 4 from getting anything going. I mean, it was just a beautiful sight to see here for our 6th game. But now, a lot of the top 4 players got eliminated very early. They are getting a breath of fresh air off of that performance there from Verse.
Oh yeah, for sure. They're Brutus. Whew! Hey, thanks, buddy. Yeah, good job. Pat on the back as they walk off the stage.
Yeah.
Oh, Chuzong. It's heartbreaking for him because he had a monster start to that game, taking down so many people at the beginning. And not only were they like getting multiple kills, but he took down Mike twice, I think. It's just, oh, those kills at the beginning really set him up, and I bet he's kicking himself. I bet he really, I think the decision to not really help Frostivus at all, because he was playing very hands-off. When Frostivus was getting focused down outside the Spirit Well, he was very sort of like standoffish, not really looking to get involved, trying his best to stay out of their line of sight and stay inconspicuous. But I think the play may have actually been to jump in and try and help him so that they could both survive, because it was obvious that he was going to get immediately focused down after Frostivus went down. The other Lani in the lobby, if he goes down, you're going down too, buddy. Like like the Kylin and Shiol, they're probably going to focus down the Lani because Lani can heal a little bit, has that mobility and stuff, and can displace people very easily. Regardless, we're going to be taking a look at another Answer for Treasures, ladies and gentlemen. You know the drill. Get your answer to this question in the chat if you want to get your hands on a Spring Split random gift. The question is, which hero did SR Spider use in game number 6? Was it A, Targa G, B, Tamulk, C, Lani, or D, Akos Who? Make sure to get your answer in the chat and to stick around and pay attention to the chat and your whisper box to make sure that you can claim your prize. But here we are, C8. Look at that. That's a lot of people on the screen right there. 6 players have made it into match point eligibility.
I mean, that's crazy, right? 4 to 6 off of one game alone. First with a massive pop-off 6, right? It's just insane. 35.6. He had like 21 points going into this game. So this is what me and Duncan was talking about, being able to get that one pop-off game, giving you over 10 plus points off one game alone. First showcasing that here firsthand for this game alone. And I mean, well deserved. But yeah, I agree with what you said there with Choose and Frostivus. Frostivus is getting applied tons of pressure there. Choose could have iced off some of that pressure a little bit better, just to make sure he can have a better possibility to take the MVP. Even though Verse had 7 kills in that moment, it's just, like you mentioned, it's obvious that the Kylan in the Xiao are going to be focusing you there in that situation. So it's just rough to see there that he wasn't really be able to adjust to that situation as best as possible there. But still, I mean, that's going to be taking us to game 7. Just first look at it right there. 9 kills, 13.8 overall game score for one game alone. I mean, 13.8, Duncan, is like more than what one player does in 6 games off of one game alone. So I mean, that is just a crazy amount of game score for one game alone. T225 though, securing second place with 6 overall game score. Choose super close, 5.5. Frostivus 3.5. XY with 3. Wufong 2.5. PXT and Star with 2. Spider with 1.5. Edward with 0.5. AS and Mike with 0. And that is just, it's sad sight to see there from Mike. But overall standings here, Star in last place, like I mentioned, 13.7. I mean, Burst gets 13.8 off of one game. Star trying to match that and get 6 games, not being able to do so. It's just crazy, right?
Yeah, it's. I mean, hey, sometimes it's just not your day. I mean,
Yeah,
Star
that's true.
hasn't. He hasn't had the best season so far in general, but you know, it's tough out there. You know, everyone's trying to advance and improve and just constantly level up, and if you're not at that base point at the beginning of the season, then you're constantly playing catch up, and it can be really difficult both mentally and just like to actually discover what these players are doing. But here we are taking a look at that total leaderboard, and 6 players, ladies and gentlemen, versed off of that game. 13.8, as you said, going all the way to the top of the mountain. 35.6. Chuzong 30.1, Wufong 29.5, T225 28.6, 28.5 for Spider, and 27.4 for Mike. It's still crazy to me though that he got a donut. It's so it's insane on his ACOS game of all things as well. Insanity. But here we are taking a look at some of the replays, the highlights off the back of that game, brought to you by China Unicom. You can see Mike, the frustration with himself, the anger. He knows that he just made a mistake. He knew that it's gonna be a tough one to come back from that mentally as well. I talked about mental and just the ability to stay calm and to channel that anger, because everyone who's a competitor does get angry. You know, everyone feels something. You know, if you're completely emotionless, then it's just, I don't know if your heart's really in it at that point. But it's about channeling the emotion and focusing yourself and remaining focused regardless of what happens. That really makes a champion a champion. So we'll see if they're able to hold it together and come back from this one. We see Wufong go down there, unfortunately, with that whole sign incident. First, just cleaning up, just popping off. He just ascended this game.
Yeah, I mean, just mentioning like what you mentioned about mental. Yeah, like that's the difference about esports compared to normal sports, right? Normal sports, some of them are you got to be a lot more stronger, a lot more athletic, right? But in esports, the mentality is a very, very important thing. And there was a time where Spider mentioned that, you know, he was trying to control. Hold on, look at the hexagon right there, just fully nearly fully colored in here for Verse. It was just disgusting there for Verse in game number 6. Wow, 26,000 damage, 9 eliminations on the board, his 10th MVP, not matching that 15 from Spider, but still 10. Crazy amount of MVPs. Armor Pierce, the J that we don't know about. Phantom Step there for a second slot there. Sky Punch there with the Gold Fist Blades, as well as damage reduction Tuna. He had a 6 shade as well. But yeah, Spider's been one of those players who has been openly vocal about him trying to deal with his mentality in the game. And I mean, you see how frustrated he gets when he gets limited, especially in that game as well, getting no value in a very important situation that you're in, that you're already in that threshold. It's very nerve-wracking, right? Especially for Spider, and even Mike has been having some issue with that mentality as well. He's also mentioned that in an interview before. So yeah, it's just that's like you mentioned, that's where champions are made. If you're able to overcome that and stay composed, it is not an easy task. A lot of people outside of the esports world think that is you know, very easy to do, but I mean, let's see them try it. That's all I have to say. It's just very rough to do. But we are gonna be taking a quick break. Once we come back, we are gonna be locking in our 7th round here for the Biweekly 4 finals.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here yet again after that quick break, and we're going to be going into game number 7 very soon. It's exciting. It's heating up. We are past that 6th game threshold. It's it's more Naraka than we usually get, which is very nice to see, and it's gonna give rise to some interesting character picks, perhaps. Because hero points get a little bit dicey as it gets longer and longer into the day. So we shall see what these players are going to be pulling out for us. I am Dunky Donuts, joined by Creatives, the man himself, and we're going to be casting these games. Well, potentially just the one more game, but if not, it could go to game number 8. So who knows right now? But there are 6 players in the match point threshold with that match point eligibility. So if any one of those 6 players in the top 6 manages to secure MVP in this upcoming game, then they take it all home. And there they are, the 6 players who have that opportunity to win it all today. CA, it's gonna be exciting.
Yes.
I don't know. What are you most excited about moving forward?
Well, to start off, right, mentioning 2 out of the 6 players on this list have already won a bi-weekly. I want another player who hasn't won a bi-weekly You know, I love Mike, I love Spider, but I just like the versatility, right? Just I would love to see either Verse take one for Biweekly 4. It's just there was such a long period in Naraka where only ones contesting chips was just Spider and Mike. You know, everybody remembers that those two players ran up the Pro League for so long. And then this year alone, 2025 season, this has been the most competitive season thus far here for the Pro League, with just how close the skill gap is between everybody in the server. And you know, it comes down to whoever's able to take that MVP. And now with 6 in that threshold, it can be anybody, and that's what's super exciting for me personally. Now it's just we don't know who's gonna come on top, right? I mean, we just saw Spider and Mike having a very, very bad game 6, and now having another chance in it for them to be able to pop off. I mean, it's possible, right? You can drop a donut, but if you're in that threshold, you can have an amazing next game. We've seen that numerous times, and we've seen players who've had pop-off games, and then their next game is just not a great game, right? They drop a donut, just like how Mike did. He had a great game 5, game 6 just had a bad game. Now, would this be the same trend here for Verse? We're gonna have to wait and see. We did see Mike and Spider playing a little bit more safe on the hero selection, playing out that Alcos for the 6th game, and possibly saving out their double pick for a potential like this game 7, to snag up a more stronger character in their pool. But as we see them now, both of them are going to be their in the last round selection, and Wufong and T225 are going to be second to last, and Verse as well is going to be in the next section. So everybody who's in the threshold has the last picks, starting off with highest to lowest points. So we're gonna have to wait to see how that looks in. But Star picking up that Syra, PXT with the Lonnie, as well as AS Edward on the Kylan for our first 2 round selections. Now XY and Frostivus having free will to pick what they want. XY going for that double Temmie pick here for his Biweekly 4, choosing not to be his strongest character. And Frostivus, what do you think Frostivus is thinking right here, Duncan? I mean, he's talking about something. Oh
yeah, I thought it was like, wait, do I pick Target? Should I do it? Should I send it? I thought that's what was happening right there, but no, it was the Kylan coming out. Wait, you sure, Coach? Is this the play? All right, okay, we're going Kylan. Log it in. So we see Juan Yuan and Frostivus there making their picks, and then Chuzong and Verse going for the Tumult, and then the ACOS. Now, the last 2 round selections. T225, interestingly, gonna go for the Justina, looking for that that pop-off, that montage game. I mean, it's possible. Certainly is. Can he manage it is the question. Wufong, he's struggling to choose. He's gonna lock in the Liam. Is this going to be is it gonna net him the big dub that he needs? Is it gonna be the MVP? Mike now. Spider's already locked in the Liam. What are we gonna see from Mike? Is it gonna be, I don't think he can play Liam, can he?
I think he can. Yes,
he can.
Yeah.
He can. Okay, so the triple Liam. Wait a minute. But the thing is now, right? They know that the people above them didn't pick Liam.
Correct.
So they know that the people who do pick Liam,
correct,
are gonna be the other MVP
yes.
players. So it's gonna be Liam on Liam violence, I think, from the get-go, surely, right? You know, no friendliness here. It's gonna be, yeah. I don't care if you're the same character. Well, I need the points, buddy. Sorry, I'm taking you down. I'm going in. But we'll see how this plays out, because they could still think, you know, if there's another Liam, I kind of need him to actually survive in this endgame. So, but I need to kill him because he's MVP too. So
correct.
It's gonna be a tough choice. It's gonna be a lot of hard decisions made in this upcoming game, and no Taka. Sad to say, sadly for me. But if we do go to game 8, I think that'll be the game.
100%. Yes.
100%. Because yeah, then hero points are just all over the place. But taking a look here, we've got the double picks coming out from Paste, AS, Spider, Wufong, Juan Yuan, and Mike. I think that's everyone. Did I get everyone? I think so. Juan Yuan, Paste, AS, Spider, Wufong, Mike. Yeah. Okay. So if this does go to game 8, then they will have to play something interesting. and I'm looking forward to it. If we do go to Game 8, which would be quite nice, wouldn't it, Chan? Going to Game 8 would be intense. Can we do it? Can we make it there? I mean, who knows? What if Frostivus, he's 0.2 off. Frost comes in, gets the big MVP, goes to Game 8. Who knows? We'll see. I'm ready to get locked in, C8. Game number 7, ladies and gentlemen, on the solo bi-weekly 4 finals. Let's get it.
What's crazy too, Game 8 is a Morris game, so you know, Game 8. Oh, now y'all want to rush to Tarka, huh? Now y'all don't have no hero selection. Y'all want to rush to Tarka, which would be a pretty nice pick for that game alone. But we still have one wall to overcome, and it's this one here for Game 7. We have our dropping points here for our players. I mean, here we go. Game 7 locked in. First, Wufang, TT25. Mike getting active drop off his second pick off the Liam. Now, AS drops very low on the Lonnie. Mike has the health advantage, so we're going to have to wait and see if anybody possibly sees this. I don't think there's anybody else around. Eats up the damage off the 1.0 R&B focus there from AS. Trying to touch up the Scare Rush. Mike waiting patiently. Scare Rush is on the top side there of that hut. He is going to be able to find line of sight of here. Mike still trying to find the last hit there onto AS. A little bit of movement error there. It looks like AS is going to be able to get a quick little reset in as well. Mike's gonna go ahead and pick up a remainder of the resource there on the bottom side of this terrain. AS re-topping off that gold armor, but T225 starting off hot here, eliminated Wufang off drop here for Game 7, and that is a massive elimination here to start Game 7.
It is, absolutely. T225, he needs that pop-off. He needs to start scaling it very quickly. So we heard it from Spider, and I mean, I think a lot of people will agree. Justina in this solo meta, very good at Yang. Not so great off spawn outside of Yang, because they can just get lobbied and chased down. They do have a little bit of versatility with that ultimate, but it can still be dangerous. And we got Verse up against T225. Eats that big chunk of damage coming out from the nunchucks. Blue nunchucks only, taking a little bit of chip there. Does get the armor swap, but it was basically empty. He's holding his ultimate for a very long time here. T225 does not buy the release, but here we are going over to an armor swap. And he actually forces out the F. T225 pulls the trigger a little bit too early there. And Verse is going to get the parry into the combo. It's not soft true. There we go. Can he manage to kill him now? Can he take him down? Oh, 1 HP in the dream, Verse. Does he hit the pistol shot? No. T225 going to commit 2 dashes so that he can head over to that armor. Oh my goodness, the parry. Oh no, into the pistol shot. And T225 goes down to Verse.
That was clean there for Verse. Frostive is going at it against Spider. Big scrap off Liam here for Spider. Spider's going to snag at the elimination there onto Frostive. Now Spider with a nice start of Game 7 on the Liam. Being able to get a little bit of resources there from Frostive. Mike inside the zone. Near the roller. Not sure if he was scrapping against somebody. He might be just looting up this path, trying to get some more resources. Snagging a blue armor, blue dual blades as well currently for his inventory. This one has got a little bag inventory upgrade as well, so still scaling on up. Lots of tropes still available here in this area. AS going at it against PXT though. PXT very, very low. AS as well. Lonnie ultimate already invested here for AS. Doesn't catch that one. Overholds. Master Ship Parry here for AS. Dragon Slayer in the back end. But Verse doesn't snag an elimination. Verse is going to be able to use the F there to avoid AS for snagging up some resources. We do have the Oculus now ultimate invested here for Verse. And this is what Verse needs in this situation. He does manage to catch the first leap. F caught in here for AS. Catches the second leap. Could be big damage. RB focus V2 as well. He can connect off of this. But goes for the jump LMB for the follow-up. And now Verse jumps up to 2 on the Oculus. No O online. First round spawning around 1 minute and 40 seconds. So he is going to be looking to take that Realm of Yang. Purple Spear in the back end if he needs it. But in his inventory, he has purple halberds, purple nunchucks, and purple fist blades already currently scaled up very nicely here in the weapon department. He is going to be able to continue looting the remaining resources of this area. Now, I don't think we have any more aggressions. Choose, on the other hand, with common armor, still not being able to find a better armor upgrade, but Star XY going at it. Edward as well. XY on the Temi is gonna be snagging an elimination onto Edward. Ballista shots coming on in here from Star, trying to ice off some of the pressure from XY to not pick up any resources, but XY is gonna be able to grapple on out, stay safe in the situation. Spider going at it against Choose, and this is a big scrap off between both of these players. Temmie here for Choose. Spider on the Liam once again, trying to find an opening against Choose. The Temmie now investing the ultimate against Spider, and Spider's just gonna walk right through. He did see Choose disengage, so that is one of the negative sides there from Temmie. If you don't stay and play around that ult, you are going to just be walked through, as we see here from Spider. Star snagging up an elimination onto XY in the kill feed. Still alive, has a resurrection, but kills are happening across the whole map. Choose trying to kite out here in Plume Castle. I think I saw another player in the back game, but PXC going at it against Mike, and Mike still hasn't had an elimination yet, but the Liam are still trying to find more scaling. PXT drops very low. Mike with the advantage. Moonbane purchase here from Frostivus and Wufong, securing that realm of Yang. They want to get into that realm to get up that the weapon rarity, gold, and the buff, of course, of Vermilion's Birds by giving you full access to get as aggressive as you like and not having pretty much no negative. As long as you don't get parried, you keep everything, and that's what we're gonna see from both of those players securing that realm of Yang.
Yeah, I think Frostivus, he pulled the trigger on the Moonbane there a bit early. I think it might be just to secure the initial, the initial Yang pass, and then sort of waste about half of the time for that Yang pass, like that contest duration, so that by the time the Moonbane's over, there's about 30 seconds left on that Yang pass, and he can basically just use his ultimate if he needs to deny any player from contesting him there. So it's actually quite smart to use it a little bit earlier on, because once you're about 30-20 seconds left on the Yang pass before it opens up, you're not really going to be able to take it off a player who's holding onto it. But we're heading on over to Spider and T225. Spider taking a lot of damage, and T225 seems very willing to go for this engagement. He's trying to fight it out. He does not care about that Yang. He sees the kill. He's happy to go for it, and it looks as though T225 is going to claim the elimination, and thankfully, Spider actually goes down just before that rebirth times out. That was a matter of seconds. If he'd survived for a little bit longer and then gotten taken down afterwards, he would not have had that res, and his game would have been over. But we're heading over to Mike and AS. Oh my goodness, Mike getting very aggressive. Looks as though he might be happy to try and chase this down, or at least commit the ultimate and try and catch him with the ball, but no. Instead, one ball committed, that's fine. Hey, we tried. It's all good. I'm not gonna waste this. I'm going to Yang, gonna try and secure that golden weapon and the buff, because it is gonna allow him to scale up immensely moving forwards. Looks as though we're gonna have T225 up against Mike, WBG, and BB in the other Yang, and then Chuzong is yet to be contested.
This is a big fight here. T225 has been playing very, very well in this game alone. We do see the 1-2 opener here from T225. Now, Mike is clip off that R&B focus, overhold, since the LMB focus, catches the Prowl, F called in here for the Justina. Now, tries to go for the jump LMB, he's gonna invest the ultimate, doesn't get the freeze though, cancels a little bit too early. Massive ship parry here from Mike, jump LMB for the extension as well. Hasn't even invested the ultimate nor the F, so he has the advantage in the situation. There goes the F, T225 now to be aggressed on off the V2 pressure as well, trying to find an opening. I believe he still has one dash left in his ult, but now Mike trying to full throttle on in, catches jump LMB. Oh my god, nice weave there from T225. Proc comes in off the nunchucks, doesn't catch the second V2, and now the grounds are even there in the ultimate department. No ults online, I believe. Now Mike still trying to full focus on in. Quick comes in off the focus attack. Now pistol shots connects as well there from Mike. T225 trying to respond with a pistol shot as well. He's gonna be able to cancel the LMB follow-up. LMB Prowl, F caught in here for T225. Mike loses a lot of that white HP. Now T225 trying to chip off the damage off the pistol, but what a parry there from Mike. And Mike with the elimination there onto T225, and that was a beautiful read there to secure that realm of Yang. But Wufong and Choose are going at it, and these players are also in that 24-point threshold here to try to take this bi-weekly home.
They certainly are, and this matchup could be make or break for both of these players. Neither have used ultimate just yet, but Chuzong has now committed that F and did not have that combo breaker, using that ultimate on Wake Up to try and get that reset, and now trap Wufong inside the Sandstorm. Goes for the Wisp, doesn't find it, holding RMB in his face, very willing to just continue holding. No Wisp stagger just yet. We do have that ultimate active for Wufong. He's ready to send it out at a moment's notice. Chuzong is using a lot of stamina right here. Will he be able to actually do anything with this? The The Wisp comes out, the combo break. Is he going to find the ball? He still has it available. There it is, off of the RMB focus confirmation. And now no combo break available for Chuzong, and Wu Fong is going to close it out, claiming that Realm of Yang with the purple staff in his hands, claiming that purple armor, golden pole sword, purple longsword, and that Vermilion Bird's Might alongside WBG Verse and OUG Mike. All three of these players now going to be trying to go full gas, trying to get as many kills as they possibly can with this buff active. Spider now in a little bit of trouble. Looks as though he's been chasing down. The white armor swap is not going to last for very long. He does bump into another one. Will he be able to get it? He does pick it up, but gets caught on the dodge. The combo break now being committed to try and disengage, but he's still being chased down. It's not going to be easy. He's running low on stamina. He's not been able to manage it all that well. Trying to dump it all, trying to disengage. Finds that blue armor on the shop. Can he make it around the corner? He does indeed. JLAS not able to find the focus attack on the scale rush with the flying knives to deny the escape, and Spider finds a small moment to just to catch his breath, but the rest of the lobby is still on his tail, looking hungry for that elimination.
And now it's just a matter of time, right? If the other two Liams show up, this could be bad here for the lobby, but no, Spider is not going to be able to stay alive in that situation. Cyro Ultimate invested there from Star in the backside, and I feel like Star has been that player that's been upsetting a lot of these players in the threshold already. We see it for game 6 and now game 7, being able to take out Spider now. Only 2 Liams up off of this lobby. We do have Mike and Wu Fong going at it, and they know it. Mike is about to smoke with that Vermilion's Burst Mike. They ready. Massive parry there from Mike into the V2 as well. And Mike is snagging the elimination there onto Wu Fong. That's a nice play there from Mike. That's going to be his second one of game 7. Sends it first showing up as well. Oh my god, he dodges a little bit too early. He thought he was gonna get he was going to dodge out of it, but now Verse with the Aqua's ultimate 2-on-1, big damage into the R&B focus. There it is, and he's just gonna go ahead and let the elimination happen there. And now Verse potentially snagging up another one. XY showing into the party this time around. Does not connect off that leap, connects off the V2, can potentially get stopped off of the wall. Oh, nearly gets clipped off the walls, be able to tap dodge back, trying to stay up here in this situation, just leaping around. He can stay up. Edward is gonna get caught off the whisk there, but Verse though, CXY in the back end, very weak. Edward as well, trying to get a piece of the pie, but Verse might be potentially the first one in to get the damage there that he needs for the elimination onto XY. And XY full scattering on out, does manage to see another lifetime of this game. And now second Realm of Yang forward on in here for this game 7. XY still getting aggressed on by Verse though. Verse wants to get active, wants to snag at this elimination. Massive whisk here for XY, drops down with the R&B focus. F1 called in here for Verse, opposed to the F2 that Mike was running for game 6. Verse picking out that F1 for the Aquos ability, and now Edward collecting that Yang pass, I believe. So this Realm of Yang is going to be claimed already. Wu Fong claiming this side, Mike claiming the other, right next to each other. Looks like Mike's gonna go ahead and snag up a little more resources, gaining those gold fist blades off that first round. And I was gonna say this could be dangerous for the remainder of the lobby, with both of the Liams winning the Realm of Yang for the first round, but the pressure was just so active near Plume Castle that it didn't really give them the time to rotate on in to get the value. But still, with Verse having 4 on the board, he is on a roll still for this game alone. T225 getting aggressed on by AS and another player. Not sure who that is, but we're gonna have to see in just a moment. We do have AS and Star going at it against T225, and T225 trying to live this out. 1 second remaining. Oh my god, big bow shot. T225 can now drop in, but no, massive palm lightning there into the Yang, teleportation there for T225. He keeps the ult, gets the health back, and he is going to be going against Mike, and this is a massive scrap off. Once again, Mike against T225 for the second time around.
Very close there. T225, but able to space out his dashes into the sky to survive and ice off the pressure literally from those players trying to deny him entry into the Realm of Yang. We have this fight. The combo break comes out from both these players. T225 at that effective health deficit. We see the armoring through from the ult activation from Mike, and it's already over, ladies and gentlemen. T225 getting cooked. The armoring through with the ult. Beautifully done by Mike, able to just deny it completely, catching him at the end of the dash and just putting him in the combo, clipping him with those fist blades into the jump LMBs. Now we have Wu Fong up against Edward. Wufong really looking to claim this Realm of Yang for himself. Is going to allow him to accelerate his game a lot more. He wants to get that MVP as he is one of those players in that match point threshold. Now, this is a bit of a disadvantageous matchup, unfortunately. Liam does struggle at times against the Kylan, but it is the V1. You see the ult come out. No stamina available, unfortunately, and there it is. You can see the V1 able to deny. Oh my goodness. He dodge cancels it on the first one, but not able to do it on the second, unfortunately, and now just letting him fall out of the ball. Wufong is going to go into the blend of the car crash coming through from Edward, but the ultimate has now expired, and both of these players on very similar HP. Gets that LMB focus into the scale rush. No extended follow-up, unfortunately. Edward at a bit of a disadvantage, swapping over to that golden pulse sword. Wufong looking for the scale rush gambits here. Does have combo break coming back on off cooldown in about 3 seconds and counting. Edward trying to dodge away, trying to create the opening. The jump LMBs goes for the half charge, doesn't find it. The stone form's going to find it. R&B coming in for that big chip. Edward, does he have that combo break available? Wufong certainly does. He's very willing to throw out an aggressive play here. The scale rush comes through, the blue focus. He's trying to find the LMB opening, that big chunk, but the clank comes through now onto the scale rush gambit yet again. Wufong does find the LMB, dodging away from the focus release, and there it is. The jump R&B to finish it off, and Wufong claims the victory in Realm of Yang with the golden pulse sword.
That was beautiful there from Wufong. Very dragged out fight opposed to the, I mean, what did we have? A 5-second Yang with Mike and T225. That was just so fast. Frosted is now getting caught off the dash there against T225. Already invested in the ultimate as well as Frosted is trying to find the opening that he needs, but we do have him going for a full reset, and 225 trying to find perfect opportunity to potentially catch the freeze. But Edward not showing up to the mix. He does need to try to cleanse his Yang depletion timer, but it's a fellow Kylan in the pool for him. So the pressure is going to be going towards T225's way. We see him trying to scatter inside the zone. 3 minutes and counting here for T225 to try to cleanse, but Edward first one on the scene catches up to T225. Quick little reset for both players, taking a lot of that white health through to the zone. Now jump LMB for the extra damage off of that. Drop down for Frostivus, flying knives in hand for Frostivus. You know who it is. T225 trying to back on up. 2 minutes and 43 seconds going for the reset. Frostivus is going to go ahead and rotate back into the zone. Edward is not, I believe. We see him now starting to move on in. T225 to be able to get to that the full corrosion level there off the zone. So he's gonna be forced to try to pop more health in, more white health in. He does manage to get one left, so this could be bad. Edward trying to play the outskirts of the zone. He looks like he is going to be rotating towards Frostivus' way. Mike getting active against AES. Burst on the top side, and this is scary. You have Burst with 4, Mike with 3. T225 trying to cleanse. Edward invests in this Kylan ultimate already. T225 now eating up tons of damage off the V1 in the backside, and it's going to be Edward with elimination. The cleanse as well there for Edward. F called in here for Edward, and now Frostivus trying to get his elimination. I believe he does not care if you're Kylan. Here it is, massive prowl. The follow 1-2 into the 1-2-3 as well. Aerial R&B for the extra damage in the zone. But on that Kylan ultimate, he still has that Kylan shield. Not procced yet. Second slash connects as well. Edward no ult online now, trying to scatter inside the zone. Frostivus drops very low as well. We do have Edward trying to retreat. Frostivus is going to go ahead and pop a Vitality in. We do have another player showing up, and it's Wufong AES as well in the mix. Wufong getting active against AES, and aggression is here for game 7. These players are getting active. They want to close it out here for game 7, and this could potentially work out if our top 6 manage to get that.
Indeed. One thing I want to note as well is that if this game does not end the day, if this top 6 does not manage to MVP, then we have Frostivus and Zhuan Yuan both in match point threshold as well. And it looks as though AS is going to be going down, unfortunately, here. He was on a roll as well, 4 eliminations, and Mike is going to be the one to pick up the kill, going up to 4, matching WBG's verse kill score. 4 and 4, and then we have Wufong on 2. But it's spicy for this one. Zhuan Yuan is on 2, Edwards on 1, Frostivus on 0. These players do need to get quite a few more kills if they want to contest them and deny that MVP coming on through from the top 3 right now. Mike looking very on form, very contrasting from the previous game where he literally got 0 points. It was He was really angry at himself. We could see it on his face, the camera perspective. He locked in, he reloaded, re-engaged, and he's back in with a vengeance, and he's looking to take this game for himself. But Verse, I bet he's feeling the same way. You know, last game, he had the chance. Oh, no, wait, well, Verse, actually, no, sorry, I'm getting confused between Chuzong and Verse. Verse, off the back of the previous game, huge game. This is the clutch moment. This is the clutch moment. He got the chance, he took it, and he got into that match point. And now, it's all or nothing. It's all or nothing, CA. It's so tense. I'm just like, ooh, the adrenaline's at maximum right now. We've got the Spirit Well spawning in. It is going to be the Mystic Might, not the combat buff that White Tiger's prowess would provide a little bit more of. You know, a little bit more healing. But it does give that a little bit of damage reduction, which is nice after all. And it's going to give them all that information, that scouting potential from the radar, the waves going out from the player. Looks as though Mike are going to get a little bit aggressive, looking to poke and prod at these players coming in, trying to see if they can make their way into the Spirit Well. Wait a second, Wu Feng gets whisked, and now forced to use that ultimate. He's getting extremely low, the poke, but he's got Mortal Defiance, staying alive. Frostivus, he's still on the chase though. Wu Feng in a lot of danger right now, sends out the second ball. He has none left, and Frostivus is going to claim the kill. Wu Feng literally slamming his desk out of frustration. The pain is real. Oh my goodness.
Wow, I mean, and now Edward has Mystic Might, right? He's going to be able to apply tons of pressure. Frostivus could potentially get some eliminations from the pressure that Edward provides as well, and can completely shut down Verse or Mike. Now, the only two players still alive in that top 4, or top 6, I should say. So this could be bad for the men in the lobby. XY as well can potentially roll with the Mystic Might buffers, but now, dust has settled. Wu Feng falls off of that. Super unfortunate for him. Another player out there. Once again, only 2 players remain that are in that threshold. Verse does not want to be the center of attention, especially with a character like Akos. He try to kite out, but once it's gone, it's going to be rough for him. Mike could potentially get some sorts of value off that V2 if he does get aggressed on, but right now, the Kylands can just full run everything. You see XY, yeah, he's rolling with the bag. He said, yo, I'm cool with y'all. We was first round selection, second round selection. Yeah, he's like, we're cool. We're not in the threshold. Hey, but you know the Aquas and Liam are though. You saw them when they came in. So now this could be bad. How is Verse and Mike going to try to survive in this situation? Mike in a bush, making sure he doesn't get caught. I believe he is in a bush.
Oh, the Mystic Might.
Get caught up. Yeah, the Mystic Might. Yeah, Mike's gonna be caught up out of the ball. There it is. Edward first throwing in here against Mike. He is trying to catch a scare rush on. Now F caught in there from the Liam. Frostivus as well, trying to poke a little bit of damage there towards Mike. XY as well in the back end. Massive parry here from Mike. He's gonna be able to weave the F as well in the backside now. Bane Surfer is gonna get clipped off the first Bane. Gotta be real careful. Not gonna eat up a second one to be forced to pop this Liam ultimate. And Verse could potentially join in this fight and try to clear out, but might not want to do that with just the pressure that these Kylands are doing. And now Mike getting caught up here, trying to use the terrain, gets clipped on the side, can't go up to scare rush, does manage to do so now. And now the Kylan ultimate is going to be invested here for Edward, and the chase is on. Is Mike going to be able to stay on top here in the movement, to be able to, he doesn't get clipped off these Kylan slices, does not get, yet he does. Be forced to pop this F to avoid that full capitalization off that. The Bane in the backside nearly clips Edward, but Mike being able to stay alive, using the terrain at his favor there, doing a really good job using the side of this rock to make sure he doesn't get clipped once again. And now Edward, with no ult online, is going to be forced to stop that pressure for now. We see Verse playing that top side of this terrain on the Akos. Edward as well on the other side. Frostivus can go ahead and retreat. XY once again on the Temi, playing that third-party action. And that's another thing. You got to be careful. You get caught up being low. XY is going to go ahead and fish for those whiffs from mid-range. We've seen him connect with those 35+ meter whiffs, and it's dangerous. You don't want to be dropped to negative HP or just half white HP, especially with XY on the Temi. That is his favorite. He does love going for those mid-range whiffs, so that is something to be aware of. But looks like the pressure has stopped for now. I mean, this is closer, Duncan. I don't know how this is going to pan out, but I don't know. If it goes to end game, it's anybody's game. But right now, if Frostivus and Edward just continue to get pressure into this game, it could be game number 8.
It really could be. It's Yeah, you said it, bro. It is close. I don't know. It's so close. Verse and Mike, right? The Verse has purple armor. Mike has gold. We do have the double Kylan coming in, but Edward, he's on that V1, so he doesn't have that immortality, right? But Frostivus, I'm pretty sure he's on V2.
Yes.
So if he does make it to that final zone in those final few moments, he will be able to survive utilizing that immortality to tank through the zone damage. So if Frostivus does make it to the end game, if we go to those final few moments and he picks up those few kills, he may be able to deny that MVP from these two players, because Verse and Mike, they need it, but they are on that kill lead right now, 4 kills each. You know, it's really tough to say. We're gonna have to see some kills pop out from everybody else except Verse and Mike. If we want to go to game number 8, if they want to go to game number 8, they need to make something happen. But again, it's a really tough decision. It's a really tough spot to be in as a player in this lobby. You know, who exactly is the player who's ahead in kills? Do they have kills? Because you can tell when you don't have kill lead, right? But
correct,
you don't know who exactly does unless you're like fully paying attention to the kill feed. It's really hard with everything else going on that you're having to consider. It's a really tough situation to be in. And Frostivus now actually going to be the first one to take a little bit of damage. The drop down coming through from those flying knives, forcing him to get those heals off. The armor powder's coming through. The cannon shots are going to drop down on top of him, but he is going to scale rush past them, avoiding the damage. Looks as though Edward and Verse are now sitting atop this this walkway, this wooden bridge between the trees. Not looking to engage just yet. Very calm for the moment. Nothing kicking off just yet. Zhuan Yuan doing a little bit the explosive damage going through the floor of that wooden bridge, forcing Edward to try and take a heal real quick. He's sending out these palm lightnings left and right. Mike now dropping down with the Dragon's Roar. This could be the Jade that gives him the game, though. Dragon's Roar, huge in endgame.
Yeah, I mean, especially with this terrain, right? It looks very flat towards the bottom side of that rock right there. If he's able to connect off of one player, possibly even 2, 3, just depending of how it goes, right? If he drops down the perfect opportunity, he can do tons of damage to multiple enemies off of that Jade alone. So, man, Edward drops low. I think we might have a winner. We might have a winner potentially. Just Edward is getting lots of pressure thrown his way, as well as Frostivus. XY, you see him palm lightning towards Edward. Mike claiming this bottom left-hand side of this end circle. Edward drops very low. No armor left. Forced to pop that kind of ultimate very early here in this fight. We see him now trying to get the aggression onto XY, trying to stay up here in the situation, and everybody starts climbing up high to avoid that. Now XY's gonna invest the Temi ultimate. Whisk connects there for XY onto Edward ×2 as well. Big damage, and now in the zone, he's trying to stay alive. Is forced to pop this F. XY now is going to be able to stay up, but Frostivus taking out Edward here in the kill feed, and now our last and final moves again, number 7, Frostivus is going to go ahead and invest this kind of ultimate. He can't stop all this from happening here, from ending. We do have Mike catching Frostivus, sends him inside the iceberg there for the stun, and Mike doesn't secure the elimination just yet, and he does pick up Frostivus. Frostivus takes out XY, and I'm not sure who's the MVP. 2 players out. Who is it? Mike wins! Mike does it finally here for the 2025 season. The kill was enough there, taking out Frostivus for the MVP. Wins Biweekly Final 4, and what a game there for Mike.
让我们恭喜本周单排
Let's
周决冠军
congratulations our
OUG
Biweekly Final Championship of Solo Game. OUG, Mike.
鏖战至第7场比赛，最终拿下这个冠军。可以看见麦克也久违了这种喜悦的一个心情。此时此刻，对场对支持你的粉丝们说点什么，麦克
？What you want to say to your fans, Mike?
有问题或者打的是不好的话，我会去吸取这个教训，然后我肯定是。
I think every time after the matches, I will like consider about myself if I have any mistake.
爱就完了，而且熟悉那味儿已经回来了。最后一场比赛怎么样顶住压力的，最终拿下了这个比赛。
我想到我那个
I just want to say love you。
我想了一下，他当时榴莲不也是在那争嘛？我寻思我说他们这个玄武要结束了，然后他们的话如果搞我的话也不好搞，然后我说就是我再躲一会，如果躲过去的话，
I think at the last in the final circle is really hard for me because I know I'm past the
争一下，而且这个赛季相比较之前的小说剧本的那个赛季，真的先评价一下这个同场竞技的今年的这些对手。
Maybe I can hide for a little bit, and after that, just in the final circle, then we can fight. How do you think about
周决的强度现在已经在上了一个台阶，我相信啊。 今天开场的时候，麦克说过，今天主要是混着来拿积分，不打复活赛。但是现在终于用常规赛的最后一个双周的周决，给常规赛画下了一个圆满的句号。那么我相信啊，大家熟悉的那个欧游记麦克已经逐渐回到了大家的视线当中。那么接下来，我们将会为欧游记的麦克来进行一个荣耀的颁奖时刻。其实大家知道，这个赛季的欧游记啊，一直在经历着一些起起伏伏，但是始终关心着欧游记。 关心着你们的粉丝们都想问一下，大家目前你感觉整体的一个状态怎么样
？What do you think about the team OUG together now？
感觉确定意思吧，就是感觉也不是确定，就是他们水平我是相信在线。
I think I believe the ability of our Trolls game. And I think there's something strange.
我相信，在拿下了这个第4双周的单排的周决，给整个欧游记俱乐部也是注入了一针强心剂。希望借着这个好的开始，让接下来大家熟悉的那支欧游记战队逐渐的回到大家的视线当中。接下来有请我们的工作人员送上来我们第4双周的冠军烛龙印章以及冠军卷轴。有请我们的欧游记麦克来到我们的冠军卷轴旁边。 好久没有去这个熟悉的地方盖上这个熟悉的印章了，我相信啊，此时此刻再次站到了这个熟悉的这个周决冠军的舞台上，盖上这个熟悉的周决的烙印。那么接下来逐渐开始书写属于自己这个赛季这个春季赛的传奇。 有请欧游记麦克选手对着镜头展示一下冠军烛龙印。
Please, Mike, show the stamp to the camera.
盖上冠军卷轴。
Okay, stamp your logo.
来，一起站在你的周冠军面前，话筒先给我。来，一起看一下前方，让我们用镜头记录下这值得纪念的时刻。让我们再次恭喜2025 Nbpl 第4双周单排周决冠军欧游记麦克。
A solo game. OUG Mike.
好，有请麦克。今天啊，可以看见在每一场比赛啊，咱们的孙指导、孙教练都在跟你很认真的进行一个复盘，并且掏出了这个小本本，记下了很多内容。其实拿下了这个周决的冠军，对你来说的话，其实是一件很普通的事情。但是有什么话想对自己的教练说点什么？
感觉老孙的角色就是他是 BP 里，我觉得他是教练里面算是顶级教练的，因为就像包括上一周的第8局9夺题那一把，然后我是还有2拳，我是跟唯二有2拳的人，然后就是他 BP 的好嘛，然后打得好那一把是，但 BP 的好，如果你连思路都建立不起来的话，你打得好也没用。
所以现在进入到了2025的这个春季赛，每一位教练员对于整个选手单排选手的指导是尤为的重要的。拿下了这个周决的冠军之后，自己啊。 接下来的一个目标是什么？因为最近大家一直在看你跟 Bider 的这个宣传片，马上要迎来这个重头戏了，有什么自己的想法吗？
干票大的，
干票大的。那么我相信啊，支持欧游记麦克的所有的铁宝们，支持他就完事儿了。究竟能不能干票大的，让我们在接下来的前十积分赛以及在总决赛一起跟大家共同见证。同样。 双骄时代，你已经在这个赛季最后拿下了这个证明自己的冠军卷轴。那另外一个兄弟怎么办？老岳，
另外一个兄弟大赛发力，我知道他的。
大赛发力，那么究竟在接下来的大赛是可以干票大的，还是大赛发力？让我们共同期待。再次恭喜2025 Nbpl 第4双周单排周决冠军欧游记麦克。
See you in the grand final, and let's congratulations again the 4th Biweekly Final Championship, OUG Mike.
Wow. What a closer here for the Biweekly 4 finals. What an insane game there for Mike. And I don't know, Duck. I feel like the cards were in his favor there. The pressure wasn't really too strong there from the Kylands. And with 2 players still in that threshold, it's a toss-up at that moment, right? In those last and final moments of the game, especially in the end circle like that, where it was pretty much flat terrain. It's all free will for these players to get active as they want. And what a crazy V2 there to catch Frostivus. XY popped F, or I think he gets clipped off an uppercut there from Mike, but he spins back the V2 to secure the ball confirmation onto Frostivus there, sends him inside the stun there off the iceberg, which gave him that last kill that he needs. And this is exactly what I want to see. I want to see how close it was at the end, but still, all props there for OUG's Mike. Bouncing back off of that game alone. I mean, game 6 gets taken out with a 0 on the kill feed. It is just a crazy comeback.
Yeah, it really is. You know, it's to go from that, as you said, you know, 0 points where everything was on the line, and then he gets the lifeline that is WBG Verse coming in and getting the massive game to prevent the series from being over. And then he comes in having a just sort of reset mental, locked in, and pop off, and then clutch it up in the last few moments of the game. Insane. Very well played. And the thing is, as well, we saw that Akos, that was Verse, right? On Akos. He was alive at the end too. If that kill had gone to Verse, it would have been Verse on the stage there. Because it literally just came down to 1 elimination. The Mike ended up with 5, and Verse was on 4, and they drew in terms of placement. I think technically Verse actually ended up being on top in terms of total points, because I think I saw Mike in 2nd for total points at the end there. But Mike, hey, MVP threshold, MVP rule system, let's go. Mike gonna be happy with that one. And we saw his reaction immediately as the game ended. He was ecstatic, very, very like, just like, oh, you can see the emotion burst out of him physically. It's bound to feel really, really good. Like having not won a single bi-weekly so far this split, you know, I bet a lot of players, a lot of people were questioning as to whether or not Mike was still the top dog, still the GOAT. So this is definitely gonna be, you know, hey, I still want a bi-weekly. What you talking about? I'm still the GOAT. Hey, I'm the 2-time. I've won twice, you know. Oh, but hey, to come back from the 0-point game in the previous one is a feat in and of itself. So big props to Mike.
Yeah, I mean, so much pressure I feel like has been going towards Mike's way throughout the whole 2025 season thus far, just because he came out of J-Cup and he hasn't won a bi-weekly like you mentioned. So I feel like that had possibly taken a toll on his mental, that, like you mentioned, people probably talking that he is not the best in the game anymore. But even prior to the J-Cup last year, he didn't really have a great bi-weekly summer split or spring split season for the last season as well. But he still bounced it back for the J-Cup and came on top, winning that J-Cup championship in 2024. And now I feel like just more talks probably been happening toward after all that, not being able to secure one, which he finally does. Like you mentioned, you see the excitement and how proud he was for himself. And I know he's been, you know, training a lot for this moment, but wow, I mean, on a Liam game, being able to get that in game 7, it's just crazy. And not getting full focus in a situation like that game was planned out there, it's just, you know, the universe was on his side for there. He manages to stay up, gets the last kill. I'm very curious to see these standings for this game alone and how close it was between him and Verse to secure that MVP for this last and final game. XY, man, he tried to come on top there to try to stop the pressure there off the Temi, wasn't able to do so. Edward was the first one to be eliminated off of that alone. So I'm definitely going to be going back and rewatching that in slow-mo, because, you know, while we're casting, it's just so much happening, we can't really analyze it. But I'm definitely going to be going back and rewatching and see how, you know, at full effect, how that panned out for that game 7.
Yeah, it was chaos because there was so much verticality. They had the icicle, the ice thing just under that little archway, the rock formation. So there was definitely there's different levels to that. There were trees around, so they were able to stay up in the air quite effectively by spamming those grapples. I think Frostivus managed to get the kill onto Edward there, but again, he needed to get at least 2 more and the win to really secure it and to get the MVP and deny it from Verse and Mike. I think it's to be expected, but at the same time a little bit surprising. I think when it comes down to those final moments and you know that you're not the MVP, and you know as well that the last few players in that last round selection must have been the Liam picks, because there weren't Liams being picked up earlier on. But it's hard to really say exactly what happened in the hero selection, depending on where you are, etc. So I'm a little surprised that the Liams didn't get turbo focused down. And also, one thing I wanted to know, Mike almost died. He almost got lobbied and almost died to the Moonbane. Because when terrain situations are goofy, sometimes the Moonbane outline doesn't line up on the floor and you can't see it, and it actually appeared above him. And you can see it on his face. He just exclaimed, like, "What?" And it's just like, but he made it out alive. Here is the scoreboard off the back of that game. 7 points. It was 1 point. It really was just that one kill, CA. Insanity. Insane.
Yeah, that's crazy. And yeah, like you mentioned, Mike was very low. He was forced to pop that ultimate when Edward had that Mystic Might, and a post from game 6, we saw a similar situation that happened, but it was thrown towards Chiz's way and Frostivus, and the pressure never stopped, right? From T225 and Verse, they continued the aggression between both of these players, knowing that one of those higher up picks was potentially in that threshold, as we saw there. But this game alone, it didn't work out like that with the pressure that Edward and I believe it was Frostivus were trying to apply to the lobby there. But we're going to be taking a look at a replay here for game number 7, our last game here for the Biweekly 4 final. It was Verse coming out top there against T225. Verse against AES. Verse had a very good start as well. He picks up the elimination here onto AES with a massive jump LMB finisher there in the corner. Spider gets caught up here against Star. Star invests the Syra ultimate, I believe. He is going to be able to pop that ultimate. Goes for the staggers there off of that, but it was AES with the flying eyes with the elimination. Spider takes off the headset in frustration, doesn't manage to stay up. Mike catches a massive parry onto Wufong into the V2 follow-up, and now Verse against Mike, forcing out Verse to pop that Aqua's ultimate. 201, big damage to the RB follow-up as well. Mike takes effect of that Vermilion's Burst Mike to stay up in this game 7.
Yeah, you could see the frustration on Spider's face.
Yeah.
He literally, his face was just contorted. Just, what the? Okay, guys. Oh god, I hate you all. Just like T225 just there. It's like, no. Oh, the till. They can finally let it out at the end of the day as well. Look, the camera got moved because he punched the desk so hard. There's a lot of emotion flying around here, and it makes sense. It's so intense. And look at that HP at the very end.
God.
They were both on a pixel, and then Mike exploding out of his chair with excitement and joy. Oh my god. It just there's so much going on, so much emotion, so many like make or break situations. It really does just like fill you with excitement and emotion. And one of the things that I love about Naraka, you know, it's such a joy to watch and to cast. I'm sure you'd feel the same way, CA. Yes. It's just amazing. It really is. But here we are taking a look at the standings off the back of all 7 games. Mike, of course, he did. Okay, so I was right. Yeah, Verse actually was in the lead in total points, but because of the match point system, Mike comes out on top and gets the dub.
That's good. Look at I'm staring at game 6 for Mike, and then stare at game 7. You know, it's crazy to see that bounce back there. Verse was full throttle in game 6 and 7. He fully locked in. You see him with a good amount of points for game 7 and that marvelous game 6 that he had there, but it was just not enough. And I mean, if we would have gone to game 8, we would have had an 8-player threshold. I mean, that would have been a crazy game 8, right? Because game 8 we usually see full throttles in, but when there's a chip on the line like the Biweekly final and 8 players being able to contest it, it would have been a delightful sight to see. But Fortunate enough there for Mike, it is not needed. And here it is, our overall standings in damage and kill. Oh, I think this goes off of damage. Yeah, damage department. It's gonna be Choose with 66,000 damage here for the bi-weekly 4 final. Verse with 61,000. Mike with 60,000, Spider with 49k, Buffon with 47k, Frostivus as well matching that 47k energy, and I think T225 have 42,000. But our winner for the bi-weekly 4 is going to be no other than OUG's Mike, the 2-time bringing it back here for 2025 season in the last bi-weekly final of the spring split.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even need to say it again. You could see it on his face. He was so happy.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating when you are the champion and you're expected to do so well, and then you're just not able to clutch it up at the very end. Every single bi-weekly, somebody else takes it, but in the final one, you take it home. It's just a self-assurance, confidence, like reassured.
Yeah.
You know, you're back in there. You're feeling good. It does really suck for a lot of the other players as well, especially Verse, considering how well he played towards the end. Spider has been performing extremely well time and time again, and unfortunately just not able to close it out in the end. I think the Syra game on Perdoria game 4 was a real big one for him, which it was really tough. Like, it was just a struggle. It dies to Yang depletion. Mental takes a hit. You know, it's just rough in general. It's not easy. It's not easy playing on this stage, not just because of the game mechanics, but just having that strong mental to stay in the game and stay focused really makes all the difference. And Mike, he definitely showed he has it, because 0 kill game, 0 point game into the dub with 7 points in the end is insane. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but there's just not really much else to say, to be honest. He's just kind of the GOAT right now. I'm really disappointed though for quite a few of the players down below. I mean, Frostivus as well. He was 0.2 off of getting into match point threshold in the previous game.
Yeah,
it was so close. And if he'd made it in, he could have had a chance to take the MVP in this game, in the following one. You know, you could say, oh, he only got 3 kills, he wouldn't have won anyway. But things could have played out a little bit different if he'd been in a different round selection. All sorts of things could have happened if just one tiny thing had changed. You know, the ripple effect, the rippling outwards, a lot of things could have gone differently today. But Mike is going to be the one to close it out.
Yeah.
Well deserved. Well
deserved there for Mike. Congratulations to OUG's Mike. But yeah, just different path could have been taken, and it's just unfortunate, right? I would have loved to see Verse close it out as well. I don't think Verse has won a bi-weekly in quite some time. I can't really remember 2024 season with just how many games we watch, right? It's just stacks and stacks and stacks. But it's been a crazy night for him. He was super close. But yeah, I think it comes down to that the aggression from the Kylands there. I feel like if the pressure was a little bit more, you did see XY rolling with them as well. They could have potentially pushed this over to game 8. But you know, shoulda, woulda, coulda. It doesn't matter. The dust has settled. OUG's Mike is the winner of the bi-weekly 4 finals. 61 kills. What was he using the most? A lot of nunchuck and spear too. Very interesting. A lot of spear nunchucks as well for Mike in this bi-weekly 4. Had 29,000 damage overall with melee weapons alone. To still say weapon set. I don't think we've ever seen this, right?
I think we've seen that. We don't usually see this graphic, but I think that's actually 295,000 damage.
Oh, I am blind. I am blind.
Oh my! I mean, I had to double check as well. Wait a minute. That's a few too many numbers. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage coming out from Mike right there. Holy moly! But yeah, it's the distribution there is quite telling. I'm surprised there's that much spear, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I think although spear did get that rework and it is better now, still the other weapons are a little bit more. You know, they're up there in terms of versatility and strength at times.
Overall standings, bi-weekly 4, right? We're gonna be taking a look at how many overall points they got for this bi-weekly alone. We do have Shaw and Lipo with 0, PXT with 2, 3.5 for CDY, Fawn with 7.5, AS with 8.5, And this is all that goes down to you know, what players go to the last chance qualifiers, right? Asia with 11, Frostivus with 11, Choose with 13, Star with 13.5, Arano with 16, XY with 17.5 for that 7th slot. And I think we're gonna have a red line to show which players will not be in the last chance qualifier, potentially top 4. If I remember correctly, we're gonna have to wait and see once we see our top. And no, I mean, it's just straight up 27.5 there for Burst, Wufong and Mike with 27, as well as Spider. I mean, that's how you know these bi-weeklies have been so close, right? Just seeing the total overall points just matched there with that top 4, very, very close. Just a 0.5 difference there from 2nd and 4th to 1st. And T225 taking that big chunk of 9 there for bi-weekly 3, being able to get that 23.5, and always Edward getting that 9 from bi-weekly 1, getting that 20.5. I mean, the overall points is not too far off. I mean, still, we still have last chance qualifiers next Thursday into the pre-finals on the weekend, and then the following week we have our spring split finals, which, you know, it's always fun to see who's gonna take the overall chip for that season alone.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we are taking a look again at the honor list, as it basically shows with the red, it means that you qualified for the bi-weekly finals of that bi-weekly. The gold means that you won, and then the grayed out means that you didn't qualify into that bi-weekly final. So WBG makes it into every single one, unfortunately not winning one for himself. TE there, we got the dub in that 2nd week. Mike, of course, winning this 4th week, having made it into all 4. SR Spider, it's just unfortunate. All 4 not gonna get the dub, unfortunately. T225 there, he doesn't even make it into the first bi-weekly, but he gets into the rest of them and wins the 3rd. Edward, it's tough. At least he got into the bi-weekly finals every week after getting the dub in the first one. But yeah, at the other end of the spectrum, at 521 and GG, yeah, it's just rough. Unfortunately, it happens. Not able to make it into a single bi-weekly, and then Paste does make it into the last one, but unfortunately didn't really do all that well today. Couldn't really get the ball rolling, so to speak. But here we are. It's not over for this week just yet, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the Trios bi-weekly 4 final taking place tomorrow, same place, same time, and we're gonna be kicking it off with 3 Firefly maps at the very beginning of the day, which is, it's exciting. That's exciting for sure. You know, it gets pretty oogly on the Firefly maps. But then again, I did the Trios the day 3 yesterday. We had the 3 non-Firefly games to start it off. It was mental. We had 9 Viper teams in game 1.
Oh my.
7 in game 2. It was just crazy. And then when it got to the Fireflies, everyone slowed down, which didn't make much sense. But we'll see what happens tomorrow. It's gonna be exciting.
Yeah, I mean, last time I was casting Trios as well, there's been a lot of AOT. I remember when we casted, there was playing a lot of that Monk Kylan. Then like a week or 2 after, when I casted, it was straight just AOTs. Like, it was just fully infested there from the Tessa Viper Wu Chen on the field. So I mean, once again, Trios is a whole different mountain to overcome. Is YZG gonna do it again? I mean, they've been rolling in the bi-weeklies. Would love to see how that's gonna go for the 4th one, but still, I mean, an amazing day here for the bi-weekly 4 solos. Just crazy sequences, heartbreaks, of course. Every single bi-weekly finals is heartbreaks for those players that are so close yet so far to try to secure the chip. But you know, the competition is so high right now. It is so close, as we've seen, even on the overall game points that we see for each bi-weekly. Top 6 is only a couple points away, so these players been duking it out all spring split long, and you know, it's gonna come down to the finals in 2 weeks to see who's gonna be able to be crowned king of the spring split. But yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. And then right after that, we have summer split, that is always as well very exciting to watch. Same type of action, just greater, more higher skill ceiling, because these players day by day are just getting stronger and stronger. You see them perfecting their craft as best as possible. But yeah, I mean, what can we expect moving into the 2025 season? I never thought Edward's gonna bounce back and get a bi-weekly. You know, he came in, you know, shut everybody up, came in hot for the first one, did it beautifully there for the first first bi-weekly, and you know that's just how I think the remainder of Naraka is going to be. Just everybody's so close, everybody's been practicing so much. It can go anybody's way, and tonight it could have been the same way, but it went towards OUG's Mike's way.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Interestingly, for the trios, I think this may be the week that YZG might not do it. Thing is, they only got about 40 to 50 points in their first day, right? Which is, you know, it's not bad at all, but it's not YZG caliber, right? And then yesterday on the final day, they just sort of didn't play very well. They couldn't find their footing at all in the first four or five games, and then all of a sudden they popped off and then ended up being in the top 3 by the end of the day. It was absurd. Hey, we'll have to wait and see tomorrow for the trios. That is going to be all from us here today at the Naraka BLADEPOINT Pro League. Oh my goodness, what a day it has been. I hope you've all enjoyed it. I'm Dunkin' Donuts. I've been joined by the man himself, Creatives. We've had the pleasure of casting this for you today. I hope to see you all tomorrow. Take care. We'll see you then.